Next thing, what we will try to do, add in haze. Let's try to add in edit and sharing the model, this code to sharing things. What I wanted to do is we will try to add in a editing the virtual box info, okay, like this, and also sharing this virtual box. Let's try to add in some UI components and then we will see that. And also we need to I'm going to add in, let's try to add that. And in this server thing, in our index.ts, when we are trying to exit here, I'm going to try to write in here this clear. Okay, fine. Maybe needs to compile this again, build this again. Let me just stop this, build this, and start this again. So editing and sharing in the nav bar. So let me just collapse this, open this components, and in this editor navbar I'm going to create a new components. Let's first create for editing part edit.tsx, okay. And for this, what we will do, let's try to create in a form using our React hook form and all those things. Here let's make this as the client-side component, and I'm just going to define a schema for this component first. Where we will import the job. Okay, so import z object from this job, and the schema, this, it's going to be having this the name which we can edit, along with this the visibility. So minimum, we'll make sure that he doesn't give the empty value, and maximum restricting 8 to 16 characters, and then this visibility where he can toggle to and fro public and private. This would be enum of type public or private. Okay, fine. So that's the schema, and I'm just going to write this component. This is going to be this edit let's say virtual box model, and the props for this is open, which is going to be of type boolean. Let me close this, set open callback function, the callback function which is going to update the open variable. So this is going to be return type, it's going to be void, and this data which is going to be of type this virtual box, which I have to import this type from our library slash types. Why is this? Okay, there is, let me import by relative. Library slash types. Okay, fine. So then we will just destructure this open, set open, and this data, and inside this we will try to wrap everything inside this dialog because we want it to be a model. So I'll use this dialog component from our shardcn. Let's import this dialog components UI slash this dialog. Why is this causing an issue? Let me okay, fine. So I just have to restart this server. That was the issue. So okay, so now here this dialog and open, we will pass in this open approach value, and on open change we will pass in this callback set open thing, and we'll wrap everything inside this dialog content. The header, let's say the header, the title, I'm just going to say something like edit virtualbox info. So let's add in this title, edit virtualbox info. Okay, and after this edit we'll have this a form imported from this form component, and I need to have this form object. So we will use this use hook, use form hook from this react hook form, and this infer this type of this form schema. In here I'm just going to provide the resolver, which is going to be this resolver, and pass in this form schema default values. This name would be this data dot name, and visibility would be this data dot visibility value. So this will be the default values, and we will just attach in that props to this form. Okay, fine. And now inside this form on submit, we will try to handle this submit, and I'm just going to write a simple asynchronous on submit function. Asynchronous this function, let's name this on submit, and the values should be of type of our form schema. Infer this type of the form schema. Okay, for now let's just console these values, and we will handle the logic here later. So inside this form we will have two form fields. Okay, I need to provide in here this on submit function, and let's first form field control, let's attach this form dot control. This name would be the name, and this render, let's this field. Okay, and this we will have this form item, where we will try to wrap in the label and the input component. So this form item, let's import this thing, and the styling, let's add some margin bottom, and this form label, I'm going to say this as the name, and the control will have this input component used. Here the placeholder, let's say I'm just going to say the placeholder for my project. So basically whatever we had for our while we were creating that, so those things are pretty much needed for us to pass in to edit. Okay, so this should be closed in here, and the next is for the form field. So basically what I'll do is I'll try to add in the project creation model that we had. Okay, so dashboard is project card. Okay, and let me use this, the same thing that we had for this. Okay, so this one, let me use it in here, the same thing. We are just going to import this select component from this thing, and also this trigger and all those things. This select content, and then this form message. Okay, so this is the form field to toggle the visibility of it. And finally, after this, I'm just going to have in this button. Maybe that also I can just take this one. Let's just take this and go here and use this. Instead of this, I'll just try to use this normal button. Okay, and this icon needs to be imported. So, and also we need to maintain one local state variable for loading, so I'll do that here. Loading set loading this. Initially we will set this value to false. Okay, so this is the editing virtual box model, and this one, now we can make use of it inside our navbar index component. Here I'm just going to maintain two state variables for whether this is edit is open or not. So here this is edit is open, set is edit open. Okay, and this use state, let's set this to false. And also for our the share is open, which we are yet to create this model. I will create that. So let me add in this local state variable for that also. And once we have this, we will try to wrap everything inside this fragment. And here I'll just show you this edit virtual box model. So let's just import this, and for open I'm going to provide this is edit is open, and also the callback function to update this set is edit is open, and this data would be whatever we have this virtual box data. Okay, so this would be that thing, and these things needs to be changed. So basically after this div, I'm just going to add in one more div for mm, for sharing and editing. For editing, this is where I'll just show you now for that. So this one I will change this to a button. Okay, and on click, let me call this set is edit open to true. Okay, and styling and all those things, and also I'm just going to let's do one thing, not that not the parent div. Let's try to change this. Okay, I'll change this to a button, and on click we will set this we will edit to open. Okay, so now let's try to see basically if I click this, we should see the model getting open. So if I click this, where is this? Yeah, open. Okay, let me try refresh this, and anyhow server is down, we won't see this values. It's compiling, it's loading. So once it loads, I'll just try to open this model and see this in action. Why is it taking so long? This navbar, we are setting this to true. That's the thing. Okay, let's restart this. It is starting, and we will try to open this dashboard. So once I see the dashboard in action, then we will come back to this code editor page. What is the issue? Okay, okay, fine. So we are in the dashboard. Now let me click on this node project and get into this code editor page. It's basically, yeah, let me just close all of those things whichever we don't want. And this is loading. Let me do one thing. Let me just log out this user, and then we'll try to log in. I think because of the token, let me just, it's too slow. It's too slow. Okay, I just started it again. Okay, and there is, let me try opening this dashboard again. Okay, I just restarted this application, and now we are on this page. And also I made this as the use client component because we're using use state variables. And now if we press on this, we should be able to see this model, because that's where we are setting this is edit open to true. So if I click on this, yeah, so this is the model. So by default, the whatever the virtual box name we have, that is the thing, and this is the private visibility by default. Okay, now this model is opening, and the share button, I'm going to add in here this button. Let's import this, and variant, I'm going to set this outline, and on click we are going to set is share open to true. Okay, so and inside this I will have this users icon, some width, let's set this to 4, and height also to 4, margin right, okay, and the text as the share. Okay, and this user button, I'm just going to move this also just inside to this div, and let's make so this is the share and all, so let's make this as the flex, and items centered, and the space in the x direction to be, let's say, 4. Okay, yeah, that's the thing, and now I need to create a share model like we did create the edit. So I'm going to create the share component inside this navbar itself, share.tsx, and inside this we will try to have I'm going to first copy whatever we have as part of this edit thing, and we'll just tweak accordingly. I'll just need to restart. Okay, fine, let's change the name of this component to this share virtual box model, and this is going to remain same, the loading. And now here form schema, we'll have only just the email to whom we wanted to share. This would be string and of type this email, and here this default values, this email I'm going to set it to empty string. After this, the on submit it's going to remain same dialog. The dialog title, it's going to be now the share virtual box. Okay, yeah, and inside this form the name would be this email, and form item, let's have some margin at the right, and width, let's make this as a full, and also this inside this form I'm just going to remove this form label, and inside this placeholder, let's say test@domain.com email. Okay, in the fields and this class name, let's have this width set to full. Okay, and after this control, I'll just add this form message component. Okay, and this form field I can just remove this now. Okay, and this button would be same, let's leave that as it is, and here in place of this submit I am going to add in this user plus icon, and some margin right and width and height, let me set it to 4. So this one, the text would be share. So I'm just so we'll try to wrap this inside this fragment. Okay, yeah, and that would be the button. After this form, maybe what we will do, okay, let's do one thing, the whole header whatever we have, and even this form I'm going to try to wrap this inside one div, and let's add some padding in all direction, and also in the bottom space in the y direction 6, and this all these things I'm going to try to wrap this inside this div. And after this div, what we will try to do is we will try to have some border, and then the title which says share virtual box, and the icon to close it as well. Okay, so maybe if you let me add this here, and then we'll see that in action. In here this is going to be share virtual box model. Okay, this open is share open, set open, set is share open, and then this data would be this virtual box data. Okay, so we added this model, and going to this, let's try to click on this and see this thing. Okay, so this is how it's looking now. I'll try to add in this and change this. After this div, let's add in some div with some width full and a height of 1 pixel and background border. That's some div, and after this I'll add in this div where the with the text like share virtual box and all those things. Padding 6 and the top 3, and inside this we'll use this header, dialog header, and some margin bottom, and then the title. I will say this as share virtual box. Okay, and after this let's try to wrap some text inside this. Okay, I'm going to add in this some height 5 and width 5. Okay, and some background color red color, and let's add in this rounded full margin right, and let's try to add in this text. Okay, I'll just style that. Okay, and here this button, so I'm just start coding the values to whom to share for now. Later we'll try to load it dynamically. So this size, let's set this to small icon, and then the icon to remove this sharing to this user. Okay, so width and height, let's set this to 4, and we need to style this. The main div, I'm going to add in some space in the y direction. Okay, and this div, let's make it as a flex, and items center, justify it to be between, and to this div let's make this also as a flex, and items, let's just center them. Okay, yeah, at least decent enough. And this share icon, should I add some margin at the bottom? Okay, anyhow I think that's not a much of a concern. Okay, so this is the share model. Okay, and we added this as part of our navbar, and we are able to see that in action. And also yeah, at least now these are like UI components, and let's try to make few changes in this terminal. That is, we are trying to load this immediately, so without loading it immediately, what I'll try to do is inside this div, if this term is still equals to null, it's better that if we try to show this loader icon then the div, or else I'll try to show this as a null. Okay, so let me close this. If that is equals to null, I'll show this div. Okay, fine. In this we will add in some loader icon, and just the animate spin effect, and some margin right, width and height, let me set it to 4 just for better user experience. Okay, and let me add is get connecting to terminal. Okay, and styling, regarding this styling, what I'll do, make this as a flex item center text. Let's have this muted foreground and padding of 2. Okay, so that's the change. So if I just try in here and try to load it again. Okay, so we should see that. Okay, anyhow, ideally I should see this loading spinner. If this is equals to, and let's make this height as also full, and text size as the small, and I'm just going to remove this of height. Okay, yeah, I should see this loading spinner here. If you don't see, okay, anyhow, that's fine, we'll check that. Okay, so after this, what I will do, I need to I'll try to create one simple avatar component where we'll try to show those two names, and that is, I'm just going to split that into a common component here, this as this avatar dot tsx. Okay, and in here simple component, I'm going to quickly create this as this avatar component, so where we'll try to show the first two characters of the username. Okay, so we will be expecting this name as a prop for this, and then any additional styling for this, and I'm just going to return this div, and we will just, let me get those values, name, class name. We will split this name by space and get this first two characters 0 comma 2, and we will try to transform it to uppercase letter of 0 dot the uppercase. Okay, and the styling to this div, let's import the cn util. Okay, I need to import this from this utils. Okay, so yeah, and here let's just attach in whatever the class that we are getting, and set this height and width to 5, then font type to be mono. So whatever we added for the user buttons, I'm just going to apply the same. Overflow, I'm just going to hide it, and background gradient to the top from this neutral 800 to this neutral 600. Display flex and items center, justify, let's center, and text 0.5 rems. Okay, text size and font type to be medium. So this is the simple avatar component, and this one, what I will do, I'll try to use this in our share component one, so that you'll understand what I'm trying to mean. So then this div which I try to add it here, will use this avatar component now, avatar component and name. I'm going to provide in here this as my name, okay, and the some styling, okay. So if we see here, yeah, so this is what I was talking, so kv, okay. And also this, instead of this, let's say change this to manage access. So if I, so here this ku, the avatar component that we added, that was the user button, okay. Yeah, and also here as well we have this, so I'm just going to change this to avatar component, and this name, let me add in this my name, and this some margin right. Okay, fine. So just the common avatar component and then writing it everywhere. And after this we will try to add this users to virtual boxes relation. So how we can do is, let me go to the schema of in our database, in here the schema. So I'm just going to minimize this part, the user relations. Let me add in and for virtual box relations this many, okay. And after this references and this relation name, I'm just going to call this as this virtual box. And after this I'll attach in this shade too, so this mini user, then attach this relation name shade sandbox, okay, fine. And also that was the virtual box relations. So I'm going to add in to this the mini virtual box. Let me add in this relation name as the author, and after this shade virtual box mini, this virtual box relation name as this shade 2, okay. That's the user relations and this virtual box relations. And now these users to virtual box, this virtual boxes, I will just use the SQLite, okay. And this one, this users to virtual boxes, and in here this user ID, which should be this integer of this user ID, and the constraints, we doesn't want it to be null, and also this references the user ID, okay. So that is this user dot ID, and then this virtual box ID, this one I'm going to attach this virtual box ID, and also this shouldn't be not null, and also this references the virtual ID. Okay, so this is the users to virtual boxes table, and then users to virtual boxes relations. I'm just going to create this, virtual box, let's say boxes relation. So let's use this users to virtual boxes, and in here this. Okay, so this one I'm just going to add in this group one, this virtual box. So you can just refer to the way how do we add a relationship between multiple tables in drizzle orm docs. Okay, this fields users to virtual boxes dot virtual box id. Okay, and references this virtual box dot id. Fine, and this user, this fields which is this is going to be user to virtual boxes dot user id, and this references user dot id. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to migrate this, and we will deploy this as well. Let's get into this backend and this database, npm run generate. Okay, and I'm going to migrate this. Okay, so npx wrangler this d1 execute d1 virtual box remote, and then the file is drizzle slash 003 curious ego.sql. Okay, so we're just pushing these relations to our remote db. Okay, fine, so that just added the relations. Okay, so kind of users to virtual boxes relation. After this I'll try to add in this share logic. How we can do is, first let me try to add in the endpoint. Okay, inside our this source. Yeah, I will try to add that endpoint. Let's say somewhere here. I'm just going to add in here. Let me add in this else if this path is equals to this api slash virtual blocks slash share, and this method is equals to post, and inside this first let's get this share schema, this object, and here this virtual box id. Okay, which should be of type string. So this is what we expect, and then the email of the user to whom this needs to be shared. That's the thing. And here let's try to get the request body request dot json, and try to destructure them by passing through our schema, this share schema on dot parse this body, and here I'm going to destructure this virtual box id and this email. Okay, and here first let's try to query the user. Okay, so await this db dot query this user, and we will try to find him using this email. User, okay, equals to this user dot email, matching it to the email that we got in the body. Okay, so if we don't find any user, I'm just going to return this as the invalid request, or else then I'm going to insert into this users to virtual boxes the values. Let's just pass in this user id, user dot id, and then the id of our virtual box id, and we are just going to, okay, yeah, and finally I'm just going to return this success. Okay, what's this issue? User id we do have, not null, it references. Okay, so that's the endpoint to help us share, and this one in the users. Okay, here I'm going to add in this users to virtual boxes also to be returned. Okay, and I'm just going to, okay, fine. And now coming to the schema, we do want an image of the users to be stored. Maybe should I store or not? For now, okay, let's do one thing. And also there is an issue with this. Okay, I'll try to add in this image field also in here. So this one text would be image, and then users relations. Maybe I'll just not give this name additional name, so we'll just keep this as it is. And here I'll need to change this to users to virtual boxes, and I'm going to attach this. Okay, so that was the issue that we were seeing in that. And also in our virtual box relations, instead of the share to, I'll just change this one to users to virtual boxes, and attach in this many users to virtual boxes. Okay, and this users to virtual boxes, instead of making this as a integer, make this as a text, and even this id I'm going to change this to text. Okay, think, yeah, I'll just migrate this and see if this error still persists. I'm just generating that, and now we need to change the name of this. Bitter overlord.sql. Okay, and here there is an issue with this. Okay, the issue is with this, correct? It's not the id, the virtual box id. Okay, that's why we are seeing that. Okay, now the issue, I don't think we are seeing anything. Okay, fine. And there is an issue with the return type that I'm giving. So maybe we are returning response, and this success. Even for share, I think I did add. Whatever. Okay, so then we just deployed that, push to our remote DB as well. Now we have the schema to start adding in the sharing logic. So this one we will try to add in actions in our front end action library here. Let me copy this something and then we'll tweak this. Let me name this as the share virtual box, and the here the parent that I'll be expecting is this virtual box to share virtual box ID. So this would be of type string, and then the email to share to which user to share to. And let's try to call this services in the try catch block. And also I need to deploy this service with okay, fine. And in here let me just try to move this talking to service in this try catch block. This would be slash share and post content type, and this body we will be passing on this virtual box ID and then the email. Okay, and here I'm just going to revalidate here this path. Okay, and we'll return true here, and if there is any issue we'll try to handle this inside this catch block where I'm going to return this false. Okay, so we have this server action, so I can use this inside the share component which we created in here in the on submit. Now once I get those values, first thing I'm going to set this loading to true, and here let's try to use the server action function to share it to. So share this virtual box, provide in this virtual box ID, and this values would be this mail that we wanted to share to. Okay, and if you don't receive it as a true, then I'm going to show there went something wrong. Okay, so let's say failed to share, and let's set this loading back to false. So this is the change. Okay, and also yeah and just I'll try to create one more user uh, here. Let me log out. Okay, and I'll just try to log in using this account now. Okay, I'm going to try to log in this, and using this number, and I got this OTP 982634. Okay, so now we have two users so that we can check the okay this user button, there is no name. Okay, let's do one thing. I'll try to make this. Let's try it again. Okay, yeah, so now we logged in using this, and now I should be having two users, this one. Okay, so yeah, we have these two users. Now I'll try to share in let's go back to this dashboard, and this projects we don't have any, so I'm just going to create in here uh, share project test, and this I'm going to make this as a public. Okay, share project one. Let's try to create this. Okay, we created this, and I'll try to share this to this user, and clicking on this, yeah, this we outcoded. Okay, so let me check this. If we haven't received anything, I should see now. Let me go back to this user to things. We don't have any data. Okay, and also, did this work? No. Okay, and where is the share component? Here. If there is no toast, then it should have been successful. Should I refresh here? Still no data. Let me try it again. I'm just didn't work out, but we didn't receive any error also. That's again the thing needs to check. Let's open this. Go back to this. Okay, shared with me. Okay, no. So still there is an issue. I think it should work, but somewhere it's going wrong. So let me check that. First, what I will try to do is we need to again while we are trying to query VirtualBox, I'll try to, yeah, first I need to, we're lacking few information. So in this the place that we are trying to query our VirtualBox. Okay, in here I'm trying to get with along with this the users to VirtualBoxes to true as well, so that I'll get those details that I want, and I'll up this I'll apply this to where we are trying to find the user as well, this API slash user this VirtualBox share, yeah, here. Okay, and after this if there is no, instead of showcasing this as an invalid request, I will try to add in this customized message that it has the no user associated with this email. Okay, and we will send this status code so that there will be some clear error indication. Okay, and also if this user dot users to virtual boxes, we are going to first find this. Okay, this user virtual box ID is matching to this virtual box ID. Then we will return saying that this user already has access. Okay, so user already has access, and the status, let's send this status code as 400. Okay, just this small change in this to get the details that I want. And also in the server thing, let's update the definition of our types for the user. Okay, oh, where is this? Okay, anyhow, fine. Now I added this. Let me try to get the but this is not working. I just wanted to confirm this. But I'm not receiving anything, any error as well. For that, for better way of handling, we'll try to update this actions itself. Okay, so here let me just minimize this part. While you are trying to share and passing in this virtual box ID and email, let me try to get this text. Await this result.text. Okay, and if this response.status is not equals to 200, then I can set this success as the false, that something went wrong. Okay, and this message we will add in this text message. Okay, and this would be /code/id, this virtual box ID. So let me change this to backticks. Virtual box ID. Okay, and if everything went well, then instead of returning it as a true, we'll change this one as success to or true, and this message as shared successfully. Okay, yeah, this one I will just change this below one also here. If there is any error, let's add in this message as this error. Okay, fine. Now we did change here, and also this types here I'm going to add in this users to virtual boxes, and we will add in additional type for that. Export type users to this virtual boxes. Okay, and add in this user ID a string, and this virtual box ID the string, and this is going to be a list of that. So users and make this as caps, users to sandboxes, virtual boxes array. Okay, fine. We updated these types, and now in this share component. Let's go to the share component where we are actually trying to access this server action. We will call this, and if we don't receive success as the then I'm going to show in here whatever the message that we got in the toast. Else we will show the success toast with the message as this shared successfully. Okay, and I'm attaching this on submit. Okay, that's fine. And also for this we will try to get this additional props for this shared object with the name and id. So id is a string and this name as a string. So I'll just destructure the same here, that we can try to use here instead of hard coding this values that we did. What I can do now is inside this, let's use this so this needs to be an array. Okay, so this one I'm just going to map through this and get this user, and inside this whatever this div that we had. Okay, so this div I'm just going to copy this and provide in here this unique id for this div, which should be this user.id. Okay, and now instead of hard coding this values, we will we will pass on this user.name, and here as well this user.name. Okay, and the button, yeah, so this is going to remain same. And now I need to change this. Okay, this message. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the snapbar where we are referring this share component, and we need to add on here as well those details shared, this id string, this name also as a string, and this needs to be an array. Okay, and we will try to get this and need to pass on that to this component, and also we need to pass on the shade to the snapbar also, so that reference is in our code file. So here let me just open this, and this is the component. For this, let me try to write one function which is going to give me the shared users, and this one, let's say this users to virtual boxes, and this is going to be users to virtual boxes array. And here let me try to get this users by making a call of this promise.all users to virtual boxes, and get this each user, and I'm going to get this user responses by making a call to this user endpoint by passing in this id. Okay, which should be user dot id. So once I get those details, this user data, I can just collect here this user equals to this await user response dot json, and we can just return in here this ID, which would be this user data dot id and the name user data dot name. Okay, so once I have that, this would be the list of the object with id and name. That's exactly what we want. So I'm going to return from this, and we'll try to call that here below this, and collect this into shade. And this one would be the function called get shared users. Pass on this virtual box data dot users to virtual boxes, and then we'll pass on that values to this component shared. Okay, fine. Why is this? Yeah, so we did add it, and let's try refreshing and check this out. Okay, so I'm just trying to refresh this. Okay, we are on to this now. I just wanted to try sharing this. Okay, if there is no, if okay, let me try to add in this check, and let's go back. As of now we don't have any. Okay, if there is none, what I can do, I will just pass in this empty array. Okay, so let me just, okay, so we are on to this dashboard. Let me try opening this. Okay, we are here, and I want to share this to this email. Okay, let's try. If we click on not found is what we got, then with that we came to know the issue that we are doing is the endpoint that we are trying to access, virtual box slash share, is not found. That's the issue, due to which we're not able to create that. Okay, this is the issue. We did forget this. Yeah, now we should be sorted. Okay, so I'm just deploying this. Hopefully the sharing logic should work now. So once I deploy this, we are going to test this again. So it is deployed. Let me close this, go back, and try opening this, and I'll try to share this node project one to this email. Sharing this, yeah, it is shared successfully. And this avatar, I'll try to add in a checks for that. Oh, we will, okay, fine. So it is shared to that, and if I just go in here, not the storage, yeah, I'll try to refresh this. We should see an entry in this table now. Yeah, there is one row. Okay, so this user is already as an access to this virtual box ID. So that's that, the sharing is working. So if I go to this root page, and let me try logging out, and we'll log in with the other account to which we just shared. Okay, this is the account to which we shared. So if I open this and shared with me under shared with me section, we should see the node project list. uh, mm, okay, sharing is working, but the list, the shared with me sections, I'll check this, but we did share and we got this entry into this, and only thing is getting the responses is where I'm just is this the thing that I shared? No, I'll just check this. Anyhow, showcasing of the shared projects in the UI, we will eventually do it, but first I wanted to focus on core logic. So we were able to share the same thing. To unshare, we'll try to expose one endpoint. Okay, so that one in this we'll try to write the endpoint to delete. Okay, so we need to move this a bit. Okay, so the thing that I need to make changes is like we did for other endpoints. So I'll remove this here and add in this if method is post. Then I'm just going to add in all of this logic into this, and after this I'm going to add one more method for delete, and we will try to handle the unsharing logic here. Okay, so let's say this const delete share schema, and this we are going to send in this virtual box id, which is going to be a string, and then the user id, which is going to be a string again. And let's, this is the common, so we will just, maybe I can just take these two things instead. Here this is going to be this user id, and this one delete share schema. Okay, and now I'm just going to perform this delete operation on our users to virtual boxes, where I'm going to match the, and let's import this and here matching this user id as well as this virtual box id. Okay, so user virtual boxes dot user id, matching it to the user id that we got, and along with that the virtual box id should also match. So this one virtual id, virtual box id. Okay, so yeah, that's the operation to delete it. So once we delete it, I'm just going to return success. Okay, uh, okay, let's, yeah, fine. And if we have the other method that we are trying to access this, for now I'm just going to add in this method not allowed. So this is the endpoint that we exposed, and I need to deploy the same. So I'm just deploying, and once we have that, I need to write a server action for that. Going to this actions file, and we will try to write a unshare logic server action. So I'm just going to copy this, and in here we are just going to update this as the unshare virtual box, and in this the params that I'm going to attach is just the virtual box ID, which is going to be of type string, and then the user ID. This is going to be a string. The endpoint is this /share, and the method is going to be delete delete, and this body I'm just going to attach in this virtual box ID and the user ID. So virtual box ID, user ID. Okay, and then we will just revalidate the code editor part. Let me add this backticks, and I'm just going to close this, and here this virtual box ID. Okay, so this is the server action, and now we need to include this the logic to unshare. What shall we do is, let me just create the new component inside this navbar called shared user. Okay, I'm just moving the code from this share component where we have this thing to my this component shared user. So let me add in this component and make this as this client side component, and let's create a simple component named this as this shared user, and the props for this, we will be sending this user, which will be object with the ID and then the name of that user. After that, this virtual box ID, which would be string. Okay, so this user and then this virtual box ID, and inside this we will have this loader variable, just the local state variable, while we are making the server action. Let me just set this false initially, and let's focus on this return div. We will wrap everything inside this div. So what I'll do is this one, let me copy this whole part and get into this, and here let me remove this thing, and let's import this component. Okay, I'm just going to import this component. Okay, we are not receiving this session, so I'm just avatar and then the button. Okay, fine. After this, for this button we are going to add in a onClick functionality where we will try to call in this unshare server action which we just added. So this would be disabled if it's a loading. Okay, and onClick, let me write one function here, kind of, let's say handle unshare, and make this as asynchronous. I am going to add in this handle unshare function and pass in this ID. First we will set this loading to true, and I'm going to call this unshare virtual box server action and pass in this virtual box ID along with that this user.id. Okay, fine, that will be called in here. So let me just handle unshare and pass in this ID, and also in here the icon I'm going to change based upon this loading value. If it's a loading, we will import this loader to icon and show that, and let's apply this animate spin effect, and a width and height, let me set it to 4. Okay, and here in this else we'll just show this close icon, and I need to import this. Okay, yeah, so this will be a simple shared user component, and now we'll try to replace this inside our share component, uh, and also a few things. I'll try to update this text and all, that is this padding or bottom and all, let's make this as a dynamic. Okay, so I'll try to give based upon the shared value. Okay, so that is if this shared dot length is greater than 0, only then we'll have this padding bottom, else I'll not have any styling padding at the bottom. Okay, and after this if just below this title, if it's a private, I'm going to show some message like, this virtual box is private. Making it public will allow shared users to view and collaborate, something like this helper text. So let me display that data dot visibility. If this is equals to private, then I'll add in this dialog description component, and I will wrap this inside that. Styling for this text, let's make it as a smaller text, and muted foreground, and inside this we will add in this text like this virtual box is private, making it public will allow shared users to view and collaborate, something like this. Okay, so this is the text, and if it's public, will not show anything, so I'm just going to add in this null. Okay, and after this the manage access section and all, what I will do is, let's first here again based upon if we have shared users, so if this is greater than 0, then I'll wrap this inside this fragment, and we will try to add in all this thing inside this one. Okay, so manage access, and the header will remain same, and here now instead of writing this again, we will use this shared user component. So I'm just going to import it, shared user, and attach in this key, this user dot id, and we need to pass in this props user, and the virtual box id, which is this data dot id. Okay, and yeah, this one, let's just, for now I'm not going to show anything, so I'll change it to null. So this is the unshare logic integrated. Let's try to check this. Okay, so this one in this nav bar, if I let me log in with the other user. Okay, we logged in, and I think this was the project which I shared, and here fine, in here actually the details, if I click on this, the actual logic that we try to add in should come in picture, but since this still we haven't had it of displaying this actual passing on this actual uses this, so we'll still see this keep loading. We will see that in a while. So just but that's how we try to add in this unshare logic. And also now let's try to add in a logic to delete the virtual box itself. This is working, so I'll just show you in a while. Okay, going to the our database. So inside this, let me go to the place where we were trying to delete. Yeah, in here once I before this we need to delete this users to virtual boxes also. So I'm going to match this virtual box ID with the ID that we receive, and after that we will delete the virtual box. Okay, so anyhow I'm not using this, so await this virtual box and virtual box ID, so we don't want this details, so I'm just deleting this and success. Okay, so that's the change, so I can just deploy this. And now going to this navbar, to this edit section, will in here on submit I'm going to add in one function here where we'll be trying to delete this. Okay, so async function on delete. Okay, so inside this let's add in the loader for deleting indication. So I'm going to add in this loading delete set loading delete. Okay, and this one let's set this to false initially, and for navigation I'm just going to get this router object. Fine, and here let's set this loading to delete to true, and after this I'm going to call in this delete virtual box and pass in this data.id. Okay, and we will go back to this dashboard. Okay, delete, we did give, yeah. And now here on submit also I'll update this. Maybe we can just console that for our check, and here set loading to true, and here we need to call on this update virtual box function, and we need to pass in this ID along with that the other values. So I'm just going to pass on these values, and finally we will just set this loading to false. Okay, and here instead of this just submit, I'm going to add in the text as the update virtual box. Okay, and after this we will add in a button to delete the virtual box. So let me just copy this button, and below this I'm going to add in this, and this will be disabled this on based on the value of loading delete, and on click we will call in this alt delete function, and let's just remove this type submit, and variant I want it to be destructive because we are deleting this. Okay, and now here instead of loading, this would be loading delete, and the text would be delete virtual box. Okay, so yeah, that's the change. And also let's see this now. So let's say I wanted to, yeah, we have this delete virtual box. First let's try to update this to node project as the updated, so that's the name. And let me try to okay, updated, and let's try to am I not setting the value into this? We are passing in this other values. Okay, so let me change this. Okay, I wanted to display this message. Okay, let's try in here displayed. Okay, I'm exceeding this node project 2. Okay, fine, and let's try updating. Okay, so it changed, and you can see this name is also 2 now, so the updating is working. Okay, and now this deletion, let's try to check this thing. So if I click this, we should be able to delete this project. So it's loading, yeah, so deleted. So this delete logic is also working, then that's fine. So the updating the information about the project, that's name, and the visibility from UI we added, integrated, and also the delete virtual box from UI we did add. So next thing is this share with me page logic. I will try to add in that. For that we need to first tweak inside our services for our virtual box share. Okay, yeah, I'll add in the get method here. Okay, so here if this method is equals to get, then we'll try to get those details, and this would be now else if call. Okay, and let's first try to get this params url dot search params, and if this params as the id, and inside this let's try to get this id and typecast this as a string, and I'm going to get this result by querying this db.query users to virtual boxes, find many, and use this users to virtual boxes equals to the user id. So this one I'm going to use this user id to the id that we are matching. Okay, so this gives that results, and then the actual owners we are going to handle this in the promise.all thing. Let's try to iterate through this result that we got above, and inside this let's try to get this virtual box details. Virtual box, find first where this virtual box equals to the virtual box ID. This virtual box dot id matching it to this, or dot this virtual box id. Okay, and I'm just going to add in with what details we want, the author or details. So I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, and if we don't get any this virtual box, I'm just going to return from here, and let's just return this id, which would be this virtual box id, and then the name, virtual box name, and this type, which would be this vb dot type, and this author vb dot author, and finally this shade on would be this date not now. Okay, why is this seeing this issue? Okay, in this promise.all we are iterating to this result and trying to get the virtual box details by using each result object. Okay, virtual box equals, I'm just checking if it's matching to this virtual box id, and with author. Okay, and okay, fine, and here after this I'm just going to return this json of this owners if present, or else this empty. Why is this an issue? Okay, looks like we did a mistake here. This one should be just this virtual box. Okay, yeah, now this error that we were seeing is gone, and else here I'm just going to return this as this invalid request. Okay, yeah, so this is the get endpoint to get the details related to virtual box shared. Okay, and I can deploy this again, and once we deploy, so let's go to the dashboard page. In this one, what I'm going to do is after this, let me try to get this shared result by making a call to the this endpoint which we just created, slash this virtual box, and this share and id. I'm going to pass in this user.id. okay, and this is going to give me the shared response, and we need to get this result, that is, let's say, as shared, and let's try to get this json and typecast this as this id string, then this name string, the type, whether this is a react or node, and then the author name, which is a string, this shared on, this would be a date instance. and this should be array. Okay, so this is the shade, and I'll pass on to this dashboard component, and we need to update this dashboard component. Going to this dashboard component now. Here we need to update this the props definition, because we are passing in this shade. So I'm going to define this, the definition of this, which will have this id, name, and this type, which should be either this reactor node, and this author, which will be of type string, and then shade of date. Okay, fine. And now let me just destructure the same. So we have this shade now, and this one I need to pass on this to dashboard shade with me to this. Let me remove this thing, and I'll just pass on this shade for this. Okay, and now going to this component, I need to update this instead of so in here let me just copy this definition and go to this, add in this, and this would be a shade. We will iterate through this shade list now, and instead of hard coding the values here, now we'll pass on the virtual box dot the author, and even here, and also this one, instead of this new date, I'll just add in this virtual box dot shade on value. Okay, so now we should be seeing the updated shade values. Okay, so this one, let me open this, and I'll share this to the other account which we have. So in here, let me just share this, and sharing this, and it is shared successfully. Okay, and let me just log out and log in with the account to which we shared. So this is the account, and I'm just opening this, and going to the dashboard in this shade with me now. Okay, there is an issue with the shade on. Let me change this for now to this new date. Okay, let's see. Now let me go to this. Okay, there is an issue with the way that we are getting these values. Let me just check this. To check, I went to this dashboard page and tried to print this, what we are trying to what we are getting. The thing was we were accessing this as a string, but this is an object. This is what we are getting. So this is the project which I shared to this user. So for now, let's change this to definition of maybe this id string. Okay, and name string, and this email string, and this image as any, and I'll update the same to the place wherever we are referring this. So going to this dashboard first, and I need to update this. Okay, and also to this thing, we need to update this also. And here the place where we are referring this, I can just change this to now the name. And even here, let's just change this to name, and hopefully now we shouldn't see any issues. So let me just, yeah, you see now we have no issues. And this is the project which I just shared. And also let's just go to this and open this share project one, and I'm going to share this one to the our one more account which we have. And this is shared, so let me just log out and log in with this other account which we have, this one. So I'm just trying to open this, and now in this we have this access to so if I just open this shared with me, yeah, so this is shared project shared by this name, and that's what we got. Okay, so now the sharing and shared with me, before we were seeing the issue of not finding the shared with me list, but now it is there. Okay, so I'm able to share this. Next thing that we will try to have a focus on is, I need to update a bit in our service. If you remember this shader and all those details, I was setting sending the current date. So instead this, I need to change this one to this r dot uh, shared on. So to add in this, we need to update our schema. Okay, so that one, let's go to this, and users to virtual boxes. After this, I'm going to add in this shared on field. This is going to be an integer. Okay, in the name of this column shared on, and this mode would be this timestamp milliseconds. Okay, now we have this, and I need to migrate this, which we will do is, and also let me go to this, and in the place where I was trying to get this thing, I'll add in this virtual box details also to be fetched, so that I can make use of that. And after that I'll add in just one more check. Okay, so just below this thing, if this user dot the virtual box, I'm going to find this based on this ID. So this ID is matching to this virtual box ID, then I can just return saying that uh, basically this is like trying to share with himself. Okay, so I will try to share the message, the cannot share with yourself. Okay, so that's the thing. And I'll just add in this status code 400, which this cannot be done. So that's the thing. And also here I'll try to add in the shared on as well, so which would be this new date. Okay, and yeah, fine, that's the change. And now I can first generate the updated schema, and let's push this to our remote db. Okay, d1 execute d1 virtual box hyphen hyphen remote hyphen hyphen file equals to slash drizzle. then this demonic Sheva Callister. Fine. So once we push this updated schema, I'm going to deploy this. Okay, so this is uploading. It's uploaded, and then we will deploy this. Okay, and yeah, so there's like minor changes. After this, let's go to our the dashboard shade component, this one, and instead of now showcasing this current date, what I will do is, and also here instead of this open, I'm going to update this as the sent on. Okay, and this one, let's add in this text to be at the right, and let me just pass on here this virtual box dot shade on value to this now. Okay, so this will be the actual value rather than the hard-coded value. Okay, so I just improved that, and we will see that in action here. I think that's the, I'm not going to show because that it's simple change. Okay, so the next thing is the searching projects. If we have a multiple projects and we wanted to search this based upon this title of the project, so we are going to add in that logic. In this, let me get into this dashboard component, and let me just minimize this terminal space here in the dashboard. Let me add in the search params that will be sending to this page component. So this search params, let's use this search params hook, and we are going to get this search params, the query param. Okay, once I get that, I need to pass on this value to our projects component, so to this. Okay, and once I pass on this, need to update this component inside this projects component, and I'll add in this queue, which can be a string or null, and let me get that queue. After this, what we will do is, and also here anyhow I'm not using this, I'll just change this to await, even this. Now the queue, what I will do is, in here this my project section, I'll change this hard-coded title based upon this queue value. That is, if we have this queue, and the if there is some characters in this queue query param that we got, then I am going to change the text as showing the search results for the query that user has entered for. So here I can just show this, change this to backticks. Okay, and I'm going to add in this queue, or else we will have this default title, my projects. Okay, yeah, and also now in this virtual boxes, let's try changing the logic a bit. That is, inside this, if let me try adding this. Okay, anyhow I'll just change this one to as this components, and we will try to return inside this as the component. Okay, and before this what I'll do is, let me just check for the value query param if this length is greater than 0, and if we don't have this virtual box dot name to lower case, I'm just going to include this query characters, then I'm going to return null, else we will return these things. Okay, yeah, fine. So that's the change, just included the search projects functionality. So if we just try to check this, okay, let me refresh this page. Okay, and as of now I'm going, so in here let me add in this query param this let's say okay, so if I just type in this UI, so we can see showing results for UI. Okay, and if I say something like which isn't there, no, then we are not seeing anything. Okay, so the query param, I'm just passing on this to dashboard component, and based upon that we are trying to show the results. Okay, so just updating this, and also we are showcasing the details related to the name that this query is including. Okay, so we just added that small search functionality, and then next we will try to start adding a Gen AI components from small pieces and bits. Let's try to add in the logic where I can try to add on just the UI component and all, kind of to generate the code or whatever the piece that we want in the editor page. Okay, so to start making changes, let me get into this editor component, this index.tsx file, and let me just minimize this. So I'm going to add in a lot of things here. Okay, for generate, what I will try to do is in this editor index.tx, okay, in here let's try to add in some div, okay, where I will and have this some background color, let's say background blue, like 500. Okay, and we'll add in the reference for this, and for now I'm just going to add in some text. Later I'll just change this. Okay, let me just add in this hello. Okay, and I need to change that. So this is the thing. Just don't worry about the UI, we will change that. Okay, first let's have a reference for this div. Let me create that here. Let's name that as the generate ref, and use this use ref hook, and make this is of type this HTML div element, and initially let's set this to null, and here this ref I'm just going to attach this generate ref, and we'll have a boolean variable which is going to help us toggle this div. So kind of let's say show generate set show generate callback function, and initially let's set this to false. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this now. If show generate is true, let's say for now I'm just printing this placeholder and we shouldn't see this. Okay, yeah, that's the one thing. And also I'm going to update the editor will mount function. What I'm going to do is let me handle that with by adding this function. Handle this editor will mount, and this before mount I'm just going to import this the Monaco, and inside this Monaco dot editor dot this add key binding. So I'm just trying to add a key binding rules inside this. Okay, let's add in this key binding, and I'm going to add in this if this key mod the control or this Monaco dot this key code dot key g. Okay, fine. And for now this command I'm going to set this to null, and this needs to be attached to our editor. That is here I'm going to just add in that before mount. Let's add in this handle editor will mount, and also this handle editor mount I'm just going to update that the function in here. After this let's set this Monaco. I'm going to have a one more ref. Let's say this is going to be now this Monaco ref user ref hook, and this is going to be of type this HTML div element, and let's set this to false initial null initially. Okay, and here let me set this Monaco ref dot current this Monaco param. Okay, and editor dot on did change cursor position. Let's try to get this event. Okay, and I'm going to set this cursor line. Okay, for that also let's try to add in a state variable. So for updating the cursor line, this set cursor line, and default let's set this to 0, and also whatever I need I'm just going to add in here. Maybe we'll add whenever I need that. Okay, what is this Monaco ref? Okay, this one let's this is not going to be div, so this I'm going to change this type of this Monaco or null, and then we shouldn't see the below issue. Yeah, okay, fine. And here I'm going to update this cursor line to this e dot position dot this line number. Okay, so whatever the change is happening in the editor, then we will be trying to updating our cursor line. After this editor dot add, I'm just going to add in this action this id as generate, and label let me add in this as the generate. Okay, key bindings this Monaco dot key mode or dot this control mode, or this Monaco dot this key code dot key g. Okay, and this precondition what I'm going to attach is this editor text focus, and this suggest a widget visible, and this rename not input visible, and also this in snippet mode, and finally this quick fix widget visible. Okay, and here in this run I'm going to update this set show generate to whatever. I'm just going to toggle this. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the action on this editor mount, and also let me try to handle this logic inside this use effect that is taking care of the editor ref view zones and updating the generate id based upon that one. What I'll try to do, if this show generate is true, then this editor ref dot this current, I'm going to change this view zones and have this in here, this function, the change accessor. Maybe this is a bit complex, you'll understand eventually. Okay, if this generated ref dot current is not active, I'm just going to return else. First let's try to get this id. So this change accessor dot add zone, and after line number this cursor line, and this height in lines, let's set this to 3. dom node, this generate ref dot current. Okay, so once I get this id, I'm just going to set the I'll have one more state variable to store this id. So maybe let me name this as generate id set generate id, and default let's have this as the empty string, and I'm going to update the same here to this id that we got above. Okay, so once I set this, if this is show generate is true and this is not thing. Okay, else what we will do is this editor ref dot this current this view zones. I'm just not going to set any generate id for that. So let's try to get this change accessor, and inside this same check if this generate ref not this current is not in the DOM. Okay, so we'll just return else this I mean, and just remove this zone or this generate id and update this generate id value to empty string. Okay, and this logic needs to trigger on the show generate value. Okay, so that's this. Show generate. Okay, I'm going to move these things to the top here. Okay, fine, and yeah, let's yeah, it should be working now. If I open this, and yeah, you can see now I just pressed on this control C, and we saw this div this hello whatever we had it in here. Okay, so if I again press in here control G, okay, I'll see that next to the cursor line of that the code that we wanted to generate. Okay, So that's the logic that we try to add. So basically we try to set in a reference to this hook generate reference, and based upon the cursor line value, I'm going to add in this into our DOM where to show. That's the next to the cursor line, that's where we need to add on that. So that logic is present in our this use effect we just added. So this we are adding this zone after line number, this cursor line, and how what height we need, so lines of 3. And then the DOM node is nothing but the div that we attached here. So that's the logic. So just the gist of it was to add where to add in the generate DOM after the cursor line. So if here I'm pressing this again, so it's going to add in. So to see this in action, the shortcut is Control Z. Okay, so that's the small addition or changing this. Okay, and also the terminal, I'll just try to increase this time of loading on connect function. Where is this? On connect, yeah, let me just change this to 2 seconds. Okay, so just the start of this to add in this component. Okay, so we are able to add this div next to the cursor line. So next thing what I wanted to do is let's try to improve this generate int. So what I wanted to do is in this editor, let's try to change the way that we are trying to show the hint to the end user. So I'm just going to minimize this, and let's try to update this generate show generate and generate ID. I'll make that as a single object. Where is that? In editor here. Maybe I'll just move this all initialization to the top. Okay, let me just move here. Yeah, I'll just move in here. Okay, fine. And here instead of having this show generate and generate ID, let's convert this into a single object. Okay, I'm just improving the way that we are trying to show the hint to the end users. Let's name this as a generate set generate. This would be an object with the show which would be this boolean and then the ID. Okay, that's this thing, and also some decorations I'll add in the state for that. Set this decorations and make this again the object will have this options, this monaco dot editor dot this I mode delta decoration array. Okay, and this instance monaco dot editor, this one would be I editor this decoration collection or undefined. Okay, and in here this default, let me set this to options as this empty array, and this instance as the undefined. So that's the default values. Okay, and yeah, so this needs to be updated now. Let me first on this cursor position change, I'm going to update that a bit. Let's try to get this column and this line number using the c dot position, this column and line number, and let me just remove this. We will update this down the line. After this, if this line number is matching to the cursor line, so we'll just return from here. Else this set cursor line, we'll just set this to line number. Okay, fine. And then this, let's try to get this model, this editor dot get model, and I'll get this end column. So just changing the decorations of int field on this editor. Okay, so this model, let's try to get this line content of this line number. If end column or else a 0. Okay, so then this I'm going to set this to int to decorations object which we defined above. So this one, let me add in whatever the previous value we have, and we are going to update these options. The range would be this new Monaco dot range, this line number, this column, and line number, and this end column. Okay, so that would be updated range. And after this, the options, after content class name, this is the inline decoration which I'm going to add this class also. Okay, that's thing. And now in this add action thing, in this editor add action, here instead of updating this set show generate, we'll be updating our generate variable. Okay, so whatever we have in here, we are going to update the show value here. Previous whatever we have, I'm just going to keep that as it is, and we are going to toggle this show value. Okay, fine. And now instead of this referring to show generate, we can refer to this generate dot show. And also here updating this id, we will use this set generate and update the id accordingly. So I'm just going to return here previous object with this new id. Okay, same thing applies here as well. Let's just update this set generate. This basically I'm just moving to single object variable rather than having multiple variables. Okay, here we will set back the id to empty string. Okay, fine. And this one would be now this generate dot show. Okay, fine. And this decorations also, we need to handle this inside this new use effect here. If this decorations options dot length is equals to 0, then we are not going to do anything. So I'm just going to return from here. Else if this decorations dot instance is not null, we can console some setting decorations and all, and this decorations dot instance dot get we're going to set, okay, to this decorations dot options. Okay, else let's try to get this instance by this editor ref dot this current create decorations collection, and this instance dot set this decorations dot options. Okay, and then we are going to update these decorations previous. Let's just pass on this previous things, and I'm just going to update this instance value, and this needs to be triggered based upon this decorations dot options change. Okay, and also now here instead of referring to show generate, we will refer to this generate dot show. Okay, and also this font family for this editor, I'm just going to update this. This one, let's just set this font. I'm just going to add on this font for this. Okay, that's the small change. And now let's try to add in this inline decoration class, where in our global.css. Okay, and inside this I'm going to add in this inline decoration. This after this content, I'm going to add in this generate a shortcut command key thing. Okay, and this color, let's say this 5252 color, and some border. Okay, I'm just going to add in 1 pixel, and solid the same color I'm just going to add in for this. Okay, and after this some padding, let's say 2 pixel and 4 pixel. Border radius, let's make this 4 pixel. Okay, let me just add in this, and some margin left, some, let's say 56 pixel. Okay, so that's the change inside this thing. Now going to this editor thing, so that's the change. I just try to improve that. Okay, so if I just open this thing, okay, you can see now we have this generate g int showcasing to the users, so for better feel and user experience, so that you can just press this Ctrl G to generate the code that he wants here. Okay, yeah, that's the thing that we did add. This inline decoration is what it's going to help us. So to just and now we don't want this where is this show generate. Okay, I'm just going to remove this, and also this generate ID, we don't want that. So wherever we are referring, I'm just going to update this. Here I need to update this let's change this to generate.id. Okay, fine, that's the change. And also, what's this issue? There is the type issue. Setting decorations, did I not okay, for now we can just ignore this. I'm just going to add in this ignore. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing. So now we did try to my thing server went down. Yeah, let me reopen this. Opening this. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's okay. So to just add in the thing that we added was, we tried to decorate our editor and showcase some this generate g class name based upon the line number and column number. I'm just showcasing that based upon this cursor line where we wanted to generate, and that's why we added in this the decorations variable or object to update these options and instances based upon this cursor change position, and accordingly, and also we removed the generate id and the generate show separate and variables and moved into single object. So that's the only thing that we did, and based upon the options decorations dot options, we are setting the instances of decorations and then updating that decorations variable. Okay, fine. And now moving on to this, and also if we want this terminals font size and everything to be updated, we can just set in here. Let's say if you want the font size to be 14, you can just change this. And also if you want any additional styling like font families, we can add in some font whatever you had like this. Okay, so I'm just showcasing this how you can customize the stylings or font of the thing that you're seeing in this terminal. Okay, fine, which is not the major logic of us to handle, priority of us for us to handle now. Okay, fine. So we just try to improve this generate int in our editor, and after this we will try to at least have this instead of showcasing this hello, let's try to add in this UI for that generate input. Let me create a new component for that inside this editor. Components inside this editor, let me create a new file called this generate.tsx, and we'll try to create a component for that where we can take an input. Okay, and instead of just showcasing the hello, let me remove this, and first thing, let's make this as this client side component, and let's define this function called generate input, and this props for this. The thing that will be sending on is this cancel callback function. Okay, and let me just add in other props that I wanted to send it to this component, then the submit callback function with the input. After this, the width of this input, so which is going to be a number, and on expand callback function, what are we supposed to do? Okay, so these are the props that we'll be sending for now. Later I'll just add in with whatever I need. Okay, so cancel, submit, and this width on expand function. Now inside this let's try to maintain a state variable for the code that to generate. Okay, and also whether this is expanded or not, and indicating we are generating the code or not, loading indicator and all those things. So initially I'm just going to define the state variables that I need. First is the code. Initially, let's say I'm going to add in some dummy function, add this two numbers function. Okay, so this one, this return type. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to return this a plus b. Okay, fine. And after this, let me add in just const result, add 2,3. Okay, and we can just console log this result. Okay, for now assume this is the default code. Okay, later we'll change this. After this, the variable, whether to keep track of whether this is expanded or not, which should be a false, and then the loading indicator, set loading, this initially will set it to false. and one input ref for our input, where we will be trying to get the code for this useref. Okay, this would be of type this input element. Okay, initially I'll just set this to null, and this one we will just set this focus here, this focus function based on this mounting of this component. Okay, yeah, and now this UI part, here let's wrap everything inside this div, and inside this I'll have one more div, and then finally this input, where we'll be taking this input. Let's attach this reference, the input ref, and also some style width, whatever this width plus this pixels. I will be setting this placeholder, let's say for now I'm going to add in this generate code with a prompt, and the styling for this, we will style this, and this would be the input. Okay, and why is this, let me, okay, after this the button to generate a code, so I'll just import that. Let me import this button. Okay, and the size, let's say we'll restrict it to small, disabled based upon this loading value. On click we need to handle this generate. For now let's simulate some long service calling. Okay, so I'm just going to write here the simple function, make this as asynchronous, and let's set this loading to true, and we are going to just add in some timeout promise. Let's say this one, set timeout for a second. Okay, fine. Okay, and after this we are going to set this expanded to true, and this I'm going to call this on expand callback function, and this set loading back to false. Okay, and we are going to call this in here, this handle generate, and inside this the icon, the text that we wanted to show based upon this loading, we will show in this loading indicator, else the sparkles icon. Okay, so here if it's a loading, let's show this loader icon, some this animate spin, along with that the height and width, let's set it to 3. Let's have some margin in the right, and the text of this I'm just going to say this as generating. Okay, and if not, we'll show this sparkles icon, and same some styling height and width, let's set this to 3, and some margin right, and below this I'm going to add in this text as generate code. So that's this button, and after this, based upon this expanded, we are supposed to show this code, and also the accept and regenerate buttons and all those things. So I'm going to add in here. If not, we will just not show anything. Okay, if expanded is false. Inside this, let's wrap everything inside this div, and here in this pre, I'm just going to show this code. We'll style this div and all later. Okay, after this, in this div we'll add in these two buttons, one to accept and one to regenerate. Okay, so this size, let's set this small, and this icon, check icon with 3, height let's say 3, some margin right, and the text I'm going to add in this accept, and below one more button variant, let's set this to be outline, and this size, let's just restrict it to small, and the class name styling, I'll come back to that. To regenerate, so to regenerate indication, I'm going to use this rotate icon clockwise. Okay, and this height 3, width 3, and some margin right, and after this I'll add in some text kind of regenerate. Okay, so this is the generate component. Styling wise we will do that, but this is the component, and we'll try to include this inside our editor component. Okay, so what I will do is let's try to add in this here. Instead of just the hello, I'm trying to show that if this is true, instead of this now we will we will try to include this generate input component and cancel. I'm going to send this empty callback function for now, and submit this again. This is going to be an empty callback function call now, and width, let me set I need to we need a width for this. What we will do, we will update the properties in the generate object itself. What I wanted to do is, let's go to the top where we have this widget object, and we'll add in the additional properties for this. Inside this I'm going to add in this width, which is going to be a number. Okay, let's do one thing. First let me define the types for this, what I additionally will be adding in here. And the width, let me just set this to 0. Okay, so this show boolean. Okay, and id as a string, width is of number, and additionally I'll have this widget and the position preference also as a property in this. You'll know why we want this. This is going to be this monaco dot editor dot iContent widget, or the undefined. So I'm just going to strictly define this types for this, and the position preference monaco dot editor dot this content widget position preference. This is going to be an array. Okay, and initially the default values for them, we are going to set widget to undefined, and the preference to the empty array. Okay, so now let's go to the our component here, and I'm going to set in here this generate dot width subtracted by 90. Okay, and on expand I'll need to add in the logic. Okay, so which, and let me just close this for now. Okay, so still we have a lot of things to handle in here itself, the styling of this, and also on expand what are we supposed to do, like all those logic. So if you just see now, I just want to show how this component is going to look. So I'm opening this thing. Okay, and let's try to, yeah, so this is the input component, generate code with a prompt and all, and the button to this. We need to style this, so don't worry about that. What first thing, this div, let's remove this background color, make this z index applied, and also some padding in all direction. Okay, yeah, so this is the input. Okay, and I need to style this a lot. Let's first try to style this generate component, the input part and the main div. the main div, let's try to give width as full, and some padding in the right direction for okay, and also space in the y direction. I'm going to give some 2. Okay, and here let's make this as a flex, and let's center this as items. Font, let's apply this sans, and space in the x direction 2. Okay, so now there's some space, and coming down to this input, we need to style a bit. So let me just close this, add in this height of 8, and a width, let's make this full, and let's have this rounded medium corners. Okay, and yeah, border, I'll apply this muted foreground, and background, let's apply this transparent. Padding in the x direction 3 and in y direction 1, and also text, let's set this to small. Okay, yeah, so we can see the changes in the right side, and let's add some shadow effect, and transition, I'm going to add in this all effect, and if it's a file, border 0. Okay, and this transparent. Okay, and this text is small, and the font type also, let's apply this medium, and the placeholder styling, let's add in this text muted foreground. Okay, and this focus visible, the regular one like we did, outline none, and some ring this focus visible. I'm just going to add in some thickness to the ring, and this ring gain this. Okay, and if it's a disabled, we want this cursor to be not allowed, and again opacity, let's set this to 50. Okay, so that's the styling for this input. Yeah, okay, so now we have this border and focus and all those ring things and all, at least looking better. Okay, and this generate button, we will leave that as it is for now, and the styling for this thing, what I wanted to do, let me set this expanded to true, and you'll see that in action, so that we can style it. So this is how it's looking now. Okay, if I just expand this a bit, so I need to style this expanded part, the code where we are trying to show. First let's have this thing, a medium, and also some border, and the border muted foreground. Width, let's have this full, and height, I'm just restricting it to 28, and overflow, let's have this y scroll thing, some padding of 2. Okay, so we have this, and this needs to be, yeah, this, now it should be a thing. Okay, so here, and for this buttons, let's make this as a flex, and a space in the x direction 2. Okay, fine, and also the styling for this, let's make this background as the transparent, and this border this muted foreground. Okay, yeah, so this is the input component. If I just open this, I'm not able to scroll this. we will just take care that thing. Okay. Okay, so I need to, we will be able to scroll because we need to handle the on expand logic here. For on expanding, let's go back to this index.tsx. So I'm just going to minimize this. In this on expand, what we are going to do is this editor reference. Let's try to get this and change view zone. Let's try to access this accessor change accessor dot remove zone on this generate dot id. Okay, and if there is no active reference found in the DOM, so I'm just going to return this, else this we had this id generations and all. I'm just going to take this. Okay, and that's what I'm supposed to do here. Adding zone after this line number and 19 lines, let's say now to 12, and this one is what we will be doing on this on expand. Okay, and also let's try to have a resize observer handler so that we can update the width value and all those things. Let me add in above somewhere. Let's try to create an observer for that, just the event handler. So I'm naming this as a resize observer to update our width property. New resize observer, this the entries. Let's iterate through these entries of entries, and let's try to get this width entry dot content rectangle. Okay, and I'm just going to update this to our generate object. Here whatever we have, I'm just going to have the previous values as it is, and we will just update this width value. Okay, so that's the resize observer, and this one we will try to handle in this use effect. So maybe I can just create one or use the existing one where we had this socket.connect. So in here maybe I'll try to define this at the top. Let me just take this and go to the top just before this use effect thing. In here let's try to depending upon this editor ref okay, not editor ref, or let's add in one more reference for our editor container. Okay, so I'm just going to define here, let me name this as editor container reference, and this one it's going to be of type this div element. Initially I'm going to set this to null, and also for generating widget also I'll have one reference, generate this widget reference, which we added as a property in our generate object. So this also it's going to be of type div element, and initially let me set this to null. Okay, and here in this use effect now, based upon this container reference, I am going to use this resize observer observe callback function. So editor container ref current, okay, then this resize observer dot observe, and we are going to observe this this reference, and in this unmounting we will just disconnect this observer. Okay, that's one change. This one I need to attach the reference. That reference would be this div where we are trying to showcase yeah, this one. I'll attach this reference for this editor container ref. Okay, yeah, that's the reference for, and also this is going to be our the div where we're attaching. Instead of attaching this generate ref, let me change this generate widget reference. Okay, and just before this I'll add in this reference for generate ref, but this will be just an empty div placeholder for me. Okay, fine. Now let's try, is my server down again? Yeah, let's try to get those files and see that. And also we need to tweak few things. So first let's see this in action. Okay, so this one, okay, it's looking weird. It's in here this width. Okay, I'll correct this styling very soon. So for that what I need to do is the content widget we should update based upon, first let's update this on editor will mount function. After okay, in this what I wanted to do is a few things that I needed to add in my mount handle editor mount function. And let me just collapse the functions which I don't want. This use effect we have to make still a lot of corrections to see this UI in a better place. In this handle editor mount, after this setting the decorations, okay, so in here let me add in a listener to on did blur editor text. Okay, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to update this decorations with two options setting to as the empty array. So previous the options, let's set back this to empty array. Okay, and after this inside the we need to set in this preferences properties values also. This would be this manual code dot editor dot this content widget position reference dot below. Okay, and yeah, that's one thing. Post this in this use effect based upon generate dot show. Just below this I'm going to update our widget reference div. Okay, so here if this widget ref is not active in the DOM, we'll just return in here. So doesn't want it to handle this logic, or else first let's try to get this widget element, that is this widget ref dot current. So and this one I'm going to update this widget set generate whatever the previous that we have. We will just return this previous value, and this widget we need to set this new object. So I'm going to define that widget here, like content widget. Okay, and first let's try to get this DOM node. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this our widget element, and the function to get that ID. So this would be return this generate dot widget, and getting this position. This one we will return this position as the object. Line number would be this cursor line, and this column would be 1, and this preference generate dot preference is what will be so this would be the content widget object, and I need to set this value to our widget property in our generate object. After that then based upon this editor ref dot current, then I'm going to add this content widget, which is this content widget. Okay, and post this if this generate ref and also generate widget ref is active, then we'll apply this font and for both of these things. If this generate ref dot current and generate widget ref dot current, let's try to apply this font info or this generate ref dot current. Same thing for our widget ref. Okay, so I mean this is a bit complex, but we'll get it once we spend some time on this. Okay, so this current. Okay, yeah, and this one, yeah, and now we can just avoid this inside the health. After here, after this this if this generate dot widget is not found, just return here, else we are going to remove this content widget and pass in this generate dot widget. Okay, and update this generate property previous, and we are going to set back this widget as the undefined previous, and this widget, let me just add in this undefined. Okay, yeah, why is this remove? Let me just typecast this to any for now. Okay, and here also, instead of just returning this, what we will do is this decorations dot this instance, I'm going to just clear this instance. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's pretty much the change. Now let's try to see this in action, and I'm just going to open this any one of this file. Let's see this content. Okay, let me just open this again. Opening this project, and let's open this any one of its code file, index.html. Okay, where is this content? Okay, okay, there is some issue. Okay. Now you can see the styling is properly adjusted, so it's just next to the cursor line, and generate code with prompt, and in this we are able to generate code, and also the things needs to be still a lot of changes need to be done, but at least now. So the main things was with the attaching the references to the div for our container div. So if I again just control, let's go back, still we have a lot of issues. Let me go to this generate, and set this expand to false, and open this project. I'm opening this. Okay, and let's try expanding this. So I'll just tell you the brief about the core thing to see the widget the way that we were seeing here. So if I just try to access this, okay, looks like the content loading, there is an issue. Maybe we need to restart this server. Okay, let's try creating new one. New project. Okay, and this is going to be generate project in public. So it's creating, so it did create, and let's open this files. Okay, and so now if I just we have this the thing closed, so that needs to be that will be activated after we click on this generate code, and if I this handle, so this will set expanded to true on an expand. So if I just say just test and click on this, just it will simulate and show us this expanded thing, and then we can accept this. Based on this, again we need to have this code pasted into the cursor line, and next to whatever that it fits. Okay, that's the thing. And now to just showcase you what is the main important thing, we need to maintain a references for our main container reference, the editor reference where we are wrapping, and also for our the editor ref. So the important thing in here that we did try to add in is the reference to this container, and to this widget, generate widget, what we are trying to call this as. And also we are adding an observer to width, because we are trying to change the add in the width to this based upon the width observer, and subtracting 90 from that. in this code I can just show you that. Let's go in here. Okay, the important thing is we have to set the DOM node for our content widget. So this is where the widget element we have the reference widget ref the to this generate input component. This is the DOM node, and the ID, this is what will be ID, and the position of this where we are supposed to show line number, cursor line, and this is the preference that we are trying to show this, and attaching that to our content widget, and that we are adding this to our current editor reference div, and that's how we'll be seeing this in action in our UI. And if we don't have so this, if the generate show is not true, then we are just setting removing this generate ID, and also removing this content widget, and all setting this widget to undefined. So that's the code logic that we need to apply. Okay, and post that as I said, this resize observer and all, we just showcased you that to just get this width value. And the important thing is this widget reference and having this empty generate ref holder. Okay, fine, I think at least for now this okay. Still many corrections which we will be making as we keep developing this. So next thing is, let's try to add in a logic to generate the code. Okay, whatever we call it is. For that, what we will do, let's get into this, and the AI section, let's try to create one worker for us. Okay, this one I'll try to create this let's say we'll create this llama worker. Okay, not this one, or else let's try to use this REST API like this. Okay, so this thing I am going to use this as the thing, and also we'll get this API token. We'll use this workers AI. Let me try to add in a server action inside this actions folder for this. So this service, I'll try to use this inside this actions. Let me just create one function for that, and let's name this as generate code. For now we'll keep it this, later we'll move this. Okay, this the code that, and then the line will be the input for this, and let's try to make a call to this endpoint. I'm going to attach this endpoint. Let me, yeah, this one, let me take this endpoint and use this here, and this model name I will take this model name itself. Okay, let me just take this. Instead of this model, you can just check the list of the models present in this docs. Okay, I'll use this llama 3 8 billion params, and this instruct model. Okay, and remaining things I'm going to add in this method and all those metadata. I mean, I can just minimize this, and you need to get this API token just to create this workers API token and use that, which I will show you in a while. Method is the post, you can see here, and the headers we need to attach in this headers. Okay, I'm going to take this headers, and here let me just get this tokens. Okay, and token CI, so I'm just going to give this as this. Okay, and let me just create this. This is the token, so anyhow I'm going to retire this service later. So this is the token. Let me just add in that. Once we add in this, I'm going to add in this content type as well. Content type, let's say this application slash JSON, and after this the body, or let's just stringify, and these messages I'm going to provide in like this. Okay, so in here let's just add in a list of objects, the role system, the content, let's say I'm going to add in some brief one line sentence like you are an expert coding assistant who reads from an existing code file and suggest code to add to the file. Okay, simple, just the system prompt, and after this the role would be the of user, and we will pass in the content. For now I'm just going to keep this as the empty. We'll eventually do this passing this content. Okay, so this is the service, and now what I wanted to do is integrate this inside our I wanted to integrate this inside our editor. Before going there, let's add in this on accept callback function in here, like we had this on expand and all, the accept button and all those things. So here I'm just going to add in this on accept. This is going to send this code, and here this on accept callback function, and we are going to maintain a state variable to capture what the user is trying to ask for. That's the input, and initially let's just set this to empty string, and then the current prompt, setting this current prompt, this one, let me just set this to empty string. Okay, and here also this input ref, let's just try to wrap this inside the timeout. For now I'm not going to set any time, so just, but if you want to wait for some while, you can just tweak this value. And here in our handle generate, let's update this prompt, whatever the input that will be storing in the variable. Okay, and this one we need to attach to this input value. Let me attach in here this input variable, and then on change I'm going to set this input, this e dot target dot value. Okay, that's how we'll be updating the value into the input variable. And this button for generating, this will be disabled loading, or the input is empty, so we doesn't want to make a call with the empty input string. Okay, that's this, just a small change. And in on accept I need to use this callback function which we just added, on click. Let me, for now I'm just going to pass on this code to this function. Okay, we will add this later. And also going back to this index dot this one. Of course we added one more param, we need to add that. And also in our generate object, let's try to capture the line number as well. Here let's try defining this line which would be of type number, and initially let's just set this to 0, and in this, and in the content widget we will try to in this use effect where we had this generate dot show, here I'm going to set this line to the cursor line value, so that we'll be having this thing. And we need to go to this component and add in this onAccept callback function. Below this, let me just add in this, here this will be receiving the code, and let's just update this generate object whatever we have. First thing is, let's just set this show to toggle mode, okay. And we need to do something with this code. For now I'm just going to console this, later we'll handle that logic. So this is the code that will be receiving, okay. And yeah, now let's try to see of making use of this service which we just created. That one, what I will do, should we handle in this actions or else shall we move it to server, is that my question, because kind of sockets I wanted to do it. Let's keep that as it is and see if we can try to include in here what I wanted to do. Basically keep listening on generate code event, and then try to call to this service which we have at the right hand side, okay. And then send that response that we get from here to our front end. Shall I do it that way? Okay, let's try. There's nothing wrong, because anyhow we wanted to handle everything in here. Let me add in this just above here. We will just check. I will be listening on to this generate code event, and in here let's make this asynchronous, and here we will try to write a logic in it. First, what we will be expecting on this event listener is this file name string, and then the code along with that this line which would be number. So let me just, these are the params that we will be getting it from our client side, and then these instructions, and the callback function to send back to the client side. And we can just, for our testing purpose, you can just write in here something like generate code. I did write in server actions, but let's keep that there itself, and let's try doing it via this server handling. We will see how we can try to handle this. And this one, let me just take that we have in this actions. Let me just copy this whole part and we'll tweak this. Here I'm just going to copy this. This is the endpoint and method and headers, and this would be the prompt. If you want, you can just extend this. Maybe I will add in additional few, one more line, okay. So this what I'll try to do is, I can minimize this because okay, fine. I'll try to add in something like, you may be given additional instructions, something like this, instructions on what to generate, which you should follow, just enforcing this, okay. And also I'm just going to say you should generate a code that is correct and efficient, something which can give me better results and follows the standards, best practices. You should also generate code that is clear and easy to read. Fine, so for now I'll just set that. And after this, the content of this user, what we will do, we will try to set it this way. So the file is called this file name, and here are my instructions on what to generate. Okay, and here I'll just pass on those instructions from which will be receiving from client side, and we will ask for suggest me a code to insert at line this line number in my file. Okay, and we can just add in this my code file content, and then we will pass in the actual code of this file. After this return only the code, okay, and nothing else. And I'm just going to add in one last sentence: do not include this backticks. Okay, so this would be the content that will be passing on to this model. And now after this I'm going to get this result from this endpoint, this response.json, and pass on this JSON to this callback function. Okay, so this is the server, and now let's try to consume this, and also let's try to build this first. We build this, and let's go to our front end where we can try to use this service this emitting. Okay, it did build. Then I'll start this eventually. Going to this generate component, here in this handle generate, we will now remove the simulation and try to, and we need a socket instance to this, so I will try to add this as the param prompts for this. So let's try to add in here socket, which will be the of type socket client, and also the data, the file name, code and line, okay, and the language of the editor that will be sending to this. So let me add those things too. File name string, this code again would be a type string, this line would be of a number, and finally this editor, I'm going to send in this language also to this component, and I'm going to get those socket data and this editor, and we need to pass on this props for this. Fine, after this let's try to, and also here for this I will pass in the default param which is should we regenerate it or not. Okay, so this one maybe I can just provide in here this definition for this regenerate boolean, and I'm going to get this. After we receive that and loading, let's make this as an object, with the value that will be storing for generating and regenerating. Okay, so I'll just change this loading generate to false, and this regenerate to false. Okay, and first thing in here loading, what I'll do is I will first try to set this generate to whatever value the vice versa value of regenerate, and pass in this generate as it is. After this we will try to emit this the generate code event to our server. So this socket dot emit and generate code, and pass in this data dot file name, this data dot code, this data dot line, and this regenerate. Based upon this, if it's true, I'll send in this current prompt, or else this the input. Okay, fine. And here this callback function, what I'll be expecting is this result which will be of this type object with response as the string, and the success, which is a boolean. If there are any errors, this comes in the form of this any array. So I'm just going to give this and this messages. Okay, so that's what we will be getting. And here if this result is not success, then I'm just going to return from here. If not, what we will do is let's try to set the code. Okay, so that is set code this result dot response dot result dot response. So that's how we'll be setting the value into this code variable. Okay, and yeah, that will be the pretty much thing. So I'll just remove this, and let's try to write this in separate user effect hook. So here in this user effect hook, if this code then I'm just going to set this expanded to true, and we will trigger this on expand callback function, and we'll update this loading now. So generate, let's set this to false, and this regenerate also I'm just going to set this to false, and this needs to be changed triggered based upon the value in the code. So that's this. And now in this button, this would be disabled if this loading dot generate is true, or this loading dot regenerate, or this input is empty string. Even here I need to change this generate, and here let's try to for now just pass in the empty object, because we have already default value passed on to this. Okay, yes. And for this code I'll try to instead of just wrapping that inside the pre, I will try to use our editor component. So in here, whatever we have as editor, let me just copy this. Okay, so in here, let me remove this wrapping in this pre tag, and let me just import this editor from. So I'm just going to import this editor from this Monaco editor. Okay, this one, let me just copy this and go here and use this import statement. And we need to import other things. For now, let's do what I wanted to do is let's remove other things that we are referring in this editor. So id 100%, and default language, whatever we are getting from as props to this, that will be setting. And the thief and all those things, I'll just leave that as it is. And mounting and all those things, let's just remove this for now. And even this on change. Okay, and this language, anyhow we are setting this default language, and I'll just be removing this. Options minimap enabled false, and this value will be setting in the value of the code that we get from our service. Okay, and the stylings again left to us, we can just set whatever the value we want. I'll just set in few more properties for this, like DOM read only to true, and also this read only set to true. Line numbers, I'm just going to turn off them. And this margin, let's also set this to false. Folding also, I'm just going to set this false. And this line decorations of width, let's set this also to 0. Line number minimum characters, I'm setting this to 0. And let's this, I'll just be removing this. For now we'll set these things, and later we'll add in more things as needed. Okay, so I can remove this now, this pre tag. Okay, and also in this button now this should also be disabled based on the value that we have stored in our loading.generate. This loading.generate or this loading.regenerate. Okay, fine. And also for regenerating in this button on click, what I'm going to do is for this handle generate, I'm going to pass on this regenerate to true. Okay, and this disabled will remain same, so maybe we'll just copy this and apply the same to this button. Fine, that's the thing. And also this we need to change the icons based upon we are making a call. So let's try to add in this loading dot regenerate. If that is true, so then we will have this loader icon. If not, we'll add in this regular icon that we wanted to show. Okay, so I'll just cut this one here and use here, and this one, this loader icon, which we will import it from this lucid react. And styling, just add in this spin effect. Height and width, let's set it to 3, and margin right of 2. And the text, I'm going to show this as generative. Okay, so this is the change. And in this component that we want in the generate component, and now the place where we are consuming this generate component, we need to add in this props that we just provided to that. So coming down to this generate input, let's pass in this socket. I'm going to pass in this socket, and also now this data, which is going to be an object with file name. So here let's use this tabs and find based upon the active ID and pass on that value. So here this t.id matching to this active ID, if and then we will be passing on this name, else the empty string. Then the code whatever we have in this our editor ref.current.value. So we will just try to get this value and pass in, if not empty string for this. The line we have in our generate option, generate.line. So this is what we'll be passing. Okay, fine. And also this editor object, just the language property. Here I'll pass in this editor language. Yeah, so that's the line, that's the thing. And in the on accept callback function, now first let's try to get this line, generate dot line. Okay, once we get that line, and here what we will do is, let's try to get this file content, editor ref dot this current dot get value. Okay, and this lines, we'll just split this by slash n, which is we are going to get the lines, and or the empty array, and I'm going to splice this based upon the line number that we have at the top, line -1 to 0, this code. Okay, and this updated file would be, now we are just going to join this lines again back by slash n, and we will set this into our the editor set value, and I'm going to pass in this updated file. Okay, so that's what we will be passing on. And what's this issue? This should be splice, not slice. Okay, yeah, so that's the thing. I think we should be good enough. Let's try testing this, and let me run this server. So this server, I've just started this, and let's try to open this or editor, and I'm just going to reopen this. Let's go back to dashboard. Okay, and let's open this project, and let's open this component here. Let's try generating the code. Okay, so let's try asking for add in the input to take username. Okay, and let me try to generate the code. Okay, what's the response? Did we deploy this one? Let me just confirm whether we are able to. There is an issue here. What's this? Regenerate. Okay, okay, this one I did not set this to default value as false. And now let's try again. This is generate code, and we are sending this. If not success, I'm returning else. I'm just trying to get this. Okay, let's see in our server once. Yeah, we are trying to make a call. Let's try once more. Okay, so I'm just opening the same thing, and in here let me try asking again. Add input element to collect username. and let me try generating this. So it's generating the code, and let's, okay, it gave me fine. Okay, so now I can just so this gave me a label and input of this. Let's try accepting this. Okay, on accept we have an issue, but we are getting a code. Okay, so that one, how am I going to handle is, let me just go back to this index.tsx, to the line where we are receiving this issue 269. This one, remove content widget, get id is not a function. Okay, okay, but the thing that we saw of generating code did work, and I'm going to correct this thing, small mistakes where I'm not able to write to this editor. Okay, and generate input element to collect username. So it's generating, and we'll be getting this input like we got before. Okay, we got this. In this on accept, am I missing something? Let me just double check this. All we are doing is on accept, I am trying to pass in this code that is generated. Okay, so going to the here to this generate component, passing on this code to the it's a parent component via callback function, and now going to this in this generate input callback handling, what we are doing is trying to first select this and toggle this not show part, and getting this file things, and trying to split by lines and adding this code at that line number, and join back by lines, and then set this thing. Okay, looks good to me. Let's try this. Okay, there is the same issue which I will just check that. Okay, so the issue is it at this line. So the issue is, instead of setting this as a widget, we are setting this as a width. Okay, so that's the mistake that we did. So now we shouldn't receive any issue. Let's try generating and accepting it and see how this is going to look. Okay, so let's try opening one file again. I'll open the same file. Let me open this again. I'm going to open this generate project, source folder, app.jsx, and here let's try add a button which says hello audit. Okay, so I'm just generating it, and once we get that code we will try to so this is the button, and let me try to accept this. Okay, so at the line number that we wanted it to place, it did paste it. Okay, so actually it all depends upon the way that we are prompting it to give us the code. So if I just remove this and this one, this is the exactly what it looks. Okay, fine. Yeah, still there is an issue with this editor and all. So if I now try to save this, we should see this saved. And if I go back and come back to this, generate project, open this, yeah, we have this thing saved. Okay, so almost the generating code using our AI model, it's done. Now maybe we can improve prompting to get the better response. Okay, and also we can try to add in a we will try to dockerize this WebSockets server. Okay, I'll just add in Docker file, and then you can run via Docker, or else run like this, that the way we are running it. Okay, for the prompt, let me go back to this index.ts and minimize this part. Let me add in few more, just one more or sentence. When kind of like when you generate code, you should only return the code. Okay, and nothing else. Again, I'm enforcing this. Either you can write it or leave it. Maybe I just want to show you this is how you can improve the way it is generating the code by adding in these prompts. For now, I'm just maybe stay back to what it was before. Okay, and the user, we will try to improve the way that user is trying to ask, not trying to fit in everything at once. So here, let me just remove this, and like first, this is the file is called this, and in here I'm trying to add in the multiple messages of the user, and here are my I'll just change this to backticks, my instructions on what to generate. Okay, and we will just remove this again from this one. So I'm just segregating into different user messages and see if it is improving it or not. Okay, just you can try it in multiple ways depending upon the way that we try to ask it. And okay, so suggest me to code to insert that line in my file. Give you can only we can add in additional things like give only the code, and I'm just going to enforce this as the nothing else. Okay, and we can enforce this with do not include backticks in your response. Okay, and I can just remove this now here because we already added at the beginning. So I'm just going to remove this, and we will just pass in this code. Like we can just say the my code file content is as follows, and you can just put it in the new line or whatever. Okay, so this is the thing, and here follows. You can just put it in, we need to put in the same file, that's why I'm receiving this issue. Anyhow, here separated by. Okay, fine. So just this is the updated way of asking it, and then you can just build this again and start it again. Okay, so that's the thing. And also, as I said, we'll try to add in a Docker file, so I'll just add in, but I'm not going to show how to start this because that's a simple Docker file. So we will just take the base node image. Okay, and this work directory, let's set this to be slash code, and let's copy this package files, the dependencies where it's locked, and all we need to do is run this npm install. Post that, you can just copy all the things that you need. Maybe you can add in docker ignore and remove node modules and all, which is again a good way of doing. So you just go ahead and do that. And next we are going to build this, and we are going to expose the 4000 port, and let me just execute this command, which is node dist slash index.js. okay, this is the file. You can just run this. I'm not going to show, but I'm adding this docker file so that you can go ahead and use this. Anyway, we are running it locally already. If you want if you want to use docker file, you can use that. Now we can just start this and try testing this. Okay, if you want, you can just test this again. Let me regenerate the code few pieces. So I'm going to check this one more time. Open this, and just below this button, let's try generating add h1 header with title as a this something. I'm just adding this. Okay, so let's try generating, and let's see what it's giving, and then we can go ahead with our next feature. So we got this, and I'm going to accept this, and this is what we have. And there is some still something we're missing in the editor, which that we can take care of later. Okay, so if I refresh, we should still see this because we are persisting this. The next thing that I wanted to shift my focus on is collaboration on this editor. Now we did share the file to other account. So as of now we have two accounts in our database, so with kv and vk as two accounts. Now I wanted to share, we did share a file to this code to that user, and we will try to add in a collaboration feature so that two guys at the same time on the same file can try to complete the code file whatever they wanted to, and see how we can achieve that. So we are going to use live blocks for that. So I can just show you that. So just let's see this content again, this hey exists. Okay, so we will use this live blocks for our collaboration, adding features into our application. So this one, so I'm just going to show you this. You can just explore this. This is really good if you wanted to include a collaboration features into your application or whatever. So I'm just going to create an account, and let's first try to integrate this into our existing application, and eventually I will show that in action in our editor, how multiple users at the same time can edit that. So let's try to sign up this. Okay, and I'm going to try signing up with the I'm going to use this account. Okay, fine. I'm just let's say okay, fine. you can just choose whatever you want, and you can edit and all those things. So this is the thing. So now if we wanted to get started, all we can do is just refer to documentation for getting started. And since these are all the references, so we are going to install modules, the node module, yjs module, and also the react components module, and all those things for live cursors and all of those things. So to get started, let's check this. And also there is a tutorial how to integrate into our application, especially Next.js. So here, this one, just refer to these docs for more info. To integrate live blocks into our application, we need to install few modules. So here, how do we connect to live blocks, and these are very detailed instructions are provided. You can just go ahead to its documentation, spend some time on it and understand those, and then you will get to know more about that. So I'm going to the front end folder, and let's install few modules which I want as part of this integration. So this live let me just copy this. Okay, so client and react, and also I'm going to install this node thing, and also this yjs module, and a few more. I'll tell you what are those. yjs and ymonaco, and this y protocols. Okay, so if I wanted to quickly show you about what is yjs, and I'll just point you to the resources, you can just read more about that. So this is the thing. So this helps us to it's a shared editing framework, which is it exposes shared types that can be so you can just refer to this. Okay, so helps us to see the changes in multiple editors reflected. Okay, that's for this. I'm not going to talk much about this. You can refer to that docs. And going to this live blocks. Okay, so once we install this, then this is how we are going to initialize into this application. So I'm just going to create this live blocks app. Okay, and this is going to create as this liveblocks.config.ts. Okay, so let's just minimize this, open this front end, and we should have so this is the live blocks config file, and now in it we can add in these types and all. So I'm just going to copy whatever we have in here, and if we wanted to protect and authentication, this is how we need to do it. Let me just copy all of this and try to import in here. Okay, yeah, this one I'll just keep that as it is. Okay, now here to protect this one, we need to create one endpoint, and once we create that, so this is how they recommend creating it, and or to create a session. So if you just search for the prepare session, so this is how we are supposed to prepare this session. in like this. So we need to create one endpoint with this secret key and try to handle in this way. For us to create, if I just open this projects section, okay, I've just opened this already here. I'm just going to show you that. Okay, yeah, so I have created in here in this new project. So you can just go ahead and create a new project in your account here in this just create one account, and this is the public key, and I'm going to generate a secret key which will use it for our authentication. So I've just generated this, and I've copied this. Okay, and let's create one in this. Let me create a auth route for this. Okay, I'm going to create in here this new folder API, and inside this again let's create this as the library auth, and create this router route.ts. Okay, and in here first let's create this live blocks client, this new live blocks, which I am going to install this from node. Live blocks from this node, and providing here the secret for this. This is the value that we will be providing. So you just maintain this in environment variable. Okay, so this is not live blocks provider live blocks. Okay, fine. So I recommend please do maintain this in environment variables, but I'm just anyhow I'll be retiring these services that I'm creating for this video later, so I'm just showing those things. Once we have this, we need to export this post route, and here this request would be of type this next request. And first let's try to get this clerk user. I'm going to call this current user from this server, and check if there is no clerk user, then we are going to just return saying that it's unauthenticated. Okay, so that is unauthorized, and status code let's send back this 401. That is the thing. Let's try to get this user details by using our storage service. So I'm going to use this endpoint. So let's just copy this whole thing, go to this, and here instead of this, now I'll use this clock user.id. so this is going to give us the user details. So I can just collect this, await response.json, and let's be strict on our typecasting. So from our types, okay, and now we will try to create a session for our current user. So this is how we are going to create this session. This live blocks dot prepare session, pass in this user id and the user info. It's this is, if we specify here like this is info is made available in live blocks presence hooks, for example users, others, and all those things. So I'm going to add in this user.id and this name, which will be this user.name, and then the email user.email. Okay, fine. So we are creating a session for this current user, and then we will try to give the user access to the room. Okay, this is how we can do. So user.virtualbox for each. Let's try to get this virtual box, and inside this all we need to do is allow this virtualbox.id and provide here session.full access. Okay, same thing to users to virtualbox. So I'm going to add in this and iterate through this user to virtualbox, and I'll try to update this definition. What I will do, let's try to give this another users to virtualbox as a definition, so that we will not see the issues in our while we are trying to access. So let me add in here this users to virtual boxes, and this is going to be this users to virtual boxes array. Okay, and now I can just go back here, and now this shouldn't throw us any issues. And let's try to allow this as well, virtual box. Okay, so let me wrap this, and here let's try to allow again this each virtualbox id. So users to virtualbox id session dot full access. Okay, fine, and then we'll authorize the user and return the result. So this is how we can do this. Await session dot authorize and return here this body status, and I'm going to return this response of this body along with that status. Okay, and this we can consume that inside this, which we just so if I just use this create client thing, let me create client. Yeah, this is how we are supposed to provide. So what I'm going to do in this, in here this config, let's try to attach in here uncomment this part, and here API slash libath is our router. Okay, that's what we are supposed to provide here, and remaining we can just leave that as it is. And also I'm just going to export here room provider and hooks, whatever that we can use inside our room provider. You can just export this. For now we'll just leave this, and we will export whichever is needed for us as needed. Okay, fine. This config is ready, and we have this router for authentication. Next, what I'm going to do is, let's try to create a room component inside this editor. I'm going to create in here this new file called room.tsx and make this as the client side component. Let's export this room component, and we'll be passing in this children or react node children as the props for this react node, and in here I'm just going to wrap the children inside this room provider. This is what I'll be using, and the ID for now, let's try to hard code this to room ID. Then later I'll pass in this dynamic value, and initial presence we will not attach any cursor, null. Okay, and this one, inside this, let's use this client side suspense and fallback. We will just add in a simple div with a loader, loading text, something like this, loading. Okay, and now inside this, all we are going to do is render the children. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Yeah, so this is the room component, and this we can try to use inside our page. So because this code ID page, that's what we wanted to use all these hooks of this room provider. I can do it this way for maybe inside this div, like this. We will try to wrap everything inside this room component, and maybe I'll just comment this for now. We will come back to this, but this is where we are supposed to add in, and in our editor, main editor page, editor index dot tsx file, I will try to create a binding to our Monaco editor. Okay, maybe I'll do that. Let's try to use use effect and try to do that inside this. Inside this, let's first check for editor reference. If we don't have that, I'm going to return. Else, let's have this ydoc object where I'm going to import this y from this yjs dependency which we just installed. So that is, let me just import this yjs, and whatever I need, I'm going to import those. This Monaco binding, from this y Monaco. Okay, and for now, yeah, those things are needed. So coming back, coming to this here, we will just call this doc function on it, and let's have this text ydoc dot get text Monaco. Okay, and now this y provider, which is of type any, and this one I'm going to use this new live blocks provider from our YJS module. Let me import those live blocks provider from YJS. Okay, and also I need awareness from Y protocols module. Fine, so going to this function, and this one, this new live blocks provider, and I'm going to pass in this room. So for room, let's use this use room hook which we just exported from this config, and I'm going to pass in this room along with this white doc. Why is this blocks provider? Okay, after this, now the actual binding. New this Monaco binding, pass in this white text, this editor ref dot get model as this Monaco dot editor dot text model, and this new set, pass in this editor ref, and finally this y provider dot awareness as this awareness. Okay, fine. And finally in this cleanup we are just going to destroy this y-doc things and also this y provider, even this binding, and this is going to depend upon this editor ref along with that this row. Okay, yeah. Why is this? Okay, looks like live blocks provider from our YJS. Okay, I think the import issues. Let me try to run this. There is an import issue with this providers. I just wanted to check that. Let's check this in here. Okay, now it's a YJS provider. Okay, live blocks YJS provider, and I'm going to use that same. Okay, this is not the default export, so let's change this. Fine, so now we have no issues, so we just added that, and I need to we will now going on the thing is we need to integrate this into our editor. How would we do that is the thing. First thing, in our page, let's uncomment this. Okay, so I'm just uncommenting this, and the ID for this I'm going to pass on this VirtualBox ID. Okay, and once I receive that ID going to this editor, let me just go to this editor. I'm going to define one state variable to keep track of this provider, for live blocks provider. That one, what I'm going to do is, let me try to export from this live blocks config. So I'm going to set that here. Let's say I'm just going to export this typed live blocks provider, and here we are going to use this y live blocks provider. So I need to import that from our YJS module. So live blocks provider from live blocks YJS. Okay, and this one now I can use this y live box provider, and in here we will just pass on this presence, storage, user, meta, and this room event. Okay, and this should be type. Yeah, okay, there is an issue. Okay, so the version that we installed was this 2.0.2. Looks like I'm facing some issues with that, so I'm just going to downgrade it to the version which is mostly used. So let's just change this versions to 1.12.0, and I'm just going to install those things. Once we install, then I'm going to need to change some imports. The changes is okay, we installed that, and now if I just go in here at the top, this one would be this livebox provider from this, and also we have some issues here, so I'm just going to change this. Yeah, so that's the small change. And now going forward, this types in our live blocks config. Yeah, we are not seeing any issues now. Okay, those are the things. Going back to this, yeah, I need to change this room component. So let's first go to that, because I added in the ID for that. Let's try to create in here this new folder called live, and I'm just going to move this to live folder. Okay, and we will automatically change the imports also, and in here along with this children we'll add in this ID for this, and now we will rather than hard coding the ID, we will pass in this dynamic ID now. So this one I can just change back to ID. Okay, and we will try to prepare the avatars and also the cursors components, so that we can see that in our UI. Let's first create the cursors component. So I'm just going to create in here this cursors.tsx, and in this we will try to define a simple cursor component. Okay, so export function cursors, and here the props for this will be the y provider. So this would be this typed blocks provider from our config, and I'm just going to destructure those them. Okay, and here let's first try to get this user info from our live blocks authentication endpoint. So this is how we can try to get this user info, and use this use self from our live blocks config. So I need to define that. We can define in the live config. So I'm going to do that. Let's go to this, and in here let's try to export this use self hook. Okay, and let's go back to this cursors, and I'm going to import this use self, and then provide in the info for this hook, which is nothing but I'm going to get this me.info. Once we get that, and I'm going to have this awareness lists, awareness users, and I'm going to add in this set awareness users and use the state, and this is going to be the list of this awareness list. And this one also let's try to define inside our live blocks config. So maybe here I'm just going to define this first, this user awareness. For this, let me just this one user method of info, and so let me just attach in these things, id string, and this info, which should be our name, and this email. Okay, so this will be the values, and now this error is gone. And let me just export this type awareness list, which should be nothing but the list of this number comma this user awareness array. Okay, so going back here, let me just import from there. Okay, and this would be initially empty. Fine. And now here in the first user effect hook, let's try to add the user info to our YJS awareness. This is how we can do. So local user awareness of this user, and I'm just going to assign this user info, and use this my provider dot awareness dot set local state field, where we are going to pass on this for this user, this local user. Fine. So after this on changes, we are going to update the awareness of the user. So this is how we can do the set users, set awareness users, and here I'm just going to create an array from this y provider dot awareness dot this get states as this awareness list. Okay, fine. So what is this issue? Okay, this can be null. That's the thing. We'll fix this type issue. Okay, after this y provider dot awareness on change, I'm going to update pass on this callback set users function, and let's call the set users, and in cleanup I'm just going to stop listening to this change event and pass this set users call function. Okay, and this one needs to, this depends upon this y provider. Okay, now we need to insert this awareness info into cursors with the styles that we want. Okay, so let's first try to style a few classes and we will try to use them. Here I'll try to create one style sheet, and we'll try to wrap this inside this use memo hook, and inside let define one cursor styles variable, and I'm going to iterate through this client ID and client of this awareness users, and here if we have this client dot user, then the cursor styles we need to add in the ID unique identification and the color that we wanted to. What I can do is we will first try to define a few for this Y remote selection. Pass on this client ID and this Y remote selection head client ID, and inside this user color I'm supposed to set this one. The value that will be setting is this red color is what I'll be setting in. Okay, fine. And also this Y remote selection add for this client ID after thing. Let's set the content to be name of this client dot user dot name. Okay, fine. So this is the cursor styles, and after this let's return our HTML with this cursor styles attached. Okay, this cursor styles this should be object. Okay, fine. And finally this is going to depend upon this awareness users. Okay, at the end what we are going to do is we are just going to return this style with this dangerously set inner HTML and passing in this style sheet. Okay, so this is the cursor component, and this user awareness of user, there is a typing issues. Let me go in here. I don't think what's this still issue. JSON object or null. Okay, this user info to avoid type issues, maybe just will make sure that this is not null. Okay, and yeah, fine. So this is the cursors component, and I'll have the authors component also. What is this error? Okay, so let me add in this one. Needs to be a string. Okay, fine. So now let's add in this avatars component. Inside this this is going to be a simple component, so let's have this avatars component, and we will try to get this users by using this use others from our live blocks config. So I'm just going to import this use others also. Okay, and let's go back here. So use others, and then the current user, which should be this use self hook, and we will just return this div, make this as a flex, and I'm just going to iterate through this users list, get this connection ID along with that the info, and we will just return this avatar component that we have already created. So pass in here this let me change this to connection ID. So I'm going to provide this connection ID and this name, which should be this info.name. So that's this. Okay, and for current user, if there is current user, then for this let's have this relative and some margin in the left side. Okay, and also for first let me add in margin left 0, and now we will wrap that current user name. Okay, so this is this avatars component. So now we have these two components that we wanted to use, and this needs to be somehow added into our editors page. So maybe I'll switch to this. So in this editors page, what I'm going to do is the avatars component I'll try to fit inside this here. Let's say, okay, after this let me try adding this avatars component, and also this I'm going to make this div as this relative, and coming down to this editor part, let's try to wrap this inside a fragment, and I'm just moving this into this fragment, and just before this, if we have this provider, so I'm going to create in one local state provider variable here. Let me just go to the top. Okay, so let me just create in here this provider, set provider. This is going to be of type this typed live blocks providers, and I'm going to set this to empty initially. Okay, now going back to this, so to provider, where do we update that is once I so let me search for this y provider. Yeah, so here after this I'm just going to set this y provider into this, and now that we can try to make use of it here. So if this provider is not null, okay, so we have some value, then I'm going to add in this cursors component which we added and pass in this provider, else we will try to show this null thing. Okay, so yeah, and mostly that should be it. So let's try. I'm going to start this. Okay, and let's see this in action. At least we should say something this live blocks integration of the cursors and those. What happened? Okay, this happens most of the time. Okay, now if I enter this UI projects to into our code editor, okay, cannot find editor room. I got that, so this needs to be changed. This one now is present in our live component. Okay, so it's loading, and I need to add in the stylings in order to see this. First, let's try to add in this into our, I think server is also down. Yeah, let me add in this. So okay, npm run start. Okay, so just we'll make a few more changes. Let me just go back. In just a while we will see this live collaboration working. What I'm going to do is, first we need to add in a stylings for our classes where we try to prepare a cursor styles. That one into this, let me open this y remote selection class. Let's add in this opacity of 0.5, and this background color I'm going to use this, let's say I wanted to use this user color, so let's try to define variable for that. Maybe okay, for now I'm just going to add in this, and we'll add this user color that we have passed on. Okay, and this margin right of negative pixel. Okay, this is for that. And now for a cursor caret, that is the selection head, this y remote selection head, and this one position, let's make this as the absolute, and box sizing will have this border box height, let's apply this 100%, and the border at the left I'm going to add in 2 pixel solid, and the color of it, let's set this to user color. And now the name of this color, so this is for that selection. This after position, it's going to be absolute. So, and let me just scroll this up, and let's have some top minus 1.4 rems, left position let's say minus 2 pixels, and padding I'm going to add in this 2 pixel and 6 pixel. Background, let's set this to our user color. Okay, and this color, let's set this to white color, and this border 0 border radius, I'm just going to apply some more properties, 6 pixel, border bottom left, bottom left, less this radius I'm going to add in again 0. Okay, and line height, let's set this to a normal. White space, I'll apply this no wrap. And font size, let's set it to 14 pixel. We can change this, all of these things, but I'm just setting these values. Okay, font type normal, and the font weight, let's set this to 600. Pointer events none, and the user select also this none, and z index, let's say we are going to give this 1000. Okay, these are the stylings for this. And after this, in the uh, in this navbars also, I'm going to add in this cursors avatars component. So inside this, in index.tx, okay, and the where we have this buttons in the editor number index. Okay, so the place where we have the share, just below this, let me add in this avatars component. Okay, and also going to this editors, one more last change that I would like to do is inside this user effect where we try to add in this YJS providers and all those things. Let's try to do this the opposite way, rather than only if this is true, then only will apply this. So that I'm just going to reverse this a bit. Y provider, let's define this any. Okay, and then this y doc, this to be y dot doc. Okay, and this binding, this is going to be this Monaco binding. And now inside this, if this editor is not correct, then I'm going to just put this everything, the logic we have inside this. Okay, and we can just remove this const for this, because we have defined already above those variables. And I'm just going to remove this, and for binding as well. Okay, so I'm just attaching this ys to Monaco, and here we can just try to destroy this if these are not null. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this now, because anyhow we are doing this check here. And this one, this dependency is current. Okay, fine. And we can just try to remove this avatars here, because I added in this navbar. So I'm just going to remove this thing. And also let's try checking now, opening this. This server is down. Why is this? What's the issue here? Okay, and this server is crashing because, let's go here to our server in this source index.ts, and here what I'm going to do is, let's try to get this shared virtual boxes, db user json, users to virtual boxes dot. Let's find this UTV by matching onto this virtual box ID. Virtual box ID, and what I'm going to do is, if this is not also this shared virtual boxes, and here let me just add in this, and let me just build this, and we'll try to and start this and see if this is still crashing. Okay, and let me just try opening this. Ooh, this is crashing. Let me open the other project. Okay, there is some issue in our server. I need to check that, and this is our avatar component. I'll just check this issue with the server. Looks like there is some issue with this server, but it's crashing. But I wanted to show you this collaborative editing of feature. So now this test, I just created this new test project and shared it to this other account which we had, and you can see now we have two persons viewing this project, this virtual box, and this red color is the cursor position of the other user, and this is the cursor position of the this user. Okay, so if I just try to show you that, let me minimize this. I'm going to let me just minimize this one, and I will pull out this one more browser. So if you see, let me just pull this out. So this cursor is cursor of this user, and the red color that you're seeing is this users, and now the cursor of mine, if I just place in here at this location, and we should be able to see this here. Okay, so this is the cursor, and if I just change this, okay, so this live collaboration of this the users into multiple into the same virtual box, and the code file is possible. So if I just add in here, you can see the comma. Okay, and also if I try to add in I am editing package.json file. Okay, and if I just add in the same here, let me just pull this out a bit. Okay, fine. So you can see this is happening, the collaboration is working fine. So that's what I wanted to show. And now what we will try to do is see if we can improve this anyhow. We have this basic at least basic collaboration working, so don't worry about the sliding of the cursors and all, which we will see later. And the thing that there is some issue is let's try to close this. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this everything. Fine. After this, what we will try to do is I'll try to add in this AI enable button, so that only if it's enabled we'll have that activated in our editor and all. Before that, there is a small bug in our file closing thing. I will try to add in that. So since I showed this collaboration, maybe I can take this, close this for now. Okay, so here I'm going to open this. Let me just minimize this thing, and let me just add this. Okay, fine. And here there is small issue in our editor page. This collaboration, this is the avatar component, so styling wise and all, I know there is a lot of things that we can do, and I'm just leaving that as it is for now. Going to this editor component, the this tabs, let me just so this active ID, we will remove this null type, and initially set this to empty string. And also for now I'm going to comment this server is down anyhow. Here this, let me set this to empty string. Okay, this close thing, and this provider one which we just added, for now let me just comment this part. We will uncomment this later. Okay, in this select file function, so let me here first, if this tab.id is equals to this active id, so we are not going to do anything, so I'm just going to return. And also check for if this is existing already, so using this tabs dot find this t dot id matching equals to this tab.id. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this here, so I just move that up. And if that exists, what we will do here in this close tab functionality, for this next tab I am going to remove this. And after this setting these tabs, if we don't have this next id, let's just set this active id to empty string, else we will try to do this. Okay, so I can just remove this now. This active id setting things we are adding, taking care of that there. Okay, and also going down, so just to check if the id is changing or not, we can, based upon this, we can just console that. Okay, active id something changed, so I'm just showcasing this way we can just check for the value of this active id, and this would be triggered based upon the value that it changes. And on now going to this the place where we are referring the active id, instead of this null, maybe I'm just going to check for this and also yeah, like small change. And also in this tab component here in this tab.tsx, on click I'm going to change this definition to this mouse event handler of type this HTML button element, and this one, yeah, just the definition of that. And let's just go back here, continue. Okay, this server is crashing for some reason. Let's go to this dashboard, we'll check that. Okay, fine. At least now even to check this server is crashing, what I'm going to do is, let me just exit from here. I'm just going to close this and close this also, and open this now and start this server. Okay, and I'm just trying to open one of the project. It is still crashing. Opening this, let me refresh. Okay, there are some I think type checks and all for not null and all those things is failing. That's why we are not seeing this. That's okay for now. It's expected to see a lot of bugs, and we will shift our focus to adding the AI enable button for that. So if I just create in here new project, it's working now. So if I just show you this and try to start this server, sometimes it acts weird. Anyhow, the server is untapped. Then yeah, you see now it's up. So I'm just creating this. Now there's some issue with this. Sometimes it's crashing, sometimes it's working. So that needs to be checked out. Now we got this files, and if I just open this, yeah, content, and this one, and if I just cancel this, the content is, because it's crashing, due to which we are not able to get this content and all. But for now, oh, that's fine. Now in this sidebar, I'll try to add in a the button for our AI enabling or not. That one, let's do one thing. In this UI folder, let's try to create the new file called this custom toggle.tsx, and here let me just create in a simple toggle component, and the props that will be sending this, since this is the arrow component, that will be sending to this component is the children, that will be wrapping, which should be the React nodes. Okay, and then any additional styling that we wanted to apply to this component, so I'm just going to make this as optional, and then the value that we want, the boolean, whether this is enabled or not, and then the callback function to update this value, which should be this dispatchable set state action react dot set state action of this boolean. Okay, fine. And now inside this, if we have this value is true, then I am going to show this button, this we need to get those values. So children, class name, value, and this set value. Okay, else I'm going to show this the button that we have as part of this button file. Width, let's set this to full. Okay, and variant, I'm just going to set this to outline. On click, we are going to set this value to true. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to wrap in this children. This one we are going to integrate inside our sidebar. So let me open this index.tsx, and here first I'll try to add in this component, and then we'll see tweaking this. So we are going to handle adding of this component below this divs. Let me add in what I wanted to do is, okay, let's see, first let's try to add in here and see if we can change this toggle component I wanted to import. Here is this custom toggle, export default, this toggle, going to this. Now let me import this value. I'm just going to for now let's provide this thing, and here let's set this null. Okay, and styling, I'm just going to set this width. Let me just reload this and try to add inside this false, and inside this let me add in this sparkles icon, and some styling for this, height of 3 and width of 3 and some margin 2, and this one let's say AI copilot as the thing. Okay, this is the sidebar thing, and let's try to start this server. Still issue anyhow. Okay, that's this thing, but if it is true, we need to handle that part. What I will do is, let's go to this toggle, this button. Okay, inside this let me add in one div, and shall just show this children. Okay, why is this? Okay, anyhow this should be always at the bottom, which will take care. So I'll just change that value to true and see how this is going to be. Yeah, and this needs to be styled. Going to this custom, this one, this div, I'm going to first make this as the rounded let's say 6 pixel, and width, let me set this to a full. Gradient of this button styling, and I'm just going to minimize this. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this gradient of this button, and the display as a flex, and items, let's just center it. Justify also, let's center, and white space, no wrap. Padding in the x direction 4 and in y direction 2, and let's apply this height of full. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. And for this button on click, I am going to set this value to false. Okay, so if I just click on this, okay, we are not doing anything in that, right? So that's why we're not seeing any change. And the styling for this button, let's use this cn and pass in whatever the stylings that we get, and the stylings that we have applied for a button, I'm just going to apply that. So you can just refer to the place where we used this button stylings. I'm just going to apply the same styling here too. Okay, so just this gradient, button padding, pixel, and all those things. And inside this, let's go to this sidebar. We need to handle this value and set value callback function. For that, I'm going to add in some props to this component, which one this AI indicates that this is enabled or not, and also the callback function to update that, which would be of type this dispatch react dot set state action, and this would be of type boolean. Okay, and let's just destructure them, set AI, and these values we can just pass on here rather than passing on this default values. And this one also, let me just pass in this set AI. Okay, and now the place where we were using the sidebar needs to be tweaked, that is in our editor. In here, in this sidebar, I need to have a local variable for AI, so let me just define them here. Let's define this AI, set AI, and initially let's set this value to false. Okay, and now going down, in here I just wanted to here, if this there's not AI enabled, okay, then let's try to get this previous value, and I'm just going to change the show to false, okay, rather than showing false. Okay, and we will just return from here. That's the thing. And also this in here, if there's no AI enabled, so I can just return this. Okay, and also in the way that we are trying to show this generate input component, that depends upon this AI value as well. So I'm going to check for this too, and now he will have to pass on these values to this component, this AI, and then set AI to update this value. Okay, yeah, now let me click on this, so you can see we are able to toggle this value, enabling and not enabling. So let me just try once more to start this server. there is an issue with this. Is there anything mistakes that we have in this server? I don't think so. But why is it this causing us the issue? Okay, I need to check this because this is the serious issue. But we did try to add on this ideally. So I just wanted to show you this. Okay, anyhow, that's fine. This is simple AI enabling button. So what I was trying to show was if this is enabled, we'll not see that widget in our editor, and if it's enabled only, then we'll be able to see that. Okay, and now we will try to see if the file sync between local state and live blocks YJS is happening or not. So we'll try to sync that, and also post that we will do some improvements, and also see if we can limit the calls to our the AI service that we have, so that uh, we doesn't bombard our server and all those things. So those things we'll try to handle it now. So to have a file sync between our local state and live blocks YJS, we need to edit the editor component. So let me go to this index.tsx, and I'm going to minimize this, and we'll come back to this later. So instead of having this as the useref thing, let's try to store inside our use state variables. For now, I'm just going to comment that. Okay, let me just comment this, and here I'm going to define a state variable for that reference. Let me have this callback function set editor ref, and this is going to be of type this monaco.editor.i standalone code editor, which we have here. So I'm just going to take that, and let's have this empty state initially. Okay, and now the place wherever we were referring to this in the handle editor mount function, now instead of this we need to update our editor ref variable using this callback function set editor ref, and pass in this editor object. Okay, and also in our code editor I need to, yeah, so here instead of this, now we need to just use this editor ref change view zones, because this is not a reference anymore. And after this scrolling down, wherever we have this current needs to be replaced. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this, even this one. Let's just replace this one too. Okay, fine, that's the change. And also here wherever we have the reference for that, I'm just going to change that, post this here. Let me expand here, and this one too. Okay, where we are trying to emit the save file event, that's the change. And also here, so I'm just updating this to have a reference to our state variable. Okay, let me just change here as well, and finally here. Okay, and also let me try to do the change here, basically in the use effect. Okay, so let me just minimize this. uh, Let me just minimize this too. Here whichever I have commented, now I'm going to uncomment this, and let's try to change its definition a bit. That is, so here first let me find this tab using this tabs list. So I'll open the code file, so that's not a problem. Just once we make this change, let me just open that, find this tab using this t.id equals to this active id, and then the model using this editor ref. Okay, and call this get model function on it. And if we don't have this editor ref or the tab or this model, then we are just going to return from this use effect. Okay, else let's and now in here I'm going to change this a bit. Let's change this to back what it was before. That is, I'm just going to change this one to const, and here let's have this uh, okay, so let me just remove this, and here let's have this object which we had before. You just create this object of this y.doc, and here let's have this y text by using this y.doc get text by passing on this id, and then the y provider here, which I'm going to use this new light blocks provider and pass on this row the doc. Okay, and now let's try to write a one function called onSync, where we will try to sync the local state and live blocks yjs state. So here the boolean variable which is going to be is synced or not, and here if is synced is true, then we are going to get this text. So using the above y text object, so let's store this in the text variable y text, and I'm just going to convert this to a string. Okay, and if this text is a empty string, and also check for this active file, I'm going to insert this active file at this 0 position. Else let's wrap this in the timeout, and then I'm going to insert this editor ref get value here. Okay, and let's just not give any time, and here else this yjs content is not synchronized. We will do that later. So here now we will listen on to this sync event, and pass on this on sync callback function for that. And after this, let me set this provider to the y provider, and I'm going to prepare this binding object here. So let me just bring this out, and const binding new Monaco binding y text, and here we will pass in this model, and instead of this now current it will be editor ref, and awareness as awareness. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this now, and in the unmounting part we are just going to destroy this void doc and provider and also binding, and stop listening to this sync event. Okay, so and I'm going to pass in this sync, and here let me just remove this current editor ref, and then I'm going to pass in this active file. Okay, so that's the change. And also in the on change things, the tabs, the way we were updating in the editor part, here I'm going to add in this check here. First is, if this value is equals to this active file, then I'm going to get this previous value in the tabs, and whatever we had here, let me just copy this whole thing, and here this is going to be saved as true. Okay, else this is what I'll be passing on. Okay, fine, yeah, that's the thing. And if I just open any one the code files projects, now the state should be synced. I think I don't have to show, this is a simple one, and fine. So if I just open any one of this file, it's a loading, yeah, fine. And if I just count times text addition, adding, okay, it should be synced across the users now, which I will show you later. And also you can just test it out by having two accounts, which I already showed you for collaboration. Okay, this is how we try to sync between local state and live blocks YJs across multiple users. Okay, post this I just wanted to tweak a bit the user button component where we have here the thing that I wanted to add in is in here, this content part, I would like to here, before this I would like to add in the username along with that the user email. So let's try to add inside one div, and also let's make this as the width 40, and inside this let me add in this div, and styling I'll just take care of that. First div is for this user data dot name showcasing, and after this one more div to showcase the email of the user. Okay, and post this I'll have this a separator drop down menu separator. Okay, so this one so this is what I was talking about. Now I need to style this. So to style, first let's make this one padding in the y direction 1.5, and in the x direction 2, and then width, let's set width to be full. And coming down to this username now, so I can just minimize this part a bit, and here let's have this font time to be medium. Okay, that is the thing. And now this email, let's make this text to be smaller, and also width full. Overflow I'm just going to hide it. Text, let's apply this ellipsis. Okay, and white space no wrap, so that it lies in the single line, and text muted foreground. Okay, so this is the styling. I think that should do for now. Okay, and also for avatars I'm going to add in a colors different colors. For that, let's try to create one util inside this library called let's say colors. Okay, colors.ts, and inside this let's try to have in a list of some colors which I have. This is an object mapping red and all those colors. Let me just add in this utils functions. This is just the colors text and color hexa code mapping. Maybe I'll just add in that, and you can take a reference from this code base that I'll be sharing. So this is the simple thing. Colors: red is this, orange and yellow or green or blue or purple, pink, and then color classes. And this, what I'm going to do, you try to use this inside our avatars component. So if I open this avatars component and minimize this part a bit, let's try to create one state variable to store the active colors. So first thing, let's try to get this color names using our this object dot keys, and I'm going to import this colors which we just created the object, and one state variable to capture the active colors that we are seeing on the screen. Set this active colors, and I'm going to initially set this to empty array. And now let's also add some space in the x direction too. Now just showcasing, rather than showcasing users, let's try to get this color class names using this color names. I'm going to let's do one thing. So going here, let's try to use this color names, and use this what do you say, let's use this connection ID, or let's say okay, I'm going to use this the key that we are passing here, the connection ID. So connection ID modulus this color names dot length. Okay, and also what I'm going to do, let's try to mention this typecast. Okay, and yeah, I'll come back to this error part. Okay, so here we have an issue with this connection ID because I need to refer that let's do one thing. Rather than referring here, I'll just inside this where we are iterating, so here I'm going to take this and typecast this, and now inside this instead of using this avatar component, I can try to replace this using this normal div, and inside this I'm just wrapping this inside div, and I need to pass in this key for this. Okay, so let me pass in this connection ID as the key. Okay, and inside this, let's use this info dot name and try to, and also I'm going to be extra cautious if we don't have a name defined. Split this by a name and get this our first two characters, and let's try to map this like we did this capital letter. I'm just going to make this first letter as the uppercase. Okay, and coming down to the styling, I'm going to have this width and height set it to 8 and the font type to be a mono, and let's have this circle which should be this rounded full, and ring setting 1, and this color I'm going to use this color of classes C and use this ring property, and then ring I'm just going to set this offset to 2, and also this background let's apply this ring offset background overflow. Let's just hide it, and this is just the styling, and let's add in this background gradient apply to here. Okay, fine. And finally this background color using this color classes dot bg, and we need to make this display as a flex, so I'm just going to add in this, and also let's just center the items, justify center, and the text let's have this extra small, and font type to be medium. Okay, so that's the small change in this component, and also this current user and all I'm just going to remove this now because we're trying to handle that here, and yeah, that's the small change inside the avatars component, and I need to make this as the client component now, and also going down to this project card component, I'm just going to remove the separator. So in this dashboard project card drop down, this here okay, it's already removed, so we don't have to find. So this is the change, and let me just show you that what I'm going to do is let me try to log in with other user, and I'm going to show you this I'm going to log in with this one more account which I created, and first let's go back here, and shared with me is this share project 1. Okay, so I'm just opening this and also here as well, let me just open that. So I'm just opening this shared project, source. Okay, and here this one I'm still seeing. Okay, okay, so this is changed. Okay, fine. So I'll just show you the change. Let me show you this. I'm just going to minimize this part and show you this part. Okay, so you can see here this kp the avatar switch, the component which we just changed. And also let me just minimize this. Okay, so you can see here this avatars component which we just changed, it's looking good now. Okay, that's what I wanted to show. So now I'm just going to get back to this code part. So let me just so this is what we wanted to continue. So post this, so at least now we tweaked this user button showcasing the username and the email, and also the avatars component just to see who are present on this code section. Okay, after this, so let me try to make a bit UI improvements. What I mean is I'm going to add in the dashboard, let's try to add in the about component. Inside this, I'm just going to create a new file called this about.tsx, and we'll try to show a little information about, like, about this project, kind of like what is this and all. For that, what I will do is, let me try to create in here simple component, kind of I'll wrap this inside the dialog component so that we can just show this is a dialog and a brief information about this project. I'm going to name this component as about model, and the props that we'll be sending is pretty common, this open to show this model or not, and this callback function to update the same boolean, and return type it's going to be void. And here let's just destructure those open and set open, and let's try to return this and import this dialog component and pass on this open, and the on open change callback function set open. And inside this I'm going to add in this everything inside this dialog content component. The header, it's going to be the title, something like about project. I'm going to add in this text, this as this about this project. Okay, that's the header. And now for the content, I'm just going to wrap this inside this. Let's try to add in whatever we had inside our this page. I'm going to just copy this. Okay, and let's go to this about component. Yeah, so and let's try to use the same text. Okay, and also let's just make this text size to be smaller, and then the text I'm going to mute apply this muted foreground. Okay, and also let's make this as this client side component, and now we are going to use this one going to this index.ts. let's just maintain one state variable to show it or not. I'm going to name this as about model open, set about model open callback function. Inside this use state, let's set this to initially false, and this one I'm just going to add in just below this new project model, adding in this about model which we just created, and pass on this variable about model open, and then this set about model open callback function. Okay, so that's this. And this one we need to add this to some button where we have this about button. Yeah, so this is where I'm going to add in this one on click. Okay, so I'm just going to toggle set this to true. Okay, Fine. So then we'll be able to see this about model. So if you wanted to just check that, I'm just going back to this dashboard. Okay, and we'll see that, okay, this is the about thing. So if I just, okay, so this is the thing we just added the component. And also now going to this shared component, what I wanted to do, this one, the open thing, if you go to this shared with me, we're not able to open that. So I'm going to wrap this inside this link component and attach in this link for us to navigate to that, and add in this virtual box ID. Okay, and then we can just wrap this button inside this. So now when we click on here, if I open this and click on this open, we'll be able to navigate to this respective page. Okay, that's the small change in this shade component. And also in our this ID page, I'm going to pass on for this additionally the virtual box data. Okay, so let's try to add in this virtual box data. Okay, and maybe here I'm just going to remove this and pass on this user data rather than IDs, and then we can refer to this ID present in that object. Let me change this one as well, this user data. Okay, and now going to this, I need to tweak this thing inside this editor page, editor index.tx. This is where we have in here, yeah. So now I'm just going to change this to user data, and also this one, let me change this. So this is going to be of type this user from this types. Okay, and also this one now virtual box data, and this one also I'm just going to destructure that. This should be of type this virtual box. And now the reference for this, where we were referring to this, I'm just going to use this user data dot id, and we can just remove this user ID, and also here as well a virtual box data dot id. Okay, and going further down here also I'm just going to use this virtual box data dot id. Now I think that should do. And also yeah, I think that's the change. Going to this navbar, now I'm going to tweak a bit the let's open this here first. Let's try to capture who is the owner of this project. So we can do that. I'm going to store this inside this is owner variable. Just we can use this user ID and check whether this is matching it to user data dot id. Okay, fine. And now this one here I'm going to change a bit after this one. If this is owner, then I'm going to show this button. Okay, health. So let's try to show this as a null. Okay, and same thing here as well. Below this, if it's a owner, okay, then I'm going to show this button which is going to help him to share this, else null. Okay, So what I mean to say is this is shared for me. So if I try to open this, now I shouldn't see this pencil icon or in the share thing, which is correct. Okay, that's the logic we just try to add. And also now this sidebar component, the folder component, let's try to wrap this thing inside this context menu. So let me import this, and also I'm just going to uh, replace this with the context menu trigger. Okay, and these things I am going to change a bit this component. Let's try to post this form, the form here. After this trigger, I'm going to add in this context menu content, and inside this let me add in the two items for rename and then the delete. Okay, so it's going to be simple, just the UI improvements, and that's all we are doing it now. This one, let's import this context menu item, and in here in this onClick, I'm going to set this editing to true, and showcase in here this pencil icon, and some styling for this width and height. Let's set it to 4, and some margin right. And below this the text called rename. So let me just copy this, and we'll have one more to delete this. And for now I'm not going to do anything, and here in place of this pencil, let's have this trash. Okay, and here let's add in this delete text for this, and remaining we'll just leave that as it is. And I'm going to just complete this context menu, and also yeah, fine. So that's the UI enhancements. So I think is server down again. Yeah. Okay, so this is what if I just press right click on this folder with the things that we just added, we are able to see this. Okay, this functionalities we have went. So if I just press things, we haven't done anything, which we will try to handle it later. Okay, so just some UI enhancements, and see who are present in this, and also I'm just tweaked a bit UI so that for better experience. Okay, and now let's try to add in a basic rate limiting so that we doesn't overload our calls. For that, what I'm going to do is let's try to go to our server project, and first thing I'm going to do is let me just install the dependency needed for me to add this the rate limiting. I'm going to use this rate limiter flexible dependency, so you can just refer to that node module package and documentation. I'm not going to walk you through details of that. So it's a simple way of restricting us based upon the points and other things. So if you want, I'm just going to show you that this rate limiter flexible. Okay, so just open this, and just go and check it out how we can count and limits the number of actions by key, and protect this. So I'm going to do it exactly this. So basic example, these are the points, and for the duration and all those things you can just refer to this. So let me add in a one file. For that, inside our source folder, I'm just going to name this as rate limit.ts, and inside this let's try to import this rate limiter memory from this, and I'm going to try to create an object for our save file, rate limiting, create file, rate limiting, renaming rate limiting, and deleting, and all those things. Use the same way that you're seeing in the right side part. Let's name this as this save file rate limiting. Okay, and let's create this object of this rate limiter memory, and points I'm going to set this to 3 and duration 1. So that is in here you can just take an example right side. Let me copy this, and I'm just going to handle for all of our operations. So I'm just going to change this to create file URL. Okay, and this one for renaming, and this for our delete. Okay, and once we have this, going to our source, in here the saving file, what I'm going to do in this, let me first after this let's try to add in a condition. Let's try to add this everything inside this try catch block. First thing, we are going to import this save file rate limiting and consume this, and by data dot user id and pass in 1, and whatever we have the other things, I'm just going to add in this. Okay, and let's try adding this catch block, and then I'm going to emit simply this as this rate limit, and say this message as this rate limited file saving. Let's say we'll just add in some text, please slow down saving things. Okay, fine. So basically this is how we can just consume this. Okay, and with this we'll have this 2 points consumed. So and once this points are down, and if it's less than 0, then we are going to emit this rate limit thing. Okay, same thing I'm going to do for our create file and all those things. So just let's try to use this create file rate limiting, and call this consume, and pass in this data dot user id, and this one points to consume. Okay, fine, and inside this I'm going to just wrap everything. This try block, let me just remove this. Let me just remove this. Okay, here, and I'm going to add in this catch block to handle the issues, and same thing I'm just going to copy this and apply the same here. So we're going to do the same for other things as well. Let's suggest this one, and this catch block, I can just copy this, and I need to import this one, this delete file rl. Okay, and consume, and pass in this data dot user id and points to consume 1. Okay, and here also this try block, and I'm just going to add in this catch block and just remove this part. Okay, and we are just going to consume this. Okay, so basically whatever we added this uh, here points 3 and 1. So in a second you cannot try to save or call the services more than 3 times. Okay, that's the thing that we are trying to add a restriction here. So this rename file rate limiting dot consume this data dot user id and pass in this. Okay, so that's for renaming file. Okay, I think we did import pretty much. Do we have this delete file? I think I have. Yeah, it's that's the change. Okay, fine. And also let me try to add in proper logic in our create terminal. So basically before this, if this terminals of id is already present, I'm just going to return. And also if this object dot keys of this terminals length is greater than or equals to 4, I'm going to say something. Let's try to console this console.log this as the too many terminals. Okay, and here also I can just add in this console statement with text saying that terminal already exists. Okay, so that's how we can try to rate limit the things. And also now going to this UI, and we need to build this, which I'm going to do that. Going to this UI, we need to add in this some tools to indicate or show to the user that rate has exceeded. First let's go to this what's this error? Okay, whatever. User dot, okay, user id. Okay, fine. Now going to this dashboards component and index.txt file. In this the button where we have this custom button, oh, let's try to add in showcasing some toast. What I will do in this onClick functionality, let's try to wrap this inside this object so we can add this toast. If this virtual boxes dot length is greater than equals to 8, I'm going to just indicate that you have created you have reached the limit of the virtual boxes that you can create. Okay, I'm going to show him that also you reach this maximum number of virtual boxes. Okay, and after showcasing this toast we can just return from here. Okay, fine. And that's the way of showcasing to limit the number of virtual boxes that user can create. And also going to this editor file, let me open this editor section. Here also I'm going to add in the condition which is going to show that the too many terminals opening is also limited. In that one we are going to add in yeah, here in this button on click functionality I'm going to add in this on click function. And here if this terminals dot length is exceeding this 4, and then I'm going to show this toast error message, that is you reached this maximum number of terminals that you can open, okay, something like this. And that's the toast message that will be showcasing. And also, just to be on the cautious side, we'll also show the toast message for invalid file name, where I'm going to add in that thing is in here. Let's try to add that inside our before our rename file. So emitting, okay, so this is where the check, yeah, maybe just leave that as it is, okay, fine. We have added the message to show the too many terminals. And going to this now, the sidebar, this new file, new component here, I just wanted to check, anyhow we are already handling this validating name, maybe we can just leave this as it is. If you want, you can just add in go and check if we have the status valid dot status, and then add in that, but maybe we can just leave that, okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, so that's the basic rate limiting and link. So maybe if I just build this again and try to start this. Okay, I'm already running here. Okay, and let me just open this, go back here, and I'm just going to open one of the project, let's say this test one, and try to add in this limitation. We haven't still added this logic, which we will add in, but that logic exists. So if I try to create in here new project P1 public, okay, I'm just showcasing the thing if we exceed more than 8, okay, and let me add in this P2. Let's adding in this P2, okay, and add in one more project called P3. Okay, so I added 3 projects now. We have 7, and let's try to create this P4 and post this. Let's try to create, now we have 8, and if I try to create, you can see we are showcasing the toast. You have reached the maximum number of virtual boxes, okay. So this is working. So like this, we need to add in the toast message showcasing for our file editing whenever we are trying to save or try to call the services related to the file, renaming, deleting, creating or saving, all those things, which we will add it. But now we did add in a basic rate limiting, which did work. So, and also let's try to add in a even to the file size as well for our limitation. What we can do is, let's just go back to a server or rate limit file, and I'm just going to add in this one constant, which let's say I'm just going to name this as this max body size, and I'm just going to restrict this to 5 MB here now. Okay, and let's going to this now, our index.ts. What I can do here is when we are trying to save the file here, I'm going to have a check if this buffer dot byte a length of this body, and this one, this UTF 8, okay, it's exceeding this max body size, then I'm just going to emit this as this rate limit, and maybe the text that I'm going to add in is file size is too large. Okay, and we are going to say this the helper text with the please reduce the file size thing, and after this I can just try to return this. Okay, so that's how we can try to create the limitations on our file size as well. Okay, and also now we need to add in this UI for this things. What I'm going to do is let's first go to our editor. The limitation that we try to add and emit our rate limit, we need to listen to that in our client side. Going to this editor component, let's try to create here. Let me just maximize this part so that we can see it better, and wherever we are listening to this loaded here, I'm going to do one thing here. Let's start listening to this rate limit. Okay, and I'm going to create a simple function here called this on rate limit, which is going to be the callback function with the message as a string as the input param for this, and inside this I'm just going to show this toast with whatever the message that we get, and here I can just attach in this on rate limit, this function which we just added, and I'm just going to stop listening to this rate limit as well on destruction. So let's just pass in this on rate limit function. Okay, fine, and also once we have this maybe we should be good to go. Okay, and also if we want, we can make a lot of changes to load and all those things. I'm just maybe will leave that for now. Okay, and also the cursors as well. Let me just change the colors for that, because we were seeing the red color for all the users. Going to this live, this cursors thing, let me do one thing. This user color, I'm just going to change this to dynamic color. Let me just change this one and use this colors, and I'm going to use this client dot user dot let me add in this color. Okay, I'm going to change the definition of that. Oh, what I'm going to do is let's this client the thing that we are trying to refer to, this uh, awareness list, maybe we can just update that one we need to do in our route. This is where I'm going to add in that. After this, let's try to get this color names using this color first. Let's try to use this colors from our library helper object keys of our this colors. Okay, and I'm just going to get this random color and use this color names and just calculate this using this math.random function and multiply this with our colors names length. And I'm just going to give this typecasting. Okay, and then we'll get this code using this colors array and passing in this random color. And now this one I can attach in here with this color, this random color, and now we shouldn't see any issue in our cursors thing. Okay, so this one, this awareness list, user awareness. Okay, yeah, I think we shouldn't see this issue. If I try to restart this server, okay, that's the cursor change. And also I'm still facing this issue. We did change in here this awareness list, this user awareness and user meta. Okay, okay, I'm going to add in here this color, which is going to be a string. And now I shouldn't see this issue here. I'm still okay, whatever. I think if we try to open this and reload this and try to check this thing, and if I open the same shade with me, and let me just try to open this app.jsx. Yeah, now you can see the color, it's purple here. And if I open the other thing, you can see this is red. So we are seeing the different cursors colors now. Okay, so opening back this one, just ignore this type error for now. I'll try to add in the let's just try to add in what I will do, let's go to this top right, this typing issue or to our live block config, and here instead of mentioning this as a string, let's mention this as key of type of this colors. Okay, I'm just going to import this, and also I think we shouldn't see at least now the yeah, okay, now the typing issue is gone. Okay, and also I just wanted to add in the skeleton uh, for the loader. Maybe it will be better if we try to show that. Should we show it or not? Okay, maybe let's not worry about that things, whether to show this loader or not. But the thing that we wanted to change the cursor colors, we did change. Okay, and try to show the different colors for different users. Fine, so that's the small UI improvements for our cursors colors. And let's try to now add a limitations to our AI generations. That one where I can tweak is, let's try to add in the schema first inside our this database. So here, going to this in the users thing where we have this image, so just below this I'm going to add in this generations, and this one integer of this generations. Okay, and default to 0, and this one I'll try to migrate this. Okay, so let's just open this one more terminal for our database backend database. So I'm just first going to run this generate. So we have this thing, and before migrating and uploading the schema and also making changes, let's tweak this inside here. I am going to add in a where we have this slash API slash user. Before this, let me add in this one more endpoint which says this path, let's say this one slash API slash virtual box slash generate, and the method for now, let's just go for post method, and let me just minimize this. And so inside this, first let's try to create the schema for generating. This is going to be an object with this user ID, and this is going to be a string. This is the generate schema, and I'm going to get this body, and first try to check if the schema that we're looking for is matching with the body that we're receiving, like we normally do in every calls. Okay, just validating. In here, this generate schema dot this parse body. After this, let's try to get this user by querying this user table db query dot user dot find first, where this user we are going to check for equals to. Okay, check using this ID, the user ID that we get. So this one, fine. Okay, this should be, yeah. So once we get this user, first we'll check if we found that user or not. If we did not find the user, then we will just return with the response saying that user is not found. Okay, so user not found, and the status code I'm going to set in this 400 as the status code. Okay, and here if this uh, generations is not equals to null and this db users dot generations is greater than or equals to 30, then I'm going to return this the response saying that you reach the maximum number of generations. Okay, so if I just show you this maximum number of generations. Okay, and I'll just pass in the status code as 400. So this is to return for the AI generations if the user has exceeded, and after this I'm just going to update this user the generations value. So we are going to set this generations SQL. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is users dot generations and just increment by 1. Okay, and where we are going to match this user dot id with our user id and try to get this, and we are going to return success. So this is the endpoint. Okay, so now what I am going to do, let's try to first migrate this npx angular d1 execute d1 virtual box is our db name, and then this remote file is this thing. So I'm just going to copy this, and yeah, after this all I'm going to do is run this command so that we'll have this updated schema pushed over remote db, and then post this I'm just going to deploy this. Okay, fine. Yeah, so I'm just going to proceed with the s and post this. We'll deploy this so that the endpoint which we just created to generate the generations, we can use it in our server. Okay, so here let me just try to deploy this. Okay, once we deploy this, what I'm going to do, let's try to write a util function in our server like we normally do. So here going to this, let's try to create in here this new function, and I'm going to name this as this generate code, and the props for this params for this that we will be sending is this file name, which is going to be a string, then the code, and then the line which would be number, instructions which should be a string. So I'm just going to destructure them, file name, this code, line, and instructions. Okay, fine. And inside this uh, oh, where we had this thing, what I'm going to do is where we had this generating this one, I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Okay, and replace this one with this. So this is the thing. Okay, and this is the API key, and after this we are this user, and here are my instructions, RSMH code, and then I'm just moving this here. Okay, and we will use that endpoint which we just created eventually, this one, and now I need to use this rather than using that completely there. What I'm going to do, so going back to this and this one, I'm going to completely remove this whatever I had, and here let me try to use this like this. First I'm going to name this as fetch promise and use this thing, and here our database endpoint, so if I just go here and this one, let me just copy this URL and go to this. Here I'm going to use this our virtual box endpoint which we just created, this generate, and pass in here this the method details which should be post and headers. I'm just going to attach in this content type which would be this application slash JSON, and after this we will add in this body. So body, what I'm going to do is, all I'm going to do is pass in this user ID, this user ID using this data.user ID, and after this we will try to call this our generate code thing, and I'm going to wrap this inside, use this generate code function and pass on this params which we just added, file name, the code like we had, so this line, and then these instructions. So once I have this, I can try to wrap this inside our await promise dot all function, and here try to call this fetch promise, and then generate code promise, and get here the response for our, so let's say this one, the fetch response, and this one I'm going to have this generate code or response as collected. So once I receive that, and here this JSON, or what I'm going to do, use this generate code response dot JSON, and then we'll pass on this. Okay, there is an issue with this, JSON doesn't exist. Let me try to correct that. Before even that, I'm going to change a bit, that is where we were trying to pass on the ID and all. Here let's be more specific, let's change this one to our virtual box ID. Okay, and also now wherever we are trying to refer to this ID, so let me just getting, instead of this, now this would be this virtual box ID. Okay, so this needs to change here in the definition itself. What I'm going to do, let's try to Okay, anyways, I will just leave that as the ID. I think already we have this thing, and the thing now is I don't have the since this will be boolean, but I'm trying to call this a JSON. That's the issue here, which we will take care in a while. First things, I have to update the types here for our virtual box. I'm going to our user definition. Let me add in this generations first, which would be this number. Okay, and also this one I'm just going to change this to let's try to create a new definition for this all alone. For this user ID and virtual box ID, I'm just going to copy this, and let's try to create a type for that. Users to virtual boxes, and I'm just going to add in this. Okay, and instead of this, now we can just refer. Let me change this one to capital user, so user to virtual boxes. Okay, and even in this thing I can just refer to that now, just changing this to separate type. And also I am not able to so if I just go to this generate code, yeah, that's because instead of returning this, okay, if I just change this, we should be able to fix that issue in our JSON accessing. Yeah, so if I just go this now, yeah, okay, yeah, this issue is fixed. I think these are the changes. Maybe I'll just remove that and deploy it again. What I need to do is, let me go to our editor, and also let me just try to, where is this server, I'm going to build this again and start this. Okay, so going to this editor first, the generate component where we have inside this, let me pass in this one more prop for this, which is the user. Okay, and I'm going to pass on this user for this, and let me just destructure the same. Once I get this user, what I'm going to do is inside our generate input function, so here we need to check if the generations is not exceeding 30 or not. Inside this, if this user dot I need to add in the update this types. Okay, what I'm going to do, going to this types, this user, let me add in this generations, it should be of a type number. Okay, and going down to this, let me just check if this user dot generations is exceeding okay, I think let me just undo this. Yeah, so if this is exceeding the 30, the limit that we set, then I am going to show this toast error message with thing, let's say you reach this maximum number of generations, okay, and we'll just show this for now. Okay, and after this let me just create in here one simple router object. Use router from this next navigation. Okay, and here after this I'm just going to call this refresh function on this. Okay, so that's how we'll be checking for the generations limit which we just handed. And also now I need to pass on this user for this component because we added this as a props. So if I just add in this the user or data, now we shouldn't see any issue. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. And also I would like to show the AI usage in the user button component so that user will know how much he has used it. Okay, going to this user button, let's try to add in inside this. I'm going to change this width a bit by 8, and just below this div let's try to add in here one more div, and I'm going to add in this let's say the sparkles icon, and styling wise let's give this height and the width as a 4, some margin right, and text color I'm going to give this indigo color like 500. Okay, and just next to this let's add in this text called this AI usage, and I'm going to pass in this user data dot generations, and we will just divide this by 30. Fine, and after this let's try to have the div with some background just in better for better styling. I'll just style this. So going to this now, if I just go back, okay, and open this, and here you can see we have nothing as of now. Okay, so if I try to use this here, this AI copilot enabled, and now if I just try asking add simple text in p tag saying hello. Okay, so I'm just trying to generate this, and let's see now if we are updating the value to 1. Okay, because default we set it to 0, and once we make this call we will increment 0 to 1. Looks like there is some issue. I think there seems to be an issue. Okay, by default it is 0. That's what we are trying to see, and I'm just going to remove this dollars. Okay, so now if I just try once more, here this AI copilot is enabled. Generate p tag with the text hello inside it. Okay, ideally yeah, it did generate. And now if I just click on this accept and save this and check out this, we should see this AI usage updated to 1. Okay, so this is how we'll be showcasing that. I think this is what I wanted to, but let's try to style this a bit because it's not looking good. So what I will do, this div, let's try to add in some padding in the y direction 1.5 and also in the x direction. Okay, and also make this display as a flex and direction to be a column. And also let's add this items to start and text size to be small and width I'm going to set it to full. Okay, fine. Now inside this div where we have the sparkles, I'm going to make this as a flex and let's just center these items. Okay, and this is looking at least good. And now to this div, let's add in this rounded full circle and width full some margin at the top and height of 2 overflow. I'm just going to hide this background. Let's apply this secondary. Okay, so that is the thing. And inside this div, let's just set this height to full and also some background indigo color, let's say 500. And let's make this also this rounded full apply. And for this I'm just going to add in some style with the width, let's say width, I'm just going to set this to depending upon this generations value. So user data dot generations multiplied by 100, and I'm just going to uh, divide by our 30 the limitations and pass on this percentage. So this would be the width. Based upon this you can see based upon this we are going to showcase the width. Okay, this is the div and styling for our showcasing the AI usage in this user button. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so that's the thing. Now we did add in the generations limit and updating that and showcasing in the users. The next important thing that we will jump our focus on is to adding an orchestrator where we will try to create an instance based upon the project, and so that we can actually try to run this code. So maybe we will try it two ways and see whichever works better. First I'll try to use Kubernetes and see if we can spin up the instances for us using a GKE. I'll try to use the Google Kubernetes engine and see if we can spin up instances and show that. If this doesn't work, we'll see if we can use the EC2 instances in the AWS and all. So let's try to first add in a simple orchestrator code and get started with that. For orchestrator, let's try to create a new project for that. So I'm just going to define in here the folder called this orchestrator. Okay, and inside this let me just create this simple initialization. Okay, so we have this, and I'm just going to set this one. Let's create this source folder like we did for the other backends, not file. So let me just delete this, and in here I'm just going to create this new source and make this main file as this source/index.js, which we are going to create, and we need to add scripts and all those things. And also the dependencies that I'm going to add in whatever we have for this server. Let me just copy those things and we will tweak accordingly. So I'm just copying this whole part and let me just replace this. Okay, and also I don't want in here the socket thing, and this rate limiter we don't want, and even this. Okay, additionally what I want is this haml thing. Okay, so and I'm going to restrict this to 2.4.2 because we are going to parse the YAML files of our Kubernetes manifest, and after that I need this Kubernetes client node module. Okay, so that's where we can try to create a resource using our manifest file and all, which I will show you eventually. And this one I'm just going to install this version, so you can just I'll just show you one thing. So this is the thing, this Kubernetes client node, and just to it's an SDK for us to create a resources using Kubernetes manifest and all those things. Okay, and the dev dependencies, let me just leave that as it is. Okay, and let's try to install these things. So we are going to install these things, and also let's try to copy this ts config into this orchestrator. Okay, so I can just paste it here, this ts config. At the same time, let me just use this node mana also for our dev mode. Okay, and now in here I'm just going to create in here the simple index.ts, and also inside this orchestrator I'm going to create the new file for our manifest file configuration, which I will walk you through. I'll just try to create a few kinds, one for deployment and then services, and we'll have some ingress controller. I'll just walk you through. So basically you should know the syntax of the manifest file for creating a resources in your Kubernetes cluster and all. So in here so this is how. First we will try to mention this API version, which would be app/version1 and this kind. So is it the deployment or service or ingress controller and other stuff. So I'm just going to create first the deployment. In this deployment we'll have to add in some metadata and specifications and all those things. So if you just see the standard syntax in the Kubernetes docs, so if I just show you this, Kubernetes docs. Okay, so here in this documentation you can check for this deployment. Okay, so if you just check for deployments and figure out what's the syntax for and all those things, you can just refer for anything in this. And also there are shortcut commands using kubectl to generate these files and all, but I'm going to show you how to write this one, and then you can use more information from this docs. So here I'm just going to mention here this metadata, and here we are going to give the service name. For now I'm just going to give this as a placeholder name. And labels, let's attach in this service name, and here the specifications, how many replicas we want this deployment one, and the selector, which pod should it select and all. I'm not going to into the details of basics of this Kubernetes, like what are pods, nodes, and all those things. Okay, you can just look out the docs. Okay, and here this is going to look for this label with the service name. That's the thing. Based upon this, it's going to and we need to attach in this template. So here this template, again this metadata, I need to give the labels for this. So service name, and here specifications, and we will be attaching in here the containers and the volumes. Let me attach in this volumes. Okay, so I'm going to give this name, let's say this as workspace volume. Maybe we'll change this all these names later, but I'm just showcasing one example. Empty directory. Okay, and I'm just specifying this, and then the containers. So here containers, and I'm going to give the name, and also here it shouldn't be under this should be part of this specifications. And now the name, I'm just going to name this as a runner, and we are supposed to mention in here the image of our server, which I am going to push this to Docker. So just whatever the Docker file we have, just build that image with this your Docker hub username / our virtual box, and just attach in this latest tag. Okay, and then it will pick the image from there, and then try to build a container using this image. Okay, and the ports for now, I'm just going to we need 4000 port. Let's just try to so yeah, ports, container port 4000, and also just I'm going to expose this 3000 also, and here volume mounts, let's give the name of this workspace volume, which I try to refer above, and we are going to we need to attach in here the mount path. This mount path, let me just set this workspace, and then the resources. So here we can just place the request on the resources, limitations and all, like you want how many CPUs. So here one, based on that we'll be creating the containers. Okay, and memory 1 GB. Okay, and this is the limits. We can set this here to whatever based upon the complexity of our logics. Okay, and memory, I'm just going to set in here this 1. Okay, fine. And so this is for a deployment, and same way, so to write a multiple manifest files in the same YAML file, we need to separate using this. And now I can try to write the manifest file for kind service. So basically, to know a few jargons, what are deployments, services, pods and nodes, and how they communicate and all those things, what's the ingress controller and egress and all those things, you can just look out for those details in quickly in this documentation. Okay, and I'm going to create in here this metadata. Let me name this as for now this is a placeholder service name, and now the specifications selector, we will use this app name, which is the service name. Okay, and the ports now, which we so let me specify here this protocol, this TCP, and this name, let me just give this as a WebSocket, and the port is the 4000, and the target port is also this 4000. protocol, let's this again TCP. Okay, and I'm just trying to see if we can have different ports exposed for WebSocket and for normal services and all. Let's see what happens, and maybe we can come back and change this if it doesn't work the way we want. Okay, and here I'm just specifying this as the user now, and a port, let's say 3000, and target port the same or 3000. Okay, that's the service. And now let me write one more different kind. Okay, here I'll just have the ingress controller. Okay, so this is how we need to specify for ingress networking module and all. Okay, and here this kind we are going to specify this as ingress controller, and metadata, it's the name I'm just going to specify here, this. And now the specifications, we need to specify here this ingress class name, which would be the nginx ingress. Okay, controller ingress controller, and then now we'll specify the rules. Host, what I'm going to do, basically I have this domain with my name, and we will try to add in a subdomains for WebSocket, and for our user services or whatever server, we can just change that is to maybe like yes for server, and WS for WebSocket and all. And then we'll try to first for a quite amount of time from now, it will be just the logic writing and explanation. Eventually we will try to deploy this in our Google Kubernetes engine, and then once we deploy this and we get the external IP assigned, that we will map it to in our domain providers. I have a domain in GoDaddy, and then I'll try to add in a two subdomains with wild card matching, one domain for WebSocket, another domain for server, and then we will map that domain to our the external IP, and then we will be able to browse using this domain, mapping it to that external IP. Okay, so here for now this will be dynamic value, but we'll just keep this as the service name now, and this would be the first subdomain that we'll be adding, and they have this domain, and here after this I'm going to specify here HTTP things and paths. First path, the slash, and path type, specify here this prefix, and this the backend service name. I'm going to specify this as the service name, port, the number 4000. Okay, same way for our other server. Okay, I'm just going to maybe just copy this, and we'll use this same, just tweaking the port number and subdomain. Okay, so here I'll just change this to S, and also the port number to 3000. Okay, so this is the service YAML file where we can use this manifest file to create a resources for deployment, services, and ingress controller and all. Once we have this, I'm going to the index.ts, and let's try to use this and try to write a simple start endpoint where we will use this Kubernetes client node module which we just installed, and create a resources, which I'm not going to show you using locally. You can even do that using a Docker desktop, and enable Kubernetes in the Docker desktop, and deploy that inside our own machine. But I wanted to deploy it on our cloud server because I don't want to slow down my machine. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do, let me first create an instance of express, and let me just go to this and import all the things related to express and all those things. Yeah, let me just import these things. Okay, fine. And the port, I'm going to by default set this to 4000, let's say 1. Okay, and here let's add in this middleware JSON and also the cores, and this also I need to import cores from this cores. Okay, fine. And after this, let's try to get in a apps version API and then core versions API and networking version API using our kubeconfig module, which we just installed, that is Kubernetes client side node. So I can import in this way Kubernetes client node, and I'm just going to destructure whatever I need. First is the kube configurations, and then this apps version 1 API and core version 1 API, and this network for ingress controller. Okay, so once I have this, let me just create a simple object for our kube config. I'm just going to create this new object using this kube config class, and here for now I'm just going to add in this load from default, just to load configuration to which cluster to deploy to another. For example, if it's a remote server, we need to provide in the server details, cluster details, and all the credentials to deploy to. If it's a local, if it's in the Docker desktop and Kubernetes is enabled, so it will directly deploy into that default cluster and all those things. Okay, and I'm going to get this core version 1 API thing. Let me create, use this kubeconfig this make API client and pass in this core version API, and same way I'm going to get the apps version 1 API object client by passing in this the apps version 1 API, and finally this networking version 1 API. And let me just, yeah, okay, fine. And now we have this clients that we need, and here let's try to first add in a utility function which is going to help us handle the YAML file which we just created, and separate the multiple manifests which we did add using the 3 iPhones. Okay, so that maybe I can do it this way. Let's name this as a read and parse cube YAML file, so you can just name it whatever you want, and here we'll be specifying the file path, nothing but the location of our service.yaml, and this would be a string, and then the ID, I can just say this basically virtual box ID or whatever, the cluster ID, whatever we can take this array, and this one, this any. Okay, fine. And now first let's try to get this file content. We can get this using this file fs module, so I'm going to import that. Okay, and here let's try to read this file by passing in this file path and mentioning in this option udf8. Okay, Once we get this file content, let me try to get this docs by using this YAML module which we just so if I just show you that, so YAML npm, so if so this is the thing that we'll be trying to use this. Okay, so if this is the file, and if you try to read this file and parse this, so we are going to get in two objects like this. Okay, so I'm going to import that, import YAML from this YAML. Okay, and here let's try to use this parse all documents and pass in this file content, and try to get this each doc, and let's just try to store this string in this doc string by converting it to string thing. And let's have this regular expression where I'm trying to identify the service name, so that we can replace that with the ID that we want to, like VirtualBox related ID, so that we'll have the URL to browse to. I'm going to use this and check for this service name, and okay, globally check for, and now this doc string, I'm just going to replace this regex with the ID that we have. Okay, fine, and then you can just console this for just checking purpose if it's replaced or not. Okay, I'm just going to print this doc string, and then we can just return this by parsing this doc string. Okay, fine, so this is going to give us the docs, and I can just return from this function. So this is the utility function which is going to help us parse this Kubernetes manifest YAML file. And once we have, let's try to create a simple endpoint. Let's say since this is a start endpoint, to create a resources using this manifest file and all. Let's this one asynchronous request and a response, and this init schema, I'm just going to make this as the object with this user ID, which would be of type string. So I need to import this jod as well, import jod. Okay, fine, and this one, it's going to be a string, and also this VirtualBox ID, which is again going to be a string. So this is the initial schema that we expect for this endpoint, and I'm just going to destructure those. Let's try to destructure this user ID and VirtualBox ID by just parsing whatever the body that we receive to this endpoint. And here let's try to create simple namespace, this default, and I'm trying to handle this in try catch block to first get this manifest by files by using the above utility function which we just created. So I'm going to collect this into this variable cube manifest, and let's use this read parse cube YAML, and I'm going to specify in here this path. Again, I need to import this from path module, so I can just do it this way, import path from this. Okay, and now here let's try to join path.join in this directory name, and provide in this file, which is nothing but this service.yaml, and I need to provide in the ID, which is going to be the VirtualBox ID. Okay, so basically the service name underscore name placeholder will be replaced with the VirtualBox ID. And once we have this cube manifest thing, we are going to iterate through this each of this thing and try to get this manifest. Okay, so once we get this manifest, and what all I'm going to do is check for this kind. So if we have three kinds, so one was for our deployment, so if this is matching to deployment, all I'm going to do is use this apps version API client which we just initialized above, and call this create namespace deployment, and passing in this namespace which is the default, and also the manifest file. Okay, same thing we are going to do for other kinds. Here this manifest dot kind, if it's equals to this service, then I'm going to use this core version 1 API client, and call this create namespace service, and pass in this namespace and this manifest. And finally for our ingress controller, so if this manifest dot kind is equals to ingress, I'm going to use this networking version API, and call this namespace ingress, and pass in this namespace along with that the manifest that we get as an object of this. Okay, fine. So this is how we'll be able to create these resources in the namespace that we're specifying using the manifest configuration that we have in the service.yaml. And after this, all we are going to do is return the status as 200 if everything went well, and we can just attach in the message as well saying that resources that we want are created. So for I'm just going to add in this as the resources created. We can test this, but I just doesn't want it to slow down my machine, so we are going to wait for a while to create these resources. Okay, and if something went wrong, we'll try to handle this inside this catch block, and inside this we can just console this for our confirmation if something went wrong. Okay, so like if the failed to create resources or a cluster that we're looking for is not found with the default configuration that we set and all those things. So I can add in this message and pass on what is the exact error, and then return the status code as the 500, and say that we were not able to create the resources that you asked for, and that is the message that I'll be attaching. Failed to create resources. Okay, fine. So this is what I'll be doing, and finally we can do is just listen on this port, and here we can just console that server is listening on this port and all. Console.log this listening on port, and I'm going to specify in here this port value which is the 4001. Okay, so this is the simple index.ts file, and this is what so if I just try to run this, I need to add in these commands. Okay, in these things scripts we haven't added anything, so I'm going to quickly add in few commands like we did for our server, which is the build. We are going to use this npx typescript compiler. Okay, and then this start command, where I'm going to use this built generated code, compiled code, and then use this node to start. Or else if we wanted to keep listening to the changes that we are making in our demo, we can use this node man. Okay, and specify here the starting file, which is this thing. Okay, so first thing we need to install this globally, this node man. Okay, and also this concurrently, if you wanted to check this to run this, so you need to install this as well. Okay, so this is how you need to install this. So this also I'm going to install it globally. Okay, and then once we install this and run this dev, which is source/index.ts, and this nodeman configuration is this, and it's going to listen onto this file, and then whatever changes that we make will be reflected in the output. Okay, so if I just run this dev, you can see this is in compiling mode and it started listening on this and all those things, and we have this generated and all those things. Okay, this is how we'll be looking for immediate changes and keep building things. So now we have the initial setup. I know you might be looking for a way to deploy this or check if the resources is creating. We will do that in a while. Okay, after this what we are going to do is, let me so update the Docker file. The thing is, so if I just go to our server Docker file here, ideally I'm not going to update this. So ideally the environment variables that we want in this, if you just observe in the server, there are two hard-coded values that I have just used it straight away. One is our so if I go to this utils, this the token, this AI API token. So ideally we shouldn't do this in this way. We need to provide this as the environment variable, and then configure that as the arguments and provide that as any argument to our Docker file, and then use that value coming from there into our existing code. But I'm not going to do that. This is pretty straightforward. And also the user ID here, if you see the accounts that we are trying to refer to, it's also hard coded. So these two variables you can just try these two variables you can just try it this way. So what I can just tell you how you can do that. So basically just before this you can just use this in this way, or this the whatever, let's say Cloudflare API token, and then another hog like this, whichever. So let's say something like this, and then before this you need to set this as the environment variables like this. Like if you're referring into our the utils file, like process.env.cf API token, then this is how we are supposed to configure this. Okay, and now take the above value which we have. So that is so whatever you give in our command while you are trying to run this Docker file, then that value will be passed on to this. Okay, so I'm not going to show you that. I'm just going to remove this, and maybe you can do this on your own. Fine, that's the change if you want. And also it's always recommended to create in a Docker ignore file, like because we doesn't want the size of our Docker image to go up instantly. So we doesn't want this files to be copied and all. So to ignore, like we do ignore while we are committing to our git repositories, like if we don't want the CNV to be, and also we don't want this node modules or dependencies and all. So you can just add in whatever is not needed in this Docker ignore file. Okay, so those are the like few changes, and then yeah, that's how you can try changing that. And also, as I said, in our orchestrator we need to replace these placeholders. Okay, and also in here, once you build this image, and you need to update this here. Let's say now if I have updated the Docker file and then pushed it to Docker hub, and so we added in environment variables. So to provide this environment variables for that, this is how you are supposed to provide here. Like you need to specify in here this environment and add in this as the list of environment variables that this image needs. For example, if this is the CF API token, okay, and then you need to attach in this value. Again, you can store this as the secret or opaque secrets and normal straightforward secrets using secrets config in Kubernetes. You can just check for in the official documentation. So you need to provide in value like this. Same way as many or environment variables are needed for this image, you need to configure in this way. So I'm just going to remove this because anyhow I outcoded those. That's how you need to change if you going to do that. Okay, and also now the so other things we can just leave that as it is. Okay, that's how. So once you do this configuration in here, you can just go ahead and you're trying to parse. You can add in the additional checks whether if you were able to find the token that you're looking for in your environment variables. If not, you can just throw an error that you are missing the token and also other environment variables, and make sure that other resources that you are creating in a Kubernetes cluster doesn't face this kind of issues, and also that validation logic can be handled in here. Okay, so that's the change it can be done and all. So after this, what I'm going to do is let's try to add in a let's say we have in this editor thing. I wanted to identify the inactivity. Basically we wanted to detect the inactivity of the user, so that we can retire the resources that we'll be creating in our Kubernetes cluster, and also that we can save the resources, CPUs and all those we are using. For that, what we can do is let's first try to create the inactivity. Okay, in our server, let me just create in this source folder a file for inactivity. Okay, and here I'm just going to create in a simple function, let's say check for inactivity, and here we'll be providing in this IO object which should be of type this. Let me server of type this default events map from this typed events, and also this events map. Okay, and here events map and the any. Okay, and here inside this, maybe I can minimize this. Inside this I'm going to call this websockets, and then in the code back, let's listen for the sockets and just see if the sockets length is 0. Then we can just clearly say that no users have been connected for 15 seconds or so. Okay, so I'm just going to console the same, like no users have been connected for 15 seconds. Okay, yeah, this is the thing. And now to add this into our index.ts, going to this, what we can do is, let me create one global variable for inactivity timeout. I'm going to yeah, this one would be of node.js.timeout type or null. Initially let's set this to null, and also now in our socket data I'm going to add in one more thing, whether is it owner or not. that one we can do this if this virtual box is not equals to define. And in our connection, okay, so if this inactivity timeout is not null, then I can directly pass on this inactivity timeout to this clear timeout function. Okay, and here this data I'm going to attach in here. This is owner, which is going to be a boolean, and we need to change this to we can use that. Okay, and inside this disconnect event listeners now, so going to the disconnect part, what I will do here, if this data dot is owner, then we will try to allow this dispose things. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this whole thing and use this here. Okay, and here else, let's and also inside this we can just say that console log that the we can know that this owner of this is disconnected. Okay, so and after this I'm just going to broadcast this owner disconnect event. Okay, let's say disconnected, else we can say that a shared user disconnected, so we're not going to do anything. So a shared user disconnected. Okay, this is how we'll be disposing on all these listeners and all those things and deleting these terminals and all. After this let me try to get this sockets. Okay, here we can use this io dot fetch sockets, and here if this inactivity timeout is not null, then I'm just going to pass on this this inactivity timeout to this clear timeout. Okay, else and also if this okay okay, and now if this the sockets length is equals to 0, okay, inactivity timeout, I'm just going to listen for 15 seconds. That is, let's try to get this sockets, and then in this callback function, let me just get this sockets and keep checking for this if sockets dot length is 0, then I will just wait for 15 seconds and console this no users have been connected for 15 seconds, and then we can just clear these things. Okay, fine. So that's the logic for this. And also here I'm going to create an endpoint to in our orchestrator to stop those resources as well. Maybe I know I'm doing it the bad way of not trying to create this. So if you wanted to create in these things, already there are no resources left on my machine, that's why I tested this, so not an issue. So we are going to add in this stop endpoint, and this asynchronous, this request response, and here and I'm going to create in a simple schema. Let's say we are going to name this as the data schema. This would be just the object with our user ID, and which is that is, I'm just going to copy this and move here, and let's change this one to as this data schema, and I can just remove this local object, and we can just refer to this data schema so that we can have the common schema used. Okay, so now inside this I'm going to just copy what we had here, this user ID and virtual box ID. Okay, fine. After this let's try to handle this try catch block, and this is also going to be same. So let me just get this manifest. Okay, and also I need to add in this catch block. If any error, we'll try to return that. Okay, inside this, after we have this manifest, let's try to use the same thing, and we are going to tweak according to that. And let's get this manifest, and if it's a deployment, then instead of create a namespace deployment, we are going to use this delete namespace deployment and pass in this here we need to pass in this manifest dot meta data, the name, or else this empty string. Okay, and then the namespace. That's for this, and also same applies to our service. So I'm just going to call in this delete, and all I can do is just copy this thing and provide into this function. And here also I'm just going to pass in that, and let me just change this one to delete. Okay, fine. So this is how we'll be able to delete this, and let me just copy this whole thing, and instead of resource created, we can just say it has resources deleted. So I'm just going to change this text to deleted, and this one, if there is some issue, we will try in this catch block and fail to delete resources instead of this create resources. And here also I'm just going to change this to delete. Okay, so that's the change in here. Okay, I don't think there's much thing to explain. Like we normally have written the creating resources same way for a deletion. Okay, so after this, okay, we will come back to this creation of this resources and all those things. And now let's jump our focus on to, I just wanted to have the base setup for the orchestrator, and that's I just gave you the overview of how this is going to look like and what are we supposed to make changes and all those things. Okay, and okay, here I am facing an issue. What is this issue is, okay, I need to make this asynchronous, that's why. Okay, fine. And yeah, let's try to refactor a bit of a terminal logic and state variables, and see we can shift our focus and have this at least able to create something in the terminal part, and then we'll come back to this orchestrator working thing. Okay, for this what I wanted to do is going to this terminal. Let's first, it's okay, I'm going to this in the front end part, the terminal component that we have here in this index.tsx, okay, editor terminal, I'm going to pass on the terminal instance, or at the same time the callback function to update it, okay. And I'll just show you. We are going to change the props that we will be passing on to this term, okay. This is going to be term or null, or this null, okay. And the callback function to update it accordingly, this set term, okay. And void, and again just to destructure them, this term set term. I know we will be now just removing the things that we don't want, and all the local state variables also it doesn't want. So let me just remove this, okay. We'll have the reference, and in this here, okay. And also now, so basically we just moved up the variable reference rather than having the reference inside this child component, okay. And now what I will do is let me try to change this on listeners, on this event listeners, that is the connect and all those things. In this what I'm going to do, okay, let's do this. So basically let me just remove all of this, minimize this, okay. Inside this, if this terminal ref current is active, I'm just going to comment this, all the parts that we have. Even this one, let me just comment this here also. Let me just comment this. We have this, okay. Or I'm just, okay, this one too, let's, okay. We are just creating a fit add-on object, and then feeding it and setting the term updating. And disposable, here we are just sending this terminal data with this ID and the data. And also this one, I'm just going to commit this in this callback also. Let me just comment this, okay. And here let's just keep that as it is. Now we moved up the term values to the pairing component, so we need to update this inside our the component where we are referring, okay. So if you just go to this and our editor index.tsx, okay, we need to change that. So the place where are we referring this component, okay. So we already having an issue here. This this thing, okay. What I wanted to do is let me first comment this part. We will worry about this later. So okay, I'm just commenting that, and this one, what I want to do is let's try to add in a in this use effect tab, okay. So let's just move to this. Here okay, fine, I'm just going to write in one helper function first. Okay, let's say as create terminal. Okay, and here let's say for now I'm just going to hard code this as the thing. Maybe later we'll send this as a param for this function, and we are going to emit this the create a terminal event and pass on this id for this. Okay, just the helper function, and the place where we were listening to all the events here. What I am going to do is let's try to add in that logic of on our terminal response, what are we supposed to do and all those things. So just below this I'm going to write on the first on terminal response. Okay, so what we are going to do is first let's collect this response, which should be with the id string and then the data string object. Inside this, let's try to get this response dot data, and we can just console that. So let me just console for testing purpose the terminal response and providing this response, and let's try to find this terminals using this terminals list. Find this terminal using this id, matching it to this response id, and if this terminal and okay, I need to update this definition, which I will. Okay, this terminal, so let's try to create one state variable inside this. Okay, so let's go up, and I'm just going to create in here. Okay, we already have, but this shouldn't be of type string array, so I'm going to change this. So this is going to be an object with id of string, and then this terminal, which is going to be of type this terminal, where I'm going to import this from this extern. Okay, and or it can be null as well. So, and this should be now the array of this object type. So that's the thing. And okay, this one, now if we just go to the place where we are trying to make the change, yeah, here what I'm going to do is let's try to use this term dot terminal and write the response. Okay, fine, and that's the on terminal response. And in on connect, what I'm going to do is let's first try to console this. This is like, you know, connected, and after this we will try to use this timeout, and I'm going to emit using this socket emit this the create terminal event to our server with the id as this test id. For now we are just outcoding this, and the timer, let me just pass on this 1 second. Okay, and here after this rate limit, I'm just going to add on listening to this terminal or response event, and attach in this on terminal response, and here on unmounting we are just going to stop listening to that. terminal response, on terminal response, and yeah, okay, that's the small change in this editor part. Okay, so if I just refresh this, we shouldn't see any terminal. Okay, so we're not seeing any terminal, that's fine. Okay, fine, we just commented that. And also let me just change a bit few things in our navbar edit component. I just wanted to show this toast once we are updated our virtual box. Like, okay, let me just import this success that virtual box updated successfully. Fine. And also we can still make a lot of changes of adding skeletons and all those things. Maybe I'll not focus on that. Okay, so going to this on the page, I would like to pass on is a shared user or not to this component. So that one I can get it using, let's say I have this shared, and I will have this is owner value in this way, virtual box data, if this user ID is matching to the user dot id. Okay, and here this is shared user. Let me use this shared dot sum, and this user to virtual boxes. Okay, dot id matching it to this user dot id. Okay, that will be user ID, and I'm just going to be very strict in checking. So if there is no user owner and also the shared user, we can just return this not found. Okay, and I wanted to share this shared user to this. Okay, and this one I need to edit inside our editor. I need to add in the additional thing inside our editor thing. Okay, so here let me add in a shared user prop here. So I'm just going to add in this shared user. This is going to be of type boolean, and I can just pass on to this component. And this one we can make use of this inside this component. For now I'm just going to come back to this later. Okay, and yeah, okay, so now inside this component, let's try to uncomment that and pass on the details that are needed for this component. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me maintain inside this editor the state variables for the active terminal ID, and also whether are we creating a terminal or not, and all those things. So I can just maintain in this way, active terminal ID, and set active terminal ID. So initially let's just set this to empty string, and then the loading for whether we are creating a terminal or not. Creating terminal, set creating terminal. Okay, and here this one initially we will set this to false. That's the thing. So how do we find the active terminal is, let's do one thing. What I will do is okay, just here active terminal, I'll use this terminals and try to find this t.id matching to this active terminal ID. Okay, and we can just console that for checking. And now instead of in our onConnect trying to call this, I'm going to create in the like we have this helper function. So let me just here the create terminal. Let's now change this, set creating terminal to true, and let me get this ID by using this create ID function, where I'm going to create as an util to get us the unique ID, or else we'll just import this one from this dependency which we just used in our server, that is this parallel drive unique ID. So I'm just going to install the same. Let me just go to this front end and install this module so that we can use the create ID function inside that. So once we have this, going to the create terminal, I'm going to use this ID function to get me the unique ID, and this one I'm going to set this as the active terminal ID into this variable. And let's try to set this timeout function, and we are going to emit here this create terminal event to our server and pass on this ID. And in this callback function I'm going to if I get this response, then I'm going to update this terminals list. Whatever we have in the previous, I'm just going to keep that as it is, and try to create in here this new terminal and set this to null. Okay, and the time, let's say I'm going to give here 1 second. Okay, so this is the create terminal logic. And now in this onConnect, we can just remove this completely and call this create terminal function. Okay, that's one thing. So same way I would need to have the function which is going to help me close this terminal as well. So just below this, let me try to create a function for close terminal. So this one, this terminal, which will be an object with an ID or string, and this terminal would be either of type terminal or null. And inside this, first let's calculate this number of terminals that we have. So this one we can just use this terminals dot length, and I'm going to find this index of this terminal that we wanted to close by using this find index function, and I use this id t.id matching equals to this term.id. So if we don't find that, if index is -1, then I'm just going to return else. We are going to emit this close terminal event and pass on this id to our server, and in this callback function we are going to get this response. So if we find this response, let me just calculate this next id, which based upon this actual terminal id. If this is equals to this term.id and this num terminals is equals to 1, then next id would be null. Else this index is less than this num terminals -1, then the terminals of this index -1 +1 dot id, else the previous index. Okay, so index -1 dot id. Okay, and if this is false, I'm just going to set in this id. So this is the simple logic. So basically first we'll check if this active terminal id is matching to this id. So if that is the case, and also we'll check if it's the only terminal that is open, then you're going to make this next id as null. If not, we'll check if this index is less than number of terminals than 1. If that is the case, then we will assign the next index or else the previous index, and if it's not equals to this this term is not equal to the active id, then I'm just going to assign this active terminal id. Okay, fine. So after this, let's update our terminals previous, and I'm just going to filter with this id. Okay, so t.id is not equals to this term.id. Okay, this will be updating our terminals list. And if we don't have this next id, so I'm just going to set this active terminal id to empty string. Else let's try to get this next terminal using this terminals dot find, and I'm just going to use this id matching it to this next id. And if we found this next terminal, then I'm going to set this as the active terminal id, which is this next terminal dot id. Okay, so this is the close terminal function. So now if we go to our UI components, okay, so here our tab section where we have the closing thing, just going here. Yeah, so now here instead of the single tab showcasing, we will iterate through this terminals and try to wrap everything in this tab, and the key would be this id of each terminal. On click, I'm going to set this active terminal id to this term.id. okay, and on close we are going to call the close terminal function which we just created now, and pass on for this the terminal object, and selected this one would depend upon this actual terminal id matching it to this term.id. okay, fine. And inside this I will just have this now this square terminal and shell, and then I can just remove this now. Okay, and then this would be disabled if we are creating a terminal. Okay, and also in this on click, after this toast I'm just going to return this, else we are going to call this creator terminal function. Okay, that's the thing. And now let's try to, instead of just having this plus icon, I'm going to show loader icon depending upon this creating terminal. If that is so, let's try to show this loader icon. So let's say loader to icon, and styling for this will apply this animate pen as usual, and the width and height, let me set it to 4. Inside this else we'll just show this normal plus icon to add a new terminal if we want so. And let's try to uncomment this part. So I'm just going to minimize this. Let's try to uncomment this socket part and try to provide the props needed for this component. If it's a socket and also this active terminal, okay, then we need to pass in other props for this. First thing, the ID I'm going to pass in this active terminal dot ID, and the prop active terminal dot terminal, and then callback function setting the term. Here this would be of type terminal, and this one we are going to update this set terminals function. So here let's try to get this all the terminals, and here let's check if this ID is matching it to active terminal.id. okay, if so, I'm just going to update this terminal to this one, else we will just set this tab. Okay, this will be updating. I know this ID is not yet added, so I'm just going to that terminal, and let's add in this ID which is of type string. So I'm just going to provide an ID for this, and now so instead of here emitting this hard-coded test ID, I'll be passing in this ID for this, and also here this would remain as it is. Okay, so that's the change. Here let's try to see this now. Hopefully, let's see if the server is up. This is front end. Okay, let me create this and go to this server. Let me run this server. Okay, it's up. Now we should get these files. Okay, I'm just going back to this dashboard, and then let's try to start this server. Maybe let me just, yeah, I'm just going to start this now. And okay, so this is on this 3000 port, and I wanted to start this server as well. Let me start this. Now we shouldn't face any issues. Let's wait for Okay, this happens because of poor network connectivity. I'll just reconnect to the Wi-Fi and then we'll start this. Let me reconnect to the Wi-Fi and then we'll start this. Connected now, and I am opened this particular code editor, a specific project. We are seeing this continuously loading. So in this create terminal, I need to set this back to false. Okay, and also then now if I just refresh this, we should be able to see the message create a terminal when passing the ID, unique ID. Then if I just try to click here, okay, ID is terminal already exists. Looks like ID isn't being passed properly. We are sending it this way. So if I just go to server, let me check that here. Okay, so this one, let me change this to ID, which is going to be a string, and I'm going to add in this callback function. And also, okay, here let me for terminal response, I'm going to add in this ID. After this on exit, let me send a true to the callback function. Okay, and we need to rebuild this, or else I'm going to run this in dev mode. Okay, yeah, so we have in this dev mode, so we don't have to build this again and again now. And also I need to add in the let me add in the event listener to this closed terminal. Here we'll be sending in this ID, which should be of type string, and then this callback function. And here if we don't have this terminals of ID, then I can just console with the message that something, let's say try to close the terminal, but this terminal does not exist. Okay, and here I'm just going to send this terminals and return, and here let me just call this a dispose function on this callback function, and same thing on this on exit dispose, and we are going to delete this terminals ID, and I'm going to pass to this callback function as true. So this is the closed terminal event listeners, and also in this here in the disconnect part. Okay, fine. So now let's try creating, let's see what happens. So if I just okay, creating a terminal, we are sending an object, not the ID. Okay, looks like there is an issue with the way that we are sending the ID. Let me try to okay, in this server create terminal. Mm, we did not get an ID, but we got an okay. So if I just go to this, the way we are trying to emit, I just wanted to cross check. Okay, I'm just sending in this ID, and then in the callback function, I don't see any issue. Let's try again. Okay, I'm just going to restart this server. Okay, now we have this terminal. Which one is this? Creating a terminal. There is an issue. Okay, in the callback I have an issue. So if I just go to this server, in here create terminal, in this callback what I'm trying to do is send in the boolean value, and on later. Okay, I don't see any issue. Okay, if I just try creating this, this server is crashing. I need to check this. Okay, I just rebuilt the server, and now we are able to create multiple terminals or also delete these terminals and all. So let me just try to refresh this whole thing and showcase you to you guys. So once we are trying to reconnect to this, we'll see this files being loaded, and then we need to have a terminal also set up for us. So if I try clicking this plus, so we have this terminal open, and if I just try creating one more, we should see one more terminal open. Okay, so it's creating, so we are able to create multiple terminals. So that's where we are focusing on to create multiple terminals, starting multiple terminals. And if I just try closing this, so you can see the terminal got closed. And even if I try to close this, we should be able to see this one also to be removed. Yeah, okay, fine. So the multi-terminal logic is also working. So next what I'm going to do is let me try to add in a few UI changes to the scrolling effect. So basically I would like to for this editor, I let's say if I try to paste in things, okay, fine, Let me just undo this. I'm just going to add in this this display. I don't want this display to be there, so that one, what we can do is in our global.css, yes, here let me add in this tab scroll, and I'm going to add in this websocket scroll bar display. Let me set this to none. Okay, and this one will go to our editor component. Inside this editor index.tsx, let me just minimize this right side part, and here to our root div, the place where we are trying to display this terminals part. Okay, yeah, here I'm going to add in this overflow to be auto, and also this tab one, the scroll effect. Okay, and also for this let me add in this rank 0. Okay, yeah, fine. So what I was trying to do is basically if I try creating this, actually this takes some time to load, but ideally we'll see this bash on everything. So if I just add in so once this is active, we'll see the text here, but sometimes it doesn't work. We'll see that there is a loading issue and all. So I just added into scroll this terminal part and all. So that's the just a small change we added. Post this, let's try to disable the model UI part. That is, I would like to add in the model for disabling live collaboration and all those things. So that logic, let's try to add in this. We will see this, but the focus was on creating a multiple terminals, which we are able to do it. Next thing, what I'm going to do, let's go to this live folder and create in here this new component for disable model. Okay, in here make this as a client-side component, and let me create a simple function disable access model, and inside this the props that we'll be sending for this is this open boolean value, and the like we have for other models, callback function to update the boolean value, and this message which is going to be of type string, and here this open set open and message. Okay, fine, and now we'll wrap everything inside this dialog. Just pass in like we pass to other components. On open change, just will set open, and inside this I'll have this dialog content. First the header. Inside this header, the title that I am going to set in is the live collaboration disabling. Okay, and let me just close this thing, and after this header, let me add in one div where we'll try to show the message. maybe I'll just give some styling, that is making the text as small and muting the foreground. Okay, this is the disabling model, and now I need to add this one to the editor component. Inside this, let me add in one state variable, whether we disable or not. Okay, to keep track of that, I'm just going to the top and let me just create in here. I'm creating a new variable for disabling access. Set disable access. This is going to be an object, and is disabled will have two properties. Is disabled by default would be false, and the message, I'm just going to keep this also empty string. Now okay, here just in the div part, what I'm going to do is, let me try to check for that condition here. If disable access dot is disabled is true, then I'm going to show in here the inside this fragment the component which we just added, that is disable access model, and pass in this message, which should be disable access dot message, and also this open disable access dot is disabled and set open. For now I'm not going to do anything. Let's just pass in this empty callback function, and just below this let me add in this loading component. Okay, maybe we'll create one later. Okay, so if I just show you this, set this default value to true, you will see this in action. So I'm just going to change this to for showcasing. Okay, so this is how it will be there. Like collaboration disabled, so we are not doing anything, so it will be there. So I'm just going to revert back to false, and we need to handle these things now. So these things, what I wanted to do is let me go to the shared component inside our dashboard here. So we are sharing this thing, and I would like to add in here a few checking things. So basically we will first check if the shared that we got length is greater than 0, then I can just try to show this div part. Else I'll try to show that no virtual boxes here, and get a friend to share one with you and try out live collaboration, something like that. I'll try to add in here. Okay, so here let me just inside this, let me show this as no virtual boxes here, and I'm just going to add in some text, get a friend to share one with you, something like that. Okay, and try out live collaboration. Okay, so this is just the change we are trying to show inside that. And also I'll try to change okay. um, Fine, at least we added this disable model UI. uh, we will try to now add in this logic to restrict the shared user things. Okay, let me add in that. For that, what we are going to do is, first let's go to our server index.ts. Okay, and in here let's first have a global variable whether the owner connected or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to define the variable for to know whether this owner connected or not. This, let me set this to false, and this one in our on connection callback, what I'm going to do here, let me check if this data dot is owner. Okay, then I'm going to set this is owner connected to true, else if this owner is not connected, then maybe we will just emit this disable access, and I can send this the virtual box owner is not connected. Okay, and then I'm just going to return this. So that is the thing. And also and also let me just optimize some logic in this create terminal for this checking. Either we can just do this in one check. Okay, or this one, I'm just going to return this, and let me just remove this. And also in our on disconnect, I need to inside this, let me broadcast this disable access, saying that the message the VirtualBox owner has disconnected. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the thing. Now we have the changes. Going to the our editor, what I'm going to do, let's go to this editor index.tsx file, and let me just minimize the right part. I'm going to create a new function called on disable access inside our here. Let me just create that on disable access, and message is what will be sending to this. Okay, and here let me just update is disabled to true, and the message to whatever we are receiving as the input param for this. And also in this on disconnect, we will try to close all the terminals as well whenever we have opened. First thing, let me listen to this disable access and call this on disable access function. And here let's just stop listening for the same in our cleanup. Disable access on disable access. Okay, fine. And also I'm just going to add in a function which is going to help me close all the terminals. Let's create in here. This is going to be a simple function. Let's just iterate through this each terminal and get this terminal inside this. Let's just emit this close terminal event. Along with that, I'm going to pass in this ID, and in this callback function let's just send this empty function, and we are going to update the terminals as we keep deleting them. So I'm just going to filter this and check for this ID with the ID that we are deleting, and we'll be updating that. Okay, and now in this on disconnect, maybe I can just call this function terminals. Okay, so yeah, that's going to help me close the all terminals. In the disable model component, now what I'm going to do is so going to this, in this let's try to use this router object so that we can navigate back to our dashboard. And here inside this use effect hook, if it's open, and so I'm just going to have this timeout set so that I can navigate back to our dashboard page. Router dot push to our dashboard, and here I'm just going to wait for 5 seconds, and in clean now I'm just going to pass on this clear timeout, the timeout function. Okay, this will be applicable on component mounting. Okay, so here let's try to add in a local loader, and also the text which is going to say something like redirecting you to dashboard and all. Okay, so let me just add in some space in the y direction, and I'm going to wrap this inside this div, the message thing, and below this I'll add this loader icon and some helper text. Below this let me just add in this make this flex, and items, let me just center them. Inside this I will add in this loader icon, and the styling width and height I'm just setting to 4, and animate spin effect margin right to. Below this let's add in this text redirecting you to dashboard, whatever. Okay, fine. So this is just a small live this disable model component change, and also the things that we wanted to change mostly we did. So going to the yeah, let's try to check this out. This is sometimes not working, the server. This one we are sending in the object. Okay, I'll show you that in a while, but ideally this is how we do it, of restricting the shared user's access once the owner gets disconnected from the code editor. Okay, so I need to fix view server emits. Let me just go to this index.ts, and inside this, wherever I'm trying to in the on connection or whatever on the event that we're listening on, I am making, so here instead of this is what I'm supposed to do for rate limit, and also here okay, and that's disconnect. And on connection, where is it? Yeah, so here I need to change this save file, and also in this on data callback function let me just search for that. Yeah, here I need to this terminal response, and also this callback true. I'm just going to change this even in this terminal data. Where is this? This terminal data. Okay, so here I'm just trying to write this, and inside this close terminal, even here I'm just going to remove this callback of true. There is an issue with that. And now on disconnect, I'm just trying to expose this. Okay, now going to this editor, component in the I need to anyhow we'll be building this. Okay, going to this editor component, here what I need to do is in the onConnect function let me just remove this creating terminal call, and also on disconnect I'm going to remove this and use this set terminals, setting it to empty array. Okay, and a non-terminal response as well. I'm just going to for now comment that. Let me just comment this part. In this create terminal function, what we are going to do, instead of this emitting here this boolean, let me just change this to empty callback. Okay, and inside this I'm going to update this terminals directly here in this way. Whatever we have this previous, let's just keep that as it is, and terminal, let me have this id and terminal, set this to null. After this, set active terminal id, we will use this id to set this, and also creating terminal to false, and I can just remove this one from here. Now this close terminal, what I wanted to do, even this, we are going to remove this thing, and this check, if check, let's first remove this complete if block. The next id we are going to get this, and I'm just going to update this terminals using the same, and there's no text id, and this is what we're going to have the same logic. Okay, fine. And also the terminal where we are trying to show on the UI part, the place where we are trying to use this editor terminal, I wanted to okay, let's just leave this. Okay, and also here, instead of using this, let's try using this active terminal id, and here, instead of just showcasing this as a null, maybe I will have this div with the text no terminals open. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this terminal square icon. Let's have this width and height, set it to 4, some margin in the right. Okay, and I'm just going to style this a bit. Width, let's just set it to full, height as well to full. Let's have this display as a flex. Items center, justify also, I'm just going to center them. Text, let's make this to be larger in font type medium, and finally the text muted foreground, I'll just have by, let's say, off, and let's have this select none effect applied. Okay, that's the change, and now hopefully we should see the issues gone. Let's try checking that. I'm just refreshing this, and we'll try opening any one of this. So I'm just opening this code editor. Okay, we have this, and here we have this text no terminals open, and if I just try this, so we have this terminal showcased. Okay, and also this let's say this this is shared to P4, right? Let me try sharing this to this user. Okay, so now you can see immediately we have this thing. Okay, now I'm just closing this, and let me try opening with the other account, and from here I'm just going to disconnect, and we should see owner disconnected P4. Okay, now this user is added. Okay, and if I just go back, okay, uh, the owner is disconnected, and now if you can see on the right side we got this a shared user disconnected as well. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this. Let me just show you in a better way. So I have opened two windows with the one user account in the left side and the other user account on the right side. So I'll just try to show it in clear way how this disable model will be showcased. Okay, so here let's say now this shared with me, this test is shared, and P4 and UI project 2 is shared, and if I try to open this, this is the shared project, and he's not the owner of this. And now let's try this in here inside this, and I am opening the shared project which is shared by this left side account. And now if I try to connect to the server now, so let's try to check this. Hopefully now see, you can see both the side, both the windows, we are seeing this live collaboration disabled because the owner of this is not connected to that, and immediately the user is redirected back to the dashboard. So that's the feature that we just implemented. So on fresh connection, first we do check for if the owner is connected to this project or not. If it's not connected, we are going to redirect the shared user to its dashboard. So that's the thing that we did. Just check this out now. So now let's try let's go back to this code to this one. And next what I wanted to do is let's try changing this terminals. Okay, so I have an issue with this disposing logic. If I just try to open this, so I'd like to make few changes inside this editor, .tsx. Let's try to create one so here, okay, I'm just going to create one state variable for closing the terminal. Let's have this closing terminal status, set closing terminal to update that value, and initially let's just set this to empty string, and this one in our socket.disconnect, here I'm just going to add in this terminals dot for each, get this terminal, and we are just trying to check this. If this term dot terminal is present, then I'm just going to dispose this terminal. So, and also in the on terminal response, let me just uncomment this one. we are first finding this terminal, and we have this terminal, and I'm just going to write this response dot data. Okay, and also this thing I'm just going to change this with the terminal changing, and also in this create terminal function that we have created, inside this let me update this terminals list. I'm just going to move this to above here, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, I'm just moving up that, and also inside this if here close terminal, let me set this closing terminal to this id, and here inside this I'm going to set this one back to empty string. After that here if this active terminal and active terminal dot terminal instance is not null, then I'm going to call the dispose function on this terminal instance. Okay, and also in this terminal component, inside this, if inside this, if we have this terminal, I'm just going to return in here, and also let's try adding the line height to 1.5 and letter spacing to 0. Okay, and also for disposing this, I'm just going to comment this for now, and this one I'm just going to add this id which will be running on change of this id, and the thing where we are trying to set this terminal, I'm just commenting this for now. And also yeah, let's check this this one, and I'm just trying to create that, and okay, so what I'll do here is let's go back to our editor, and where we just added inside this the disposing of each terminal. I'm just going to comment that for a while, this one. Okay, and also this one, whatever I just added, I'm just going to comment that as well. Let me just comment this one too. In here showing the editor terminal, I'll just add in this condition while we are trying to show the editor terminal component. What I'm going to do is inside this let me move this up, this condition check. I'm going to move this up here, and okay, and let me just minimize this whole part, and I'm going to add in here, and also here let me just add in this empty fragment, and let's remove this. Okay, so here let's try iterating using these terminals, and map the each terminal, and then I'll be trying to display this editor terminal So I'm just trying to have this and this thing, and let's try to close this div here, and I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, there is an issue with this. I'm just going to correct that. Okay, the issue is with this. Let me just remove this part. Okay, if that is the case, and we are trying to show this div, okay, and I need to attach in this key for this. Okay, the key would be this term.id. What's the issue? I just added that. Okay. Okay, so now for each one we are trying to add in a terminal. That's what we just did in here, and also in this terminal component, so let's add in here the visible additional thing. So the props, let's say this visible, and based upon this actual terminal id, matching it to this term.id, that will be showcasing, and we need to add in this terminal visible prop for this. So I'm just going to add in this one would be this boolean. So I'm just restructuring the same, and now inside this, let me just remove this, uncomment this disposing part, and also this id, just I'm just removing this, and also here going down, in this, now based upon this style, so visibility value, I'm going to show the display as a block or none. So that is if this display based upon this visible value, if it is true, will show the display as a block, else none. Okay, so that's the thing, and let's just remove this text size to be small, and now let's try to check this. So I'm just saving this, and if I try to try to add in this thing, so we would be the thing is this is not going back to okay, I need to set that inside this wherever we have this create terminal, and here in this callback, why am I not getting this id in this callback? I'm trying to set this thing to false, but it's not happening. if we just go to our server index.tsx and this here, this create terminal, okay, I'm just trying to create a new instance, and I made this ID along with this the data. I just wanted to check for the terminal response here. Terminal response, we are trying to write this data. That's fine. I don't think there is an issue with that. Let me try loading this again. So any project, I will just try opening this. Okay, and whatever, I'm just opening one file. Let's try to open this terminal. Yes, now the terminals are working. So if I just type whatever npm run dev, we are able to see this. Okay, fine. Yeah, and after this, so sometimes we just need to restart the servers, or go back to dashboard and reload the servers and all. That's fine. And now I'll try to add in a code for a preview component, the just the above the terminal. Let's try to create in a new folder inside our editor itself called a preview. Okay, and we will try to create a simple component for that. Let's name this as the index dot tsx. Okay, so let me just remove this. I can just minimize this, so you can see the terminal. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Just if it doesn't work, just reload this. Okay, and first thing, let's make this as a client-side component, and I'm going to simply create a simple component called preview window. Okay, and here let's try to return some divs wrapping inside this fragment. I'm going to give some styling. Later we will add that as we see this text. I'm going to add in this preview, and after this let's have one more div, and inside this div I'm going to add in this terminal square icon. Okay, and let's have this width and height set to 4. Okay, so maybe once let's first try to include this inside the editor, and maybe I will try to make changes the terminal this preview window. So where we wanted to show this one is let me just go to this. Already we think added a few things related to this preview window. Yeah, this one inside this whatever okay, these things I'm just going to remove this whatever we have to the preview related code inside this resize panel. I'm just going to remove everything, and we'll try to create inside this the preview window component. I'm just going to use this, and we will try to style this. Okay, so going back to this preview component where we are just trying to build this, let me try to complete that. Okay, so in here, let's after this let's have one more div, and inside this I'm going to add in this chevron left icon, and same width and height I'm just going to give for every icon. And after this, let me have few more icons. Okay, and this one, let's change this one to right, and this one to rotate, like refreshing thing. Okay, rotate clockwise icon, I'm going to have that. Okay, another thing is, now we need to style this. So let's go to this root div, make this as the height 10, and select, I'm going to have none, width full, and let's make this display as a flex and gap of 2. So I'm just going to add this, and now this one, what this div, now inside div, let's make this one flex and center these items. Okay, and give this width full, justify, I'm going to apply this between, and now height, let's say height of 8, rounded, I'm going to apply this medium, padding in the x direction 3, text size, let's make this as extra small, and background, I'm going to apply the secondary. Okay, so that's the thing. Now if we need to style this individual divs where we are trying to wrap this icons, then maybe this starts looking good. So I'm just going to make this also flex space in the x direction 1, and translate in the x direction by 1. Okay, and now the styling for each icon, this would be pretty common, padding of 0.5, and height and width I'm going to restrict it to 5. So let's have some margin left. Okay, and flex terms, let's center them. I'm going to apply this, and let me just collapse this part, justify also, let's just center, and transition, let's apply this colors, background, let's make this transparent, and on hover I'm going to apply this background color to change it to muted foreground by quarter, and cursor, let's just make this as a pointer, and a rounded small. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is the styling I just wanted to apply for this whole thing. Maybe we'll just apply this same styling for the remaining icons as well. So I just want to copy the same and apply to this div, as well as to this div, as well as to this div, and let's save this. Yeah, now they're looking good. Okay, so this is the preview of simple component, and here after this, let me add in simple div with the width as the full, and let's apply this grow and make this rounded as the medium, and background for foreground. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, so this is the preview component. Now we will try to start building this. I have added this already into the editor thing, and also better if we try to move the components present inside the in editor index.tsx into different file, so that you can just minimize the size of this file, or else you can just keep this as it is. It's left to you, because if I can just give you one example, the terminals, creating terminal and all can be a function inside the libraries and all. Okay, so that's the thing I just wanted to let you, so that you can create that as well. So if we open this terminal inside this, we can completely create a separate component for terminals and use that in place of the all the code that we have as part of inside this editor. Maybe just refactoring, so better organizing and all, but left to us, so whether we wanted to go organize it better way or not. I'm just suggesting that so that you guys can go ahead and give it right. Okay, after this, what I'm going to do, we are going to try to handle this disabled project options, and also we will try to move on to this resizing logic for our terminal and all those things. Okay, just before even that, in this server utils.ts, in the process files function, uh, in our server utils where is that? In here we are going to, for folder, instead of sending this as a path, we are supposed to send this as the id slash this parts dot slice 0 to I plus 1, and I'm just going to join this by slash. So this would be the id of this folder that will be sending. That's the just a small bug while we are trying to pass in this id to this folder. Okay, that's fine. And now going to this your front end part, you can just go ahead and try adding the analytics and all those things, which I'm just maybe once you deploy this and wanted to have a things, you can use the post dog or Versal Analytics or Google Analytics and whatever is best working. Okay, fine. And now let's try to add this disabled project options. That to one that is we are going to add in this disabled project options while we are trying to create a new project. So okay, let me delete few things. Test one I've just deleted, and now if I try to collect, we'll try to add in this disable two more like Python and other things, just placeholders. To add that, where we need to edit is in our dashboard a new project component. So if I open, so this is not the here, new project, and if I just expand this part, and here first this type or T options, I need to include the additional options like Python or the other things, which I'm just for now naming this as a more. And the data, let's try to add in the additional disabled or not boolean for this. And for React and a node, I'm just going to set this to false, and here as this one also to false. And we'll add in this the Python thing. Let me just set this id as the Python and name as this Python icon. So I'm just going to use this project icons, this python.svg, where I'm going to add in this, because if we just go to this public project icons, we have just two icons. So what I will do is let me just add those files. uh, okay, I'm just going to add this files. So python icon I'm just going to add, and more let's just keep something whatever we have. So inside this project icon, so let me just copy paste the icons into this project icons. Okay, so I'm just pasting this icons, and now we can just refer to that. Okay, so additional properties that I'm going to add in is this description. So you can just take those images from the code that I'll be sharing. Okay, so let's just add in this as the a high level general. I'm going to add in some text, general purpose language, something. Let's say we are not adding this one now, so I'm just adding this placeholder, and this is will be disabled for true. Okay, and why is this? Okay, and after this let's add in one more thing for more, and this name, let's say this is going to be more languages like Rust, uh, Ruby, and all those things languages. And here this icons, project icons, more.svg, which we just added, and then this description. So I'm just going to add in here something like, more coming soon, uh, something like this. Okay, and then this disabled, I'm just going to set this to true. So these are the four objects which we just added. And now the schema, I'm going to add in this like we'll try to add in some condition. This name must be alphanumeric and can contain underscores, so that one we can just apply in this way. Value, let's try to get this value, and this is the regex. Okay, I'm just it can have A to Z and capital A to Z, and also 0 to 9, and also the underscore. Okay, so and let's add in this, and we are going to test whatever the user is trying to enter. Okay, and if it's not meeting that, I can just say this name must be alphanumeric and can contain the underscores. Okay, so that's the just additional check for the name. And also now we are going to use this disabled inside our component. Based upon that, I'm going to just change the code component visibility, that is the button. We will add in this the disabled thing depending upon this item dot disabled. So this will be disabled if that is true and all. And also for this styling, let me add in here, if this is disabled, I'm going to have this opacity set it to 50. At the same time, if it's a disabled, I'm adding this cursor not allowed. Okay, so now if I try to open this project, now we should see additional 2 more options. So if I open this, yeah, this is what Python and more language which we just added. Okay, so these are disabled, and these 2 things would be able to what's happening. Okay, this server, there is an issue again. Let me just close this and open this. Okay, I'm not able to select this. Okay, fine. Button and on click. Okay, I think I just removed this on click. Okay, okay, so we need to have this on click. Here I'm just going to set the selector to this the item that user is trying to click. Okay, I think I missed this. Now we should be able to select. Yeah, fine. So we just added the additional 2 options like disabled project options, which I'm just leaving those as a placeholders for now. Okay, going forward, what we will do is let's try to add a disabled states on creation, that is inside this component. This would be disabled not just with this, even while we are trying to create this loading thing. Okay, and in the placeholder for my project, this also I'm going to add in this disabled if it's a loading. Okay, and yeah, fine. Even to this select component. So basically once we are trying to, so if I just open this while we are trying to create this, and this is loading, even then this thing should be disabled. Okay, that's the thing we are adding here, this disable based upon this loading value. Okay, so now the we are disabling states as well on creation. Next thing that I wanted to move to is work on resizing logic of the terminals. That what I can do is let me go to our server here, index.ts, and I'm just going to add in the event listener for the resize terminal. Okay, so here let me get this dimensions, the calls, which will be number, and the rows again, which is would be of number. And let's try to get the object values. using these terminals, and let's iterate through this each terminal, and I'm going to call this resize and set this whatever the dimensions of this columns that we got as params for this event listeners. Okay, and this thing now I have to take care of this inside our editor. Okay, so let's go to this UI part, and quick thing inside this here on open change, I'm just going to here boolean. Okay, so just checking if it's not loading, only then I'd be toggling this. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, fine, and now going down to this resizing part, we will try to okay, let's go to this editor, and inside this I'm going to create in a we wanted to resize this. Okay, we have to attach the resize panel reference to our panels that we're attaching. One for so if I just show you this, let me just minimize this part, even this sidebar. So let me just minimize this too. Yeah, so this is the thing I need to attach in the preview panel reference for this, and accordingly I can adjust the size of this. So let me just do that. For resizing, I'm going to create two state variables. So one for is to know whether this preview is collapsed or not, and just let's have this callback function to update the same use state, and here we will depending upon this, if this type is not equals to react. Okay, I'm just going to assume this it's collapsed. Okay, and we will have one reference for our preview panel. So I'm just going to create that. Okay, preview panel a reference. Here let's use this useref hook. So this is going to be of type this imperative panel handle from this React resizable panels, and set this initially to null. Okay, and this one now this resize panel, let me set this max size to 80, and going down to the actual our handles, let me attach here the reference which we just created, preview panel reference for this, and also I'm going to attach in here this collapse size as the 4, and minimum size let's increase this to 25, and apply this collapsible as a true, and on collapse callback function I'm going to update the state variable which we just created, set is preview collapsed as true. Okay, and on expand I'm going to again set this is preview collapse to false. Okay, so this is going to help us toggle this is preview collapsed value, and for this preview window I'll be passing on this collapsed value. We are going to add in this props for that, this props, and also this open callback function, where I'm going to add in this preview panel ref dot current, and call this expand function on this. Okay, and update this is preview collapsed or to false. So I'm just going to okay, so we need to add this props to our preview window. So going to this preview component, let me just open this here. I'm going to add the props, the collapsed, which is going to be a boolean, and the open this callback function. Okay, and let me just destructure those collapsed value and this open function, and here this root div I'm going to attach this one. So let's try to make this stylings as this dynamic stylings, so based upon this collapsed value. So here I'm just going to make the site as dynamic based upon this collapsed value. If it's a collapsed, we will have this height set it to full, else the height set it to 10. Okay, and now based upon collapsed value or not, so just below this, if it's a collapsed, then I'll just have this preview button. Okay, so let's just create small component here. I'm going to name this as this preview button, and here again this is going to have this children, which is going to be React nodes, and the onClick callback function. So let me just add in this. Here this is going to be a simple button wrapped, and we'll wrap the children's inside that children, and onClick. Here let me just have this div, and inside this I'm just going to add in this children, and let's add in this onClick functionality, this onClick callback, and also some styling for this thing. This padding of 0.5, and height and width, let's set it to 5, and some margin left, and make this as a flex. Items, let's just center them, and also justify center them. Apply this transition colors, background transparent, and on hover I'm just going to add in this muted background, so foreground, okay, by a quarter, and this cursor change this one to pointer, and also this rounded small. Okay, the styling whatever we had, I think I should have applied that. Okay, fine. This is the preview button. And now we will just use that. Okay, so if it's collapsed, what I'm going to do is show this preview button, and on click, let's just pass on this open function, and here I'm going to use this unfold vertical icon, and let's have this width and height set it to 4. Okay, and here the if that's not the case, let's have this, and we are going to use this preview button, and on click here I'm going to let's say I'm going to just console this to be our terminal, and inside this we will add in this terminal square icon. Okay, like this we are going to add in the three more icons. So I'm just going to change them. Okay, so here this is going to be this chevron left, this console we can change that later. Okay, and this one, this chevron right. So let me just replace this, and finally this refresh and rotate clockwise. Let me just replace this one, and we can just remove this one extra one, and this whole div I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so this would be our the thing, the component now. And okay, so if I try resizing, so I'm able to resize this thing. Okay, so this is how we can just resize this, and so that we are giving more space to our terminal. Okay, this completely I can collapse this, and if I okay, so we're able to collapse and open this. So that's the thing we just applied now, the resizing thing. And going to this terminal file, what I'm going to do is let's try to in here wherever we did add in this here I'm going to add in a listener. Okay, let's completely remove this. So that is, if there is no the terminal reference dot current, I'm going to apply this return, and else what we will do, let's just move this outside this if. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and let me just change this one to disposable on data, and we are just emitting this ID and data to this terminal data. And I'll have here one more function. Let's name this as the disposable on data. Okay, and here inside this term dot on resize callback function dimensions, here I'm just going to call this fit on add-on fit. Okay, let's just change this one to resize, not on data. Okay, and I'm just going to emit this terminal resize thing and pass on this dimensions to this. Okay, and now this one, let me just remove this things, disposable on data dot dispose, and also this disposable on resize dot dispose. Okay, yeah, that's the thing I just wanted to add on. So if we try to add on this thing additionally, I'll be able to so if I just go back, try creating this opening the terminal. Okay, so let me just stop this server, go back, start this server, and open any one of the projects. I'm just opening this. Okay, it should load us the files. Okay, I'm just trying to open the other project. Okay, we got this files loaded. Now if I just try to open the other project, so it takes time, the server reflecting, and also depending upon our connectivity thing, we will be able to see the files loaded at the same time the terminal gets connected. Let me just stop this. And let me just open one of the project. Yeah, now we have this, and if I just try to open this, yeah, bash is also thing. Okay, so if I try to resize this, this is what we try to add in the logic now. Okay, fine. Okay, so the resize thing, I don't think we have to spend much time there. And now the projects, okay, fine, that's the resizing thing. And also let's try to add in a rate limiting for our project size. That one we can try to add in inside. Let's say I wanted to first go to our storage. Let me go to our storage thing, and inside this I'm going to add in the new endpoint called /API/size. Maybe I'll try to use here. Let me try this. So here I'll try to add in this. If this path is equals to /API/size, and this method is equals to get. Okay, and inside this we'll try to handle the logic for that. We'll try to get few params using this URL dot search params, and here this virtual box ID, which would be this params dot get this virtual box ID. Okay, once we get that, if we have this virtual box ID, then we will try to query this list and get this using this prefix projects slash this virtual box ID. Okay, and after this we will sum up the size of all the files. Okay, so for that I'm going to define this variable size for let's iterate through the all the files of this project. Const file of this result dot objects, and size one, I'm just going to add all the file size into this variable, the files dot size, and we are going to return this as the response from this endpoint. we can just stringify this value, this size value, and add in the status code as 200. Okay, else I'm just going to return this invalid request. Okay, yeah, so that's the endpoint. So I need to deploy this storage part. So if I just go to this storage and just try to deploy this, so that we'll be able to use this endpoint. So once we have this deployed, I need to go to our server. Okay, so let me just open this, and inside this utils I'm going to create one simple function called get project size, and this is going to be asynchronous, and we are going to pass in this ID of the project, and we are going to get this result by making a call to the endpoint which we just deployed. So I'll just copy this thing and here and add in this size and a query param, which is this virtual box ID. I'm going to attach this ID. Okay, and we are going to return this response, await response.json dot this size. Okay, so this is the function get project size, and now we will try to use this function inside our index.ts. So the place where we are trying to create a file, here I'm going to add in this callback function. In this try thing, before here, let's try to get this size by using this function which we just created. Await this get project size, and by passing in this data dot virtual box ID, which is nothing but the ID. Okay, and I'm limit, let's say we are setting it to 200 MB. So if this size is greater than 200, okay, 200 into this 1024 into this 1024, basically 200 MB, then I'm going to emit this rate limit thing, and with the message as rate limited project size exceeded, please delete some files. Okay, so that's the thing, and I'm just going to pass on this with the status success as the false to this callback function. Okay, and else here I'm going to send this callback success value as true. So this one I need to use this inside our sidebar new component. So if I just go to this front end code, this sidebar and a new component, so we just need to check this. So wherever we are trying to emit this thing, along with this I'm going to get this success value in the callback function. This would be of type this boolean. Okay, so inside this, if success, then only I'm going to call this function with this name comma type, and I'm going to remove this here. Okay, so that's the change, and I think rest should remain same. So this is how we'll be limiting the size on our project creation. So I think we already saw the limitations for our number of projects. So same way this works, so there's not much to show. Okay, so After this here we are going to work on the reordering of these files, just dragging and dropping. So I'm going to focus on that now. For drag and drop, I'll use this Atlassian kit for the pragmatic drag and drop. So that is, let me search for this Atlas kit pragmatic drag and drop. Okay, so I'll be using this. So let me install this dependency first into our front-end application. So I'm just going back to this front end, and let me just install this. So if I just open this documentations, okay, this is the thing that we'll be trying to use. So ideally this is how we wanted to move on now. So if I just take this top like this, okay, so we added this dependency, and now what I'm going to do is let's try to first make the file component as draggable. So here this file, let's add in the props for this, whether it's moving or not. So basically I'll try to add in this moving ID for this moving ID, which would be of type string. So let me just get this moving ID, and here let's try to create this is moving variable to just know whether this moving ID is equals to the data ID or not. And the reference I'm just going to add in this for draggable, okay, and whether we are dragging in this file or not. So I'm just going to have this state variable for that, and this one, let's initially set this to false. Okay, and let's try to add this logic inside this use effect. Okay, so we should attach this reference. So that one I'm going to attach this to trigger this the reference which we just created. Okay, and this would be disabled, or this is dragging, or this is moving. Okay, and also I'm just going to add in this is moving, not moving also. Okay, and the stylings which we will take care. So I'm going to try to handle this. Let me inside this user effect. So here first thing, let's try to get this element using this ref dot current, and if this element exists in the DOM, so I'm going to return this draggable object. So this I'm going to import this from our dependency which we just added, draggable this element slash this adapter. Okay, so here let me just pass on the object for this. The element I'm going to attach the element, and then on drag start we are going to set this dragging to true, and on draw I'm going to set this dragging to false, and getting this initial data, I'm going to set in the id as this data dot id. Okay, so this would be on mounting of this component. And now coming down to this UI part. Okay, so styling, let's make this dynamic now, depending upon this dragging state. So if it's dragging, I'm going to if it's dragging, let's add in some opacity for this. Okay, so if it's dragging, I'm going to add in this opacity of let's say of 50. And on hover, let's have this background thing. Okay, fine, else I'm not going to apply anything, and remaining will remain same. And also now pending delete, first I'm going to check for this whether this is moving or not. If it's moving, I'm going to show this loader. Okay, along with that, let me add in this div with this name, the file name, and the styling for this. Let's have this text muted foreground, and inside this we will have this data.name showcased. Okay, else we are going to check for this pending delete, and we will have this as usual showcased. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this. And also this thing. So let me just remove this bracket as well. This one, and I need to if I just minimize this. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the change inside this file component. And now coming down to this folder, we are supposed to add in this additional moving ID, which is going to come again from our sidebar parent component. So I'm going to add in here as well this moving ID, which is going to be of type string. So let me just get that value here inside this. Let me just create the reference for dropping the target, which initially we will set this to null, and also whether is dragging over or not. So maybe I'll just have this one state variable for that. Set is dragged over, and let's set this initial value to this as false. And I'm going to add in this let's just add in this user effect where we try to let's attach this reference. So this one would be attached to our trigger. So I'm just going to attach here this reference for this. Okay, and okay, later we'll come back to the styling part. We'll get this first the element to which we attach the reference using this ref.current. And if we have this element, and we are going to return this drop target for elements, and here let's attach this element on drag enter. I'm going to set this is dragged over to true, and on drag leave we will set that to false. Set is dragged over to false, and on drop let again set this is dragged over to false. And finally getting this data, I'm going to set this id to this data.id. Okay, and after this can drop function, I'm just going to return this opposite value present in this moving id. Okay, so this will be performed on this mounting. Okay, that's what we'll be handling. Now coming down to the styling part, here let's make this first as the dynamic styling. So I'm just going to add in this backticks. Inside this, if this is dragged over, if it is true, I'm going to add in this background secondary by and a half and rounded at the top, or let's say smaller. Okay, or else we'll have this rounded small added. Okay, that's the change. And also here is open this one as well, the div where we have this. Let's make this also dynamic styling depending upon this dragged hover. If this dragged over is true, I will have this rounded bottom applied. Okay, and also this background color secondary by half. Okay, so else this empty classes. And now we need to pass on this moving id for this, so I'm just going to attach in this moving id. And also for our sidebar folder, I need to attach in this moving id. Okay, I think yeah, that's the change. And now the place where we are referring this folder component, we just need to tweak this in here, the sidebar root thing. I am going to add in additional props here. For this, let's add in this virtual box data that will be sending additionally to this component. Along with that, the callback function to update the files, which would be either of type this file or this folder. Okay, and this is going to be the definition of that. And let me just destructure those virtual box data and set files callback function. Okay, and here also let's first try to get the reference using this use ref, and initially set this to null, and create the state variable for storing this moving id. Set this moving id, and initially I'm going to set this to empty string, and attach the reference first. The reference we will be attaching it to the div where we are trying to show the files. Okay, that one is this div. So this is where I'm going to add in this reference. So this logic will try to handle inside our use effect hooks, and then we'll come back to the styling and handling the UI part. First thing, let's get this element ref.current. If there is a element, we are going to return this drop target for elements and attach in this element that we are attaching the reference, and this get data in this function. I'm going to set this ID to this project slash this virtual box data dot id, and in this can drop function, let's get this source, and here I'm going to get this file by finding this using the id using this child id. So this is how we can do it, this child dot id, matching it to the source dot data dot id, and then I'm just going to return this value, opposite value present in this files. Okay, and this will be triggered if the files is changing, the props that we are receiving here. And now we need to add in a monitor for our elements. Okay, so that we are going to handle this inside this use effect. Okay, so this one, so if you want to know more information, you can just refer to this docs and all those. There is clearly a video on it and how we can use some detailed capabilities and all those things. Monitor for elements, and inside this on drop. Okay, so on drop this source comma this location. First let's get this destination using this location dot current dot this drop targets of 0. If there is no destination, I'm just going to return this, else let's first get this file id using this source dot data dot id as a string, and the folder id I'm going to get in this way. So let me just move this code up, destination dot data dot id as a string, which would be this folder id, and we will get this file folder now. File id, I'm just going to split this by slash and slice this thing, the last value. Okay, and then we'll join back by slash. Okay, so now if this file folder is matching it to folder id, then I'm just going to do nothing. Okay, else we are going to move file. Okay, so this one set a moving id, this is the file that will be moving, and we are going to create one event listener, which I'm going to name this as the move file, and then we'll be reordering the structure of the files. Okay, so this file id I'll be sending along with that the folder id, and then this callback I'm just going to get this response, which would be called this of type t file or t folder. Okay, so in here let me just update this files, the response, and I'm going to set back this moving id to empty string. Okay, so this is the monitoring. Okay, fine, we need to create that event, which I will. And also first thing, this button would be disabled if this creating new. Okay, and also let's add in this disabled thing, styling for this. I'm just going to add in this opacity of 50, and also hover have this BG background. Okay, fine. And also I think I'm just going to add in the same for the below buttons as well. Okay, and yeah, fine. And also here let me add in some rounded corners, small. And now for this sidebar file we are supposed to add in this moving ID prop, and for this too, so I'm just going to add in this moving ID. Yeah, I think now we shouldn't see any issues. And the thing that we are supposed to add in is now going back to this reference of this sidebar component, and I'm supposed to add in here this virtual box data. So I'm just going to add in this virtual box data and the set files function. Let's just send this, and we need to create in one event listener in our server. So going to this server, in this, let's try to add in here this move file event, and make this asynchronous. So we will be sending in to this the file ID, which should be of type string, and this folder ID, again this would be a string, and then this callback function. And now inside this, let's try to get this file using this virtual box files, and file data, I'm just going to find this using this ID f dot id if it's matching it to this file ID. If we don't find any file, I'm just going to return that. Okay, or else first let's try to get these parts using this. I'm just going to split this file ID by slash, and this new file ID would be nothing but this folder ID plus slash this the last part of this parts, and we are going to rename this path dot join this directory name and this file ID to this path dot join this directory name, this new file ID. And if we receive any error, I'm just going to throw that error. Okay, so this I will be renaming, and then this file ID we are going to set this new file ID, and we are going to call this rename file by passing in this file ID and this new file ID and this file data as the content. And after this let's try to get this new files, get this virtual box files, and pass in this data dot id, and I'm going to pass on the new files dot files to our client side. Okay, so that's how we'll be updating, and which we added that the listener already inside so which we just added moving files. Okay, so if I just go to this editor, sidebar component, where is this? What is this error again? Okay, there it is gone. Now this sidebar index.tsx. So this is where we are emitting that, okay, move file and sending this file ID and folder ID, and this in this we're going to set this files with whatever response that we're getting from here. Okay, so now we should be able to move the folders. Let's see this. Let's go back to our dashboard. Let me check if this issue still exists. Looks like yes. So I'm going to restart this. Okay, there is an issue here still. Let me move this up. So I'm just going to add at the top along with the other variables. Okay, now let me restart this. So it's starting, so let's wait for it to start. It is compiled. Okay, it's compiling the dashboard, and okay, it did compile fine. So now we have this. So let me open any one of the project and just check if this server is up or not. Okay, this server is up, so I'm just going to open this project. So I've just clicked on this. Folder.tsx. Did I import from the wrong location? Here, this. Okay, I did import from this wrong location, so this needs to change to our this element adapter. Okay, I think then I need to change this one also here. Even this monitor for elements. Okay, now we shouldn't have an issue, so let's check this again. So refresh this dashboard page. Okay, so let me just open this individual project now, and also keep checking this server and the. Okay, it's loading. Okay, this server. Okay, we got this files. So now we have this. So if I wanted to move this into thing, I should be able to drag this. Okay, so if I drag this, now you can see I'm able to drag this one, and you're just trying to move this update this file. I think I did move into same location. Oh, let me. Okay, it's it's creating in the same folder. Okay, now yeah, now it did work. Okay, so I did try to move into this, and we can see we are able to move this, and if I wanted to move this back, I can just bring that back, and we'll be able to move this into same source folder. Yeah, okay, so this drag and drop for our file is working fine. So that's the thing I wanted to, so we just use this Atlassian Kit pragmatic drag and drop module, and then we did try to implement this file moving logic. Okay, and next what I wanted to do is we have this delete functionality for file but not for a folder. So we will try to add in the logic to delete the folder as well. So we'll try to include the logic to delete a folder now.
For us to carry out the delete folder logic, we need to first tweak the service inside our storage, where I'll try to get based upon this folder ID. So here I will be trying to get this, let's say this, I'll be passing on this folder ID for this endpoint, like parents.get, and pass in this folder ID, and here let's check if we have this folder ID. If so, okay, else if we have this, if so, let's try to get this using this ID r2.list, and provide in here this prefix which would be the folder ID. Okay, and I'm just going to return this new response by stringifying this response that we got above. This response and status, let me just send this r200. Okay, so this is going to help us get the details related to folder, and I'll try to deploy this. Okay, so once I deploy, let's go to our server where we'll try to use this service. Let me write in a simple function to get the folder. So let me rename this to folder, and I'll be passing in the folder ID for this. Maybe I'll just collapse this part, and here we will be passing on this folder ID query param for this endpoint, and here I'm just going to add on this, and we are going to get this data which would be of type this R2 files, and let's just get this JSON, and we are going to return this data objects, and I'm just going to map through every object and transform it to a key. Okay, so here this is the helper function, and now we will utilize this inside. We'll try to write in one event listener for getting the folder. So I'm just going to add in here socket.on this get folder, and let's add in this folder ID and this the callback function, and we will get these files using the function which we have written, which is the get folder, and I'm just going to pass in this folder ID, and we'll pass this files to our client side. That's one thing, and same way let's try to write in event listener to deleting the folder. Here we will be passing in this folder ID, same like above, and the callback function. Let's first get these files, this folder ID. Okay, and we will try to handle this in the promise dot all, so that is we'll try to delete all the files present in this folder. Now let's make this asynchronous and get this individual file, and inside this all we are going to do is we are going to unlink this file, path dot join, pass in this directory name, along with that the file name. And now in this function, if there is any error that we receive while we are trying to delete this, I'm just going to throw in here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we'll be deleting each file inside that folder. And now we need to update this file data. So we will be updating this file data, just filtering this id. Okay, so here this is not equals to the file, and this needs to be updated in here. Okay, fine, because we need to remove the file data of each file, right? And after this, I'm just going to pass on this file to our delete file functionality. So this is how deleting the file, and then updating our file data and passing on this file to delete file, or to delete this file. After this, I'm going to get this after this, let's try to get this new files by calling this get virtual box of files and passing in this virtual box id, and we will pass on these files to our client side. So this is the delete folder thing. Okay, fine. And also maybe we need to write in event listener for renaming the folder. I'll not do anything, I'm just going to add in the placeholder for this. Same thing, we are going to pass then the folder id and this callback function, and then we'll try to handle this logic inside, but not now, later. Okay, fine. And also should I create this limit for deleting folder as well? Maybe for now I'm just going to create the should I add in for folder? Okay, let's just add a placeholder. Later I'll try to use this delete folder rate limiting. I'm just going to create this object. Okay, and points, let's say 1 for the duration of 2 seconds. Okay, fine, because we'll be deleting a lot of files in that folder, so that's why I'm just restricting this. And now going back to our front end, I need to pass on this folder id to the file component. Okay, inside our sidebar, let's go to this sidebar. Let's try to add in the props for this, like let's say deleting folder id, and this will be of type string. And here I'm just going to get that. So once we have that, let me just maintain one variable whether we are deleting it or not. So this we can get to know by this deleting folder id dot length is greater than 0, and also this data dot id starts with this deleting folder id. Okay, and also this one pending delete, I'll set this default is the deleting value into this. And also let's try to update the pending delete based upon this is deleting value. So this one I'm going to handle inside this use effect thing, and this one will be updating based upon this value. Okay, fine. And I think remaining things, think they should be good. Fine. Yeah, and now going to this folder, we need to add in this prop for this also, this deleting folder id, which would be a string. In here again, I'm just adding in this same thing, and maybe I can just copy this is deleting thing. Here I'm just going to maintain that whether we are deleting or not. Okay, and this one, how this is deleting, should be attached to the y components. First thing is yeah, this one I'm going to make this as disabled if this is deleting. Okay, and now we have in here this form. What I'm going to do is before this, if this is deleting is true, then I'll try to show in the deleting text there. So let me make this text muted foreground, and this animate pulse effect, and inside this I'm just going to add in this text deleting, and here whatever we have as part of this form, I'm just going to move this up inside to this. Okay, fine. I think yeah, and now going to this this one, let's just for renaming I'll just not do anything for now. I'll just disable this, and for deleting we need to add on this disable. I'm going to pass on this is deleting value based upon that, and now inside this I need to pass on this handle delete folder function, and pass on this data for this function. Okay, and also for this components we need to pass on this deleting folder id even to this. I'm just going to add on this. Okay, yeah, now the error shouldn't be there. Fine, and moving on to this the root sidebar component, let's add in this deleting folder id for this, which again is going to be of type string. I'm just going to get the same value here, and all we need to do is pass on to this components deleting folder id. I'm going to pass on to this components, same here. Okay, yeah, yeah, now going to this editor component, I have to maintain one local state variable, the deleting folder id, which we are passing on to its children components. Let's go to the top, and here I'm just going to create the state variable to capture that deleting folder id, and set deleting folder id callback function to update the same, and initially let's set this to empty string. Now this thing, where is this handle delete folder thing? Yeah, in here we are going to add in a logic here. First let's update this set deleting folder id to the id that we are trying to delete, and after this I'm going to emit this get folder event to our server by passing in this id, so that I'll get all the details of that folder, and this response should be a string array. Okay, and after this we get that we'll be passing on this to one more function where we are going to write. So basically we will try to close all the tabs of these files. Okay, so that what I will do, just here let me just create the function called close tabs, and we'll be passing in this IDs of all the files, which should be a string array. And inside this, let's first count this number of tabs that we have, this tabs dot length, and if number of tabs is equals to 0, then I can just return. Okay, and all indexes, I'm just going to get this by equals to, I'll just collect into this by iterating through each ID. So this tabs dot find index using this ID, t dot id matching to this ID. Okay, so once we get all indexes, let me get this I'll filter this indexes by passing on if this index is not equals to -1. Okay, fine, and we will again check that if this indexes dot length is equals to 0, then we will not do anything. I'm just going to return from here. Or else, first let's get this active index using the tabs dot this find index, and I'll just use this ID to check if it's a matching to this active file ID that we have, which is this active ID. Okay, and now this new tabs, we are going to just filter this without the IDs. This IDs doesn't include this t dot id. Okay, so we are going to get this new tabs, and I'm just going to update this to our tabs variable. And now if this indexes dot length is equals to this number of tabs, then I'm going to set this active set active id to this empty string. Else let's try to get this next tab. If this new tabs dot length is greater than this active index, then the next tab would be new tabs of this active index. Else this it would be new tabs of this new tabs dot length -1. Okay, that will be our next tab. And if we have this next tab, I'm going to pass on this to our select file. Okay, so that's the close tabs function. And also we should be having this close tab function. I'm just going to update that. This one, instead of passing in this file, we'll pass in this just the ID, which is the string, and I will just compare this with this ID and also here as well. Let's just wherever we are referring to this, whichever whatever is needed, I'm just passing on to this, and we need to change this wherever we are referring to that is in this handle rename. Here now I'll be passing in the ID, which is what is needed inside this function. Now this close tabs, I will be calling this here and passing on this the response that we got from our server. Okay, fine, and also after this we get this. Let me again emit the delete folder event now, and I'm going to pass on this folder ID and the callback function, which would be of type this folder or a file array. Okay, and now inside this, first I'm going to update this files to whatever response that we get, and after this we will set back this deleting folder id to empty string. Okay, so this is what we will be doing in this delete folder callback. And after this I'm just going to add in this timeout, and we will set this deleting folder id to empty string, and let's add in time of 3 seconds. Okay, so that's the thing. And also going down here, we do have some issues. Okay, now I'll just be passing on this id, okay, rather than this tab. And yeah, I think we should be pretty good. What's the issue? I need to pass on this deleting folder id for this sidebar component. Yeah, I think we should be good to test the deleting folder logic. Let's see that, and also see if the server is up. Okay, server is up. Okay, and let me just go back and open any one of the things. So I'm just opening this p3 project, and we'll try to delete a source folder inside that, and let's see how this is going to behave. So this is the thing. So right click on it and just delete this. So it's deleting now the all the folders, and now you can see the files that the source folder it's deleted correctly. Okay, so the delete folder logic is working. Post this, we will try to add in a logic to add a folder. Okay, we deleted this and we need to add in a logic to add a folder. For that also, first let's go to our server, like we did create an event listener for our delete file and all the, rename folder and delete folder. I'm going to create this event listener for our this create a folder, and here let's get this name of this folder along with this callback function. And now inside this let's try to handle this in the try catch block. Okay, so here I'm just going to emit this as the rate limit. Okay, so I'm going to give the message as rate limited of folder creation. Let's say please slow down. Okay, and we are going to use this the create folder. So I'm going to add in create folder rate limiting. Okay, so let me name this as the create folder rate limiter, and I'm just going to create this, and same thing I'm just going to have this for 2 seconds. You can just create one folder, okay, in 2 seconds. Okay, so now going back to this create folder in this try block. In this try block, first let's import that create folder rl function, and this call this consume and pass on this user id along with that this one. Okay, and now this id of this project would be project slash this data dot id and slash the whatever the name of the folder, and this one I need to use this make a directory thing, and path dot join directory name along with this the id, and this one recursive, I'm going to make this as a true, and function, if there is any error, we will just return or throw that error. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And just call back. I'm just going to call this function. So that's the create folder function. And now we can go to our editor and try to add in a logic. For that, where I need to do is, let me go to our sidebar component, sidebar index.tsx. okay, in here, where we have this create new function. Okay, to this new this one, if type is file, we have created this. Else, here else I'm going to emit this create a folder event, along with that this name, and in this callback we are just going to pass on this name and type to this add new. Okay, and this add new, we need to update the folders things. Okay, what I wanted to do, so let's go to this new component reference inside our inside this sidebar, and just to this the function that we have, this component, this add new, and for this sidebar in our editor, we are not doing anything here. Okay, so now inside this, what I'm going to do is, let's update our files with whatever we have previous. I'm going to keep that as it is, and now this id would be this projects slash this virtual box data dot id slash this name. Along with that, we'll be attaching in this name, and this the type, which should be a folder now, and children, this is going to be empty initially. Okay, so this is how we'll be updating these files. And that's the creating a folder logic. And now hopefully we should be able to create this folder. So if I just refresh or go back and come back to this project again, if I add in this thing, so we can see we are able to create this source folder. And if I wanted to create a new file, I'll be able to create this. Okay, but not as a child of this. Okay, but let's take care of that eventually. But we're able to create this folder, okay, which we just created the logic for. Okay, and also yeah okay, so we did add a deleting folder logic, and also the adding folder logic. Now we'll try to modify and since I can move this, I'll just try to move this inside the source folder. Okay, looks like there is an issue. Okay, fine. So we will try to modify this preview UI. For that, let's go to our preview component. Let me just go back again. Okay, where is this source folder? And I wanted to move this inside this. Yeah, okay, fine. So it's working now. Going to this preview component. First, the default size, whatever we have in our editor for our preview window. If I just open this and go to this default size, let me set this to 4. Okay, and going to this preview component now, I'm going to start making some changes in this preview component. Let me, so wherever we have this preview, I'm going to add this inside one more div. Let me wrap this inside this div, and here we are going to have this preview test. And okay, and here in span, for I'm just going to add in this some localhost 3000 for now, simply the placeholder. Okay, and we need to style this. Coming to this div, okay, let's do one thing. Let me just undo this whole part. Let me try to wrap this inside one more div. Okay, this collapsed but completely. Even this one here, I'm just going to add inside this, and also okay, and this div will try to create one more div for preview, and I'll just put this preview inside that. Okay, and this one okay, and also let's just make this as a flex and space in the x direction, and translate in the x direction by 1. I think now we should see, yeah, this one I'm going to add in some text, the size is extra small, and here we'll add in the span with the localhost text. I'm going to add in this something like this, and this, let's style this. I'm going to add in this display as this inline block, some margin left, and items, let's center them. Font style mono, okay, and text I'll add this muted foreground. Okay, that's fine. And also and I'm just going to remove this text, applying this extra small to the root div. Okay, fine. If I just expand this, okay, so this is what we want it to look like. That's a preview on the host for that. And going to the sidebar, let's try to add in this indication that we can generate code by clicking on Ctrl G. That what I can do, let's go to this index.tsx, and let me just minimize this part, and the place where we are trying to show this sparkles. What I wanted to do is let's do one thing. let's add in separate div for that. Okay, kind of I wanted to try to show the option to run and all those things. Maybe I'll just try to remove this completely, and here let's try creating one div where we'll try to wrap everything inside that. Just wanted to make sure this. Let's add the root div so that we can try to wrap everything inside that. So I'll just try to collapse all the divs so that it doesn't confuse us. Okay, and I'm just going to minimize this one too. Okay, and we have this reference for this div, and after that let's try adding in a div. So I'm just going to add in this div. Let's make this vertical and a space in the y direction 4, and inside this I'll have one more div, and now we'll have this actual sparkles icon. And the styling for this, let's try to make this height and width 4 and some margin right, and whatever we had before, the depending upon this AI we'll apply this text. Indigo color 500. Okay, else this text will have this muted foreground. That's the sparkles thing, and inside this, so the sparkles icon, and I'll have this text as this copilot, and inside this thing I can just add in this control G. Okay, we'll just style that. Okay, and below this I'll try to add in this switch component from our CN. So I can do it this way. So let's go to this front end and npx CN UI. Let's add this switch component. Okay, and now inside this, once this is installed, we will just import that. So I'll just use this component and switch from this, and the checked we will provide based upon the CI value, and on checked change I'm just going to pass on this set AI callback function. Okay, that is the thing that will be showcasing, and after this I'll try to add in this button where we will show the text on it as this and make this style as beautiful, and inside this I'm just going to add this icon monitor play, and let's have this width and height set to 4, and beside this I'll have the text as the run. Okay, so this is the thing. Yeah, we should be able to see that. Okay, now I need to style this this one space in the y direction 4. Okay, and let's make this as the flex items. Let's center them. Okay, and the justify, let's apply this between, and width I'm going to set this to full, and styling of this div, this also let's just make this flex and center these items. And now for the for this span, this one what I can do, let's try first the font style to be mono, and text, let's have this muted foreground applied, and display to be inline block. Let's have some margin left. Okay, and after this, text size to be extra small. Leading, let's apply this none, and have this border, and let's have this border at the bottom or 2 thickness, and we'll have this border muted foreground, and padding in the y direction 1, in the x direction let's say 1.5, and I'll just have this rounded medium. Okay, maybe, yeah, it looks good now. Maybe I can just add in this. Okay, for now, control, yeah, fine, that's the thing. And if I just enable, we are changing the color of this to blue. So this is the thing. So I just changed this. So we are trying to modify this preview or local this UI by adding in this localhost and all those things. And now we will try to focus on our instances. So I'm thinking we will shell this orchestrator and move to AWS Elastic Container Service, because this seems like too complex for this. Maybe in the coming projects I'll try to explain you more first about the Kubernetes, and then we will try to use that. I wanted to use the ECS. For that, what we need is, you need to have a AWS account, and you can just create a new account if with just quickly with a new account and a simple credit card, and it will be free tire. You don't have to pay anything. And there we will try to get this AWS access key ID and the secret, and then we'll try to create a ECS cluster, and then use this EC2 modules, and then create an instances for our each virtual box ID. So let's do that now. For us to get started with this ECS, open your AWS console. So I have here the console open, and I have created this ECS cluster called VirtualBox CCC. That one we need to configure this in our server, and also, as I said, we'll be removing this Kubernetes usage, which I'll try to cover in the coming projects, but not in this. Okay, so let me just delete this, and in this server let me go back to our backend, and the server I'm going to install the module related to AWS ECS client. So that is this AWS SDK, and all we need to do is install this client for our ECS cluster. So I'm going to install this. Once I install this, let's try to initialize an object of our ECS client. Okay, and you need to get the AWS access key and the secret key. You can get that by going to this security credentials. Okay, so I'm just showcasing you this, and I have created one already. Okay, so and here you need to click on this create access key, and you will get this access key ID, along with that the secret access key. So that we need in order to create any resources in our cloud account. So for that, inside this utils, let me import the here. I'm just going to remove this. Let me first create in here this client using this ECS client. Okay, and here we are supposed to provide in this region. So the region that we are in is this US East one, so I'm just going to provide that region. So this all we need to configure this as environment variables, but I'm just showcasing you it this way. Okay, and credentials we need to provide in this access key ID. So I do have this access key ID just created now, so I'm just going to use that. So this is the access key ID, and maintain this as the environment variables. Okay, and then the secret access key, and this one also I do have, and do not expose this to anyone because it's going to create these resources in your account and all. I'll be hiding this later. Okay, so this is the access key, and now we will have this client. Using this client, let's try to write a simple function. Let's say just to test whether this is working, test which is going to describe the details about our cluster. And in here I'm just going to create a new command which is the describe services command, and in here I'm just going to pass in this cluster. The cluster name is this. I can copy this one, virtual box CCE. Okay, and here we need to provide in the services. I'm just going to provide the same, and after this I'm going to get this response by sending it to this command to the using that client. Okay, and we can just console this describing and the response that we get, and we can just return the response from here. Okay, and this will try to use this, and also if we wanted to stop the server we can do that. So I'll try to write an helper function for that also. So this export so let's export this function so that we can use in this index .ts file, and here this stop server. Okay, and I'm just going to provide in here this a task for this, and here this command we can just use this stop or task command. Okay, and here I need to provide in this cluster a resources name. So this is the Amazon resource name. We need to provide in here like this and pass on this task. Okay, and now in this try catch block I can try to use this client and send this command client dot send, and this command, and we can just console this response something like stopped server. I'll show you this. Okay, and I'll just show you this response. Okay, if something went wrong we can log that inside this catch block. So I'm just going to console this error saying that error stopping server. Okay, and I'm just going to add in this whatever error that we got, this one. Fine, so that's the stopping server. Now going to this index.ts, let's try. Anyhow we are trying to run this. I wanted to on connection, so here just let me try to call this function like describing services, describe service, and I'm just going to call this test describe. Okay, and I can just console this describe service, and now this server which we have it running, this one. Okay, this there looks like the issue. On connection, let's go to this. Let me restart this server. Get the service details. First we need to create one service. Okay, even to create a service, we need to create one task definition. Okay, so I have created a simple task definition. So what you can do is, just so I'll just show you that how you can just create. So if you just click on this create new or task definition, provide in here the name for that, and just leave the default values whatever you have for now. And in here we need to just provide in here the some name for this container, and provide the docker hub image URI here, the username and the image, and then try go ahead and create. So once you have this service created, going back to this and this service, you can just so I'll just show you this. Give the here you need to select the task definitions which you have just created, and provide the name for this, and you can just create this. Okay, so this is how we can just create the service I've created here. And now if we just see here, we are getting all those details inside here, the service name, and the this is the things that we created, and the services that we have, all those things, the metadata related to this, the what is the platform family, and all those resource name and all we are getting using this test to describe service which you have just created. Okay, so that means that the connection to our ECS client is working with our key access key ID and the secret key. Next what we will do, we'll come back to that. We need to do a lot of things in the inside that. What I wanted to do is, let's try adding in a simple utils functions and actions in our front end side. Now in our actions where we are trying to make a calls. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here the new function. Let's name this as like starting a server. Okay, and we will be providing in this service name. Okay, and I'll just try to prepare in this command, and we need to install that. So let's go to this front end, and I'm just going to install this node module for our this which we have just installed. I can just take from our server AWS client for ECS. We will just install this one in our front end also. I mean, for just placeholder, let's see if we can move that to our server as well as our front end as well. Okay, so once I install this, I just wanted to okay, so it's installed. Now going to this actions, and I'm just going to minimize this. Let's use this create service command, and I'm just going to import this. Create this service command, and in here we are just going to provide the information details like cluster and all those things, and I can just provide in this cluster value here, this one, the service name we are just going to pass on that, and the task definition and all those things. This task definition name which we just created is this. So if this is the task which I just created, so I'm just going to provide in this value, and the desired count as 1. The other network configuration for our VPC and all things, we can just provide in here this default VPC things. I'm going to do the same thing, the security groups, whatever we have for our default thing here. I'm just going to, for default VPC, I'm just going to provide that value. Okay, again this needs to be environment values, and the subnets here, this one, the subnets, whatever the value we have, I'm just going to provide all of those values here of our default VPNs. Okay, so quickly let's just provide those values. This one you can just maintain it as one list and then provide in here, or else you can do it this way also. Whichever works better, we can just go ahead and do it. Okay, fine. And now we have provided all the subnets. After this, I'm just going to add in this assign public IP to enabled. Okay, so this is the command, and here inside this try block we can just create this service like this by using this ECS client, and that one I'm going to prepare like we did in our client side. Okay, so this one, let's say maybe I can take that whatever we added as part of our server, going to the top. Okay, and here let me just use this values and go to this actions. We'll move that to utils later, but I'm just going to use this, and we are just going to import this one. Okay, and I can just use this this ECS client now to send this command. All we need to do is call on this send function and pass on this above command. Okay, and we can just console the same, something like started server, and I'm just going to add in this response.service and this service name. Okay, and if anything error, I'm just going to console that error here. So I'm just going to show this how we can write this as an action and use in our component. Okay, so error starting this server, and I can just show that error. Okay, fine. And maybe I'd want to just test it out in editor, maybe not now, eventually. Okay, yes. And now I'll come back to writing the core services of this eventually. What I will do now is let's try to add in a logic to delete our project in storage and all those things. So let's try to add in that logic in our storage thing, where we'll try to delete all files related to that project inside. I'll come back to the CCS cluster thing. So just I added in a code to just ensure that we're able to connect to it and get the details of this and all those things or not. Afterwards, creating a service and all those things we will try to handle. So that's too bit complex. Okay, and going down to this storage service, what I'm going to do, let's try adding one more endpoint, and here I'm just changing this to health safe, so that okay, fine. And inside this, if this path is matching to this slash API slash project, and this method is equals to delete, we will try to invoke this. Okay, and inside this, let's like we do normally, I'm just going to prepare this delete schema. This is going to be an object with the virtual box ID that we wanted to delete the files inside, which would be a string. And here I'm just going to get this body request.json, and here I'll try to destructure this virtual box ID, parse this body. Okay, and here let me get that virtual box ID. Once we have this, I'm going to make a call to this R2 and get the list of all the files of this project, this projects slash, and add in this virtual box ID. And once we get that, we'll try to delete all these files inside this promise.all function. Okay, let's try iterating through this objects, get the each file, and I'm going to call on this delete function by passing in this file dot key. Okay, so this is going to help us delete all of them, and I can just return this success. Okay, that's the endpoint, and maybe we can just deploy this thing and consume in our server. So once we have this deployed, I need to change include this in our source also. Here the place where we are trying to delete our virtual box, here, so I'm just trying to is this a delete of our virtual box? this is the thing. Okay, so below this I need to pass on this and delete the files in our storage as well. So I can just create in here simple request delete storage request, and here I'm just going to attach in this URL which we have for our storage. I can just use this base URL. Okay, and here use this instead of init. This is going to be this project, and now this method will be this delete method. Body, we are going to pass in this stringified this virtual box ID, which would be this ID, and the headers I'm just going to attach in this content type, which is this application slash JSON. Okay, and below this let's call to the above endpoint. So delete storage response. I can just use this env dot storage and call in this fetch function and pass above this delete storage request, and then we can return that. Okay, and need to deploy this as well. So this database, and we can just try deploying that. Okay, so we made changes in the storage service and exposed one API to delete the files related to the project. At the same time, added this logic inside our database where we are trying to work deleting the project. And now this one, what I'm going to do is here we are going to make some changes. So the preview button, so if I go here, we are going to make some changes. Ideally what we are supposed to do is, so if I just go to our front end and open this preview component. Okay, so inside this when I am trying to here I need to actually attach in the IP basically the instances of us. For example, if I just say we are going to add in some preview button here, and on click what I should be providing is giving in the IP of our instances, along with that the host of that, and then attaching to this, which we will pass on when we try to create in this the service via this ECS client, and we will eventually do that time. I'm going to make changes, but we are going to delete this and deploy this. This is going to work because the straightforward where we try to do the other functionalities. Okay, and maybe if you wanted to change the others like AI generations limitations from 30 to 10, we can just make that, and accordingly we can show that usages inside our UI. Okay, so now coming down to this ECS logic, let's focus on that. Let me just expand this library folder. So I'm just going to create in here this new file called ecs.ts, and whatever we had in here where we try to create a client for that, I'm just going to move that to this file. Okay, and let's just import this one. Maybe just go to this and copy this one, and here let me just import this one, and I can just export this ECS client. Okay, and inside this I'll just go down and try to import this. Okay, let's undo this, and this one let's just import this one. Okay, I can just, yeah, okay, that's how we just created that. Okay, and also I'm going to create in the new function which is going to help me start a task as well, but the service that we have now is the starting the server where we are trying to provide in this definition of this task, and along with that the security groups, and enabling this, and then we are attaching this. That's fine. Okay, and also if we wanted to, in the server side, we did try to write in a simple service to stop things. Instead of this, we can pass in the service name. So here, which is going to be a string, and I'll change this one to delete service command, and for this we are just going to pass in this virtual box cluster. Okay, name, and then the service name, and force I'm just going to apply this to true. Okay, and we can just say this we stop the server. So I'm just changing that. So now we did create a new ECS initialization, so that we can use for all the services that we wanted to inside our library. That's what we are trying to use in our actions here, this ECS client. And now maybe we will try to write in the services logic, like what I wanted to do is let me try writing creating service, checking service statuses on all those things inside our utils function. So how we can check for our service status is, so I'm just going to create one function which is going to help me checking the service status, that one. So let's try to create this function called this service status, and here we are going to provide in this service name for this function, and we are going to return this new promise, and here this resolve, and the reject. Inside this, first let's prepare this command new or describe services command, and pass in this cluster name. Along with that the services, which is going to be service name. Maybe we can just maintain this as a one environment variable and provide this, but I'm just providing here like this the hard-coded value. Okay, once we have this command, let's try to prepare this interval using this set interval function, and make this as asynchronous, and inside this try catch block I'm going to get this details about this service by passing on this command to this, and I can just console the same that we are checking this service status and control this the response for our confirmation. If this response dot services and this response dot services dot length is greater than 0, and I'm going to get this service details, this response dot services, get this first index value. If the let's say this, make this service, okay, if this service dot running count is equals to the service dot desired count, and the service dot deployments and service dot deployments length is equals to 1, and also this service dot deployments of 0 dot this rollout state is equals to completed, then we can just pass on this interval to clear interval and resolve, pass on this service. Okay, and in this catch block, if there is some error that we are occurring, so we can just set reject this and pass on this error. Okay, and for every 5 seconds we are going to check this. I'm going to provide in here. Okay, this how we can check the service status. Just the function, maybe we will try to use this in a while. Okay, we can do the check, but I don't want it to check right away. Okay, and after this I need to focus on our the services and logic for that, the actions like getting the task IP address, and also the does service even exist, and counting the services, all those things services. I'll try to create a functions for them and see how we can use that inside our UI components now.